Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that 78% of companies experience improved financial outcomes with SAP S/4HANA? Today, we're diving into SAP S/4HANA Finance 2021, an essential tool for modern financial management. SAP S/4HANA Finance 2021 is designed to help businesses streamline their financial processes, allowing for quicker and more efficient operations. By integrating real-time data analysis, it enhances decision-making and financial reporting. Organizations using SAP S/4HANA can cut month-end closing processes by up to 50%, saving time and boosting accuracy. This allows finance teams to shift their focus from manual data entry to strategic tasks. Understanding SAP S/4HANA Finance is essential for today's competitive landscape, as it transforms business operations and supports smarter financial decisions. Mastering this system will be crucial for finance professionals in the digital finance era. In this course, we will cover key features like financial planning, analysis, and accounting capabilities, along with the benefits of using SAP S/4HANA Finance 2021. We'll also explore real-world applications to help you understand its impact on businesses. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction and SAP S/4HANA Enterprise Management. 2. SAP S/4HANA Road Deployment Options. 3. SAP HANA Platform, Column Storage. 4. Non-dist process. 5. In-memory, DB concept. 6. Single source of truth, Akadoka. Let's dive in.
There is a slide which I brought to everybody to discuss about, how this is the differentiation is going to be happen between the cloud and the on-premise. Just a glance, here we are going to discuss about the major differences between the on-premise and the cloud. As I told you that the on-premise is completely working on what is the application we are going to be using. The on-premise is completely working on ABAP stock. Very, very important. ABAP is going to be called as the Advanced Business Application Program, and a cloud is completely working on SaaS. That is nothing but software as a service. Service as a software. Whatever may be. Software as a service. This is a completely cloud application, and this is going to be called as the ABAP is going to be called as the on-premise application, what we are going to be using. So if I open the system here, this is completely on-premise, means your application is completely built on ABAP stock. Your application is completely built on ABAP stock. This is the front end. What I'm going to be discussing, this is going to be called as the front end. In the back end, what is the language program we are going to be using? It's a completely ABAP stock. So here, this slide will give you the complete. I'll be sharing this PPT. I'll be sharing this PPT. Our ZaranTech consultants. The support team will be sharing this PPT to all of you by today, tomorrow, end of the day. Now, the first one we need to identify a licensing mode. What is the licensing mode? Because very important point here is nothing but the license plays the major role here. So this license for the on-premise is going to be called as the traditional licensing, and this is going to be called as the subscription licensing. What is the traditional licensing? When I go to the on-premise, we have several components. If I go to the on-premise system, I have the several components. For example, this is my on-premise. If I see here on-premise. So if I go to the SAP S/4HANA Enterprise Management and then SAP S/4HANA, you can see there are several components of that. SAP S/4HANA Finance, SAP S/4HANA Resource, Human Resource, Manufacturing, Supply Chain, and everything. It depends upon your line of business. My line of business is different. I am working in a manufacturing company. My line of business is different. My line of business will start with accounting, like production, like human resource, like sales and distribution. This is my line of business. If I compare my line of business with other manufacturers, like other industry like banking, the banking is going to be having a separate line of business. They don't have the manufacturing, they don't have the sales and distribution, because their line of business is going to be completely different. So depends upon what is your line of business. If I want to go for a licensing for the on-premise, not for the cloud, so it's completely going to be called as a traditional licensing approach. Means you can start your journey. You can start. This is one of the lines: streaming procurement team, plan to product, order to cash, service, core finance, and a human. This is one of the line of business. If I want to start my journey with my line of business, then these are the important components which are going to be required. Definitely, I need a finance for the core finance. I need a human resource because my company operations are maintained with a human resource. I need a manufacturing because I'm going to do the procure to pay. Like this, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this is the 10 components which I want a on-premise component. So for this, you have to go for a traditional license. Traditional license is nothing but for finance, you need a separate license. For human resource, you need a separate license. For manufacturing, I need a separate license. So you are going as a traditional approach. It depends upon the nature of your line of business. But if I go to the licensing for cloud, this is going to be called as the subscription license. What do you mean by subscription license? In the subscription license, it is not a traditional base of license. You will get a complete package. If I go to the cloud, you will get a complete package. This is the complete package. In this package, you are going to be getting complete 10 components. You are going to be getting total 10 components. For this, all the 10 components, you have to go for a subscription license, not just like a traditional licensing, what we are going to be discussing with on-premise. Very important. For example, I want to start my company line of business, Mahesh. Yes, my company line of business is same thing what you're showing on your desktop, because this is my line of business, Mahesh. I want to start a journey with cloud, not with the on-premise. No, I don't want to go with an on-premise. I want to start the journey with cloud. What I'm going to do? First, you need to go to the demo. First, I'll be giving you access for the demo, cloud demo. Very important, my dear friends, very, very important. And I'll be giving you some credentials to you. Go to the cloud demo. There are some sample companies are there. So you'll be get a free. Even you can also go and log in, okay? So www.jubul, okay? Cloud, see here. Cloud, SAP Cloud Trial. Go to the trial. So here you can see SAP HANA Cloud Trial. Go to the SAP HANA Cloud Trial. So you have to sign up for a free trial over here. This is the complete, okay, you can also do that. You will get a temporary user ID and password that will get access, okay? You can start your trial version here, and you have to provide your registration and you have to complete, and 21 days or 18 days, they will be giving you an access for the cloud. 21 days, I think, okay? 21 days, you will be having the cloud access with the username and the passwords. Very important. First, go and see the demo. Whenever you have any doubts, please reach out to us. We are going to be clarifying all the doubts. Very, very important. If it is on-premise, I will be giving you one on-premise system to you, and our consultants are going to help you out how this on-premise design is going to be happen to your company. A cloud is a complete different approach I'm going to be following, and the on-premise is completely different approach I'm going to be following. So the licensing is going to be the different for me. So cloud is completely based on the subscription licensing, where you're going to be subscribing for 4 to 5 components in one licensing, and the on-premise is going to be called as the traditional licensing. For example, I take a finance, SAP S/4HANA Finance. Okay, I'm just taking a SAP S/4HANA Finance. This is the complete component you want to take a license. In SAP S/4HANA Finance, again, there are 3 sub-components are there. One is going to be called the SAP Accounting, SAP Cash Management, and SAP IBPF. All these 3 combinedly called as SAP S/4HANA Finance. SAP Accounting, SAP Cash Management, and last but not the least, we call it as the Integrated Business Planning and Consulting, IBPF. Okay. Now, I got a license for SAP S/4HANA. Again, there is a bifurcation. Do you want a license for SAP Accounting? If you go for SAP Accounting, then you cannot activate the cash management. You cannot activate the IBPF. Because you are only getting the license for SAP Accounting. In this SAP Accounting, you will have the GL. You are going to be having the GL, General Ledger, Accounts Payable, Accounts Receivable, Okay, asset accounting and control. Simple. And the material ledger. Very, very important. These are the subcomponents where you are going to be receiving once you get a license for SAP accounting. But Mahesh, if I want to go for a cash accounting, like I want to have a cash accounting like cash management and liquidity forecasting, liquidity planning, I want to go for the banking with a complete interface of the banking, then you have to go for a separate licensing for the cash management. Means you are taking a license for SAP S4 and finance, either you're choosing the accounting or either you're choosing the cash management or either I'm going to be choosing the IBPO. If you want all these three components, then you should have a three different licenses. Very, very important, my dear friend. Very, very important licenses. Okay. So this is what exactly in finance also, again, I have the three traditional licensing approaches. It's completely built on a licensing approach where we are going to be calling it as a traditional and the subscription license. Infrastructure and the maintenance model. Customers are in control of deployment and the maintenance with their own dedicated IT stuff. Definitely 100%. The premise means your server is located at your premise and you have a full control on your server. There is no control by the SAP. There is no separate control by the SAP. Your central hub is located at your premise.
There is one module called FICA. What is the difference between these two?
So FICA is a contract accounting management, sir. That is as a part of integral part of finance, but that is a separate treating as a part. So that will come as an SAP accounting module. You can take a license. As I told you that, okay, infrastructure and the maintenance model, this on-premise will be controlled by your same dedicated team. So there is no control by the SAP. If you want to downtime your system or if you want to uptime your system or if you want to configure anything as per the design process, you can do it anytime because there's no control. But when I go to the cloud subscription, very, very important, but you are not going to be having a dedicated IT staff with you. No. Your control is taken by the SAP. Complete control will be taken by the SAP and SAP will provide the system and responsible for the maintenance. Very, very important. And this is based on the quarterly innovation cycle. You cannot do this maintenance or anything on day-to-day wise. You have to wait for the next quarterly release. As I told you in the previous classes, I told one point. The on-premise is going to be the yearly innovation cycle, whereas quarterly innovation cycles are going to be for the cloud. So SAP is going to provide the system, definitely. After you have gone through the demo, after you understood how the cloud is going to be working for you, if you're very okay with the cloud, then you have to take a subscription licensing for the cloud and you have to go as per the SAP norms and regulation. That is, SAP is going to take care of your control of your server and your database. Speed of innovation, definitely 100%. There is a lot of differences there between the cloud and there is a lot of differences there is between the on-premise. So customers have full control over the speed of innovation. Very, very important, my dear friends. And planned downtime, as I told you, changes within the system and changes of the system. Whenever I want to do the change of my landscape, whenever I want to add one more server before the production, whenever I want to downtime my system, whenever I want to upgrade my patches, whenever I want to upgrade my nodes, it's fully control on the speed of innovation. But not in the cloud. Cloud customers participate automatically on the quarterly innovation upgrades. Very, very important. Means I implemented SAP with SAP S4 on-premise with 2020. Very good. I've gone through the WN document. What new in SAP S4 HANA in 2021? I compared. There are some new innovations have been brought. You are in SAP S4 HANA platform, but I want to upgrade. Definitely, I can go and do it for you. Do I need to take the license? Yes, upgrade license is required. Okay. Then you can do this upgrade at any time after you complete the period end or month end closing activities. Every month end you are doing some closing activities. Don't do in the mid of the month. After you complete the month end closing activities, after you close the month end or period end activities, then what I will do, my basis people, they will take a weekend and they will convert your system. It's fully controlled by you. SAP will provide you the package. SAP will provide you certain notes for the upgrades and everything. You have to implement that, and your basis consultants are responsible to do this upgrade from 2020 to 2021. After that, you do the testing, proper testing. That is exactly. But when I'm working in the cloud, not. When you're working in the cloud, no, you have to wait until the quarterly innovation cycle is getting released. You have to wait until the quarterly innovation. This is not completely owned by you. This is completely owned by the SAP. Please, very, very important, my dear friends. So you have to wait until the next quarterly release is going to be coming. In that quarterly release, whatever the upgrades you want, tell that SAP is going to implement those upgrades and they will move to the quarterly cycle to another quarter cycle. That is very, very important. So you don't have any control on it. So 100% you have to wait until the next quarterly release is going to be coming. That is what exactly cloud customers participate automatically on the quarterly innovation upgrade. If I want to upgrade my version, if I want to upgrade now current quarterly, if I go to the cloud now, okay. So if you want to upgrade your quarterly innovation upgrade from 2022 Jan to 2022 means you have to wait until the May release has come. If you want to upgrade your system from May upgrade to August upgrade, no, you have to wait until the August upgrade. No, you cannot do in the mid of the May, or you cannot do in the mid of the June, you cannot do in the mid of the July. Until the SAP is going to release the quarterly upgrade, you have to wait until that, but not in the case of my on-premise. You can do it anytime. You can upgrade your system. That is based on the yearly, not quarterly. Only the cloud is going to be participating on the quarterly, whereas on-premise is going to be participating on the yearly innovation cycle. This is very, very important here. How many of you know what is an implementation?
Is it the customizing, or it's just, isn't it the customizing of the system?
Using some methodology. Point number one, using some methodology, implementation. As I told you that a project is an implementation project. It's a completely greenfield implementation. I'm going to be calling it as a greenfield implementation. Very important. There is one more implementation also called as the brownfield implementation. Brownfield implementation. Very, very good. I'll tell you the difference between the greenfield and the brownfield. What is a greenfield? If a customer is a new customer, very, very important. Till as on date, he has not started his journey with SAP. He's a very new brand customer to me. And he wants to start the SAP. He has chosen the product in the ERP as an SAP. Now he wants to go with SAP implementation. He wants to design the day-to-day process in SAP. He's a very brand new customer. So what we are going to do? We have to use some methodology for the implementation. That is from the end-to-end process I'm going to be starting. So what is the methodology I'm going to be using in SAP? There is a methodology called as Activate methodology. Activate. There is a methodology. I need to use the methodology called as the Activate methodology. In this Activate methodology, there are different phases are there. So if I want to start the project, first discover, prepare, explore, realize, run. Okay, so we are going to be using, these are the four to five different phases actually. So how you're going to be discovering the project, okay, how you're going to do the billing, this is the high-end level. Prepare phase is nothing but, okay, so what is the project charter, okay, what are your tasks and what are your activities you are going to do in this project, what is your team size and everything. What is the explore phase? Explore phase is nothing but you are going to analyze this project. If any gaps are there between the business process, I'll explain each and every point in detail. Don't worry about that, okay? So the gaps are going to be identified. You have to fill up that gap. Finally, you have to prepare a final blueprint. The blueprint has to be get accepted by the customer. They have to sign off the blueprint. Then based on the blueprint, now you have to start the realizing. You have to design the system. You have to configure the system. So once the configuration is completely, you're doing up the proper thorough testing, and finally you're going to go for the go live. This is the proper way of doing the implementation. This is the proper way of doing the implementation. If it is going to be called as the greenfield implementation, I'm starting the project from the scratch, gathering the requirements until the live. This is completely, you're designing the system. You're taking a SAP server, you're designing this SAP system as per the requirement, so that now from tomorrow onwards, the end users will posting the day-to-day transactions. Till yesterday, they are using the Oracle. Now today they are using the SAP. Now today they are going to be using the SAP as the system. So you have to design the system. What is the what is the design process? What is the nature of the product? So if I see this particular, okay, if I see this particular run to business, that is nothing but which I shown you. Okay, what is the streamline? Procure to pay, plan to product, order to cash. Okay, and okay, that is nothing but the required service and the core finance, and which is going to be called as the human resource. If I come to the core finance example, because we are studying at the core finance. Okay, if I come to the core finance, in the core finance, what they have? GL. What they have? Like vendor payables and everything, customer. Okay, this all comes under the core finance, and asset transaction, something like asset accounting. This all comes under the core finance. So you need to design the system. What is the GL process? So you have to create the master data for the GL. You have to create the master data for the vendor. You have to create the master data for the customer. So this is all the design means you're configuring the system. You're designing, you're doing some development activity, you're doing some customizing of the system, you're doing some configurations, and properly you're preparing a master data so that the end user can post the day-to-day transaction. So complete as per the requirement of the business, what you have signed in a blueprint. That process you're going to be designing in the system. It's a project. So you have to follow certain methodology. That methodology is going to be called as the activate method. In that activate methodology, I find different phases over here. Discover the first phase, prepare the second phase, explore, realize, and finally you are going to be run. That is what exactly you call it as a greenfield implementation. From the scratch, from the gathering of the requirement until the go live. What is the brownfield implementation? A brownfield implementation is nothing but already a customer is not a new customer. He is an existing customer only. He is an existing customer, Mr. Mahesh. When I say he is an existing customer, two things. The first is whether he is not in SAP S/4HANA, still he is in SAP ECC. He's a customer to my SAP, but he's an existing customer. Now, this customer, what he want to do? He want to upgrade, or very, very important. The second thing I'm going to be, he want to migrate and convert the system from SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. Very important. SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. See the difference here, very important. I'm talking about the brownfield implementation. I'm talking about the brownfield implementation. Means he is already an existing customer. He is into the SAP ECC. Now he want to convert his system from SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA. That is what exactly, whether it is going to be the 2020 or 2021, okay, whatever, the latest one is 2021. This is going to be called the conversion and the migration. That is called the brownfield implementation. Existing customer, very, very important. I am also an existing customer. Very good. One more customer is coming now, but there is a lot of difference is there here. What is the difference? In the first existing customer, when I'm talking, he's having only one instance of SAP ECC. He's having only one instance of SAP ECC, so that I'm converting the system to SAP S/4HANA. Means earlier he's working on SAP ECC. Now the same server I connected to S/4 106, latest one. Now another customer is coming. Mahesh, I am also an existing customer, Mahesh. Tell me now, what is the requirement? I want to travel the journey with SAP S/4HANA. Okay, very good. But may I know if you are going to be telling existing customer, means may I know what is the current application you are going to be using? The current application, Mahesh, I am using SAP, but it is 4.7 old version. Still, there are some customers are there. If you remember, still there are some customers are there. Still, they are using the old version called as the 4.6 before 2005. I want to start the journey now to the SAP S/4HANA, Mahesh. No, you cannot start the journey because you are using the old application. This application will not support your conversion to SAP S/4HANA. Then what is the next alternative solution you are going to be providing? The next alternative solution is nothing but you have to upgrade your system as a mediate. First, you need to upgrade your system to SAP ECC to 6.0. Then after you upgrade your system to ECC 6.0, then after that you can start your journey with SAP like this. So first go to the upgrade of ECC, then come to SAP S4. If you're an old customer, if you're an existing with 4.7. Because directly there is no conversion from 4.7 to SAP S4 HANA. So first you need to upgrade your system to ECC. Then after that you can convert your system to SAP S4 HANA. Because SAP S4 HANA conversion package was only designed from ECC to SAP S4 HANA, not from the previous old version from 4.7 or 4.6. Very good. And again, one more existing customer is there. Third customer. These all are implementations only, please, very, very important. You will not get any kind this. You will not get any in the Google. If you search in the Google or somewhere, you will not get any kind of this information. Please, very, very important. These all are real time. Can somebody tell me who is the existing customer, the third one? Any predict? The first existing customer is the ECC customer. The second existing customer is the SAP 4.7 customer. Can somebody tell me this? Third customer is coming and hitting to me. Who is this customer?
HANA DB customer.
What's that?
HANA DB customer.
Very good. What is the prerequisite? The prerequisite to convert your system from SAP to SAP S4 HANA means the prerequisite means first you should be there in your server should be in SAP ECC 6.0 with EHP 5, minimum EHP 5 or EHP 7 package, enhancement package. We can call it as the enhancement package, EHP 7 or 5. This is the prerequisite, Mahesh. Okay, very good. So this is your front end, this is your back end, and this is your database. This is your database. Very important, please. Very important. Third customer now. DB, simply DB, database. Mahesh, okay, I'm an existing customer with SAP ECC. Okay, very good. This is fine for me. SAP ECC 6.0. Now, can you convert a system, Mahesh, please? You convert my system to SAP S4 HANA now. Okay, convert this. I'm putting the arrow mark to the business suite. Application is nothing but your business suite. Means you're converting your application. So I'm putting the arrow mark here. You can see the conversion is very, very important, my dear friends. Conversion. Can you please convert to the new application called as SAP S4 HANA, Mahesh? Okay, wait. I'll convert. SAP S4 HANA with the 2021. Very good. I'll convert and I'll do it. But before that, tell me, what is your underlying DB? There the point is coming. What is your underlying DB? My underlying DB is Oracle DB. Okay. From the application point of view, I don't have any issues. I can convert your system. But before you convert a system from ECC to SAP S4 HANA, make sure that your underlying database always should be your SAP HANA DB only. No other databases can be supported for SAP. So it is a cloud or it is on. If it is a cloud or it is an on-premise, the underlying DB always should be your SAP HANA DB only. No other DB. If I'm going to be the Oracle DB or if I'm going to be the RDBS DB or if I'm going to be DBMS DB, no, I cannot support. Okay, your SAP HANA DB with the 2.0 latest version. Very important. I hope you are making the statement to very clear to all of you, please. Very, very important point this is. So now what I'm telling to my customers, before you do the conversion, first you need to complete this activity. Complete this activity is nothing but first you migrate the database. See, I'm using a conversion. When I use the conversion means your application is coming to the picture. But when I'm using the migration, very, very important, it's a DB migration. It's a DB migration. So before I start doing your conversion, first the prerequisite here is you should be on SAP ECC 6.4 with enhancement package, and the second prerequisite should be you should be on SAP HANA DB. This is the second prerequisite. This is the second prerequisite for me, so that you should be on SAP HANA DB. So what I will do? Yes. First, I'm taking a tool called the DMO. There's a tool called the DMO, Database Migration Optimizer. So who will be doing this DB migration? There will be a separate DB consultants are going to be working in my company, basis and DB consultant. Those people are responsible to do the conversions or to do the DB migration from the Oracle DB to SAP HANA DB. Very important. After I complete the DB migration, the first part is getting completed. After I complete the DB migration, then the second part, what I'm going to do, I'm using a tool called the SUM. SUM, Software Upgrade Manager. Software Upgrade Manager. It is a tool provided by the SAP. It is a tool provided by the SAP. So this is the tool, what I'm going to do, I'm going to be using to upgrade your system from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA conversion. Very important. Very, very important, my dear friend. So before I convert your system, what I want to do here is nothing but I need to go to SAP Service Marketplace. There will be giving an access Service Marketplace. So you have to log into the SAP Service Marketplace. You have to download all the simplifications related to the SAP S4HANA 2021 simplifications. I'll tell you what is the simplifications and everything. Don't worry. You have to download all the simplifications from the SAP Service Marketplace. And after you download, just upload all the simplifications in this SUM tool. Very, very important. Upload. You have to upload. Why? Because you are doing the simplification process. You have to upload all the simplifications in the SUM tool. Then you have to execute the SUM tool so that it will take some time, about hours, to complete this manual activity of conversion from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA. If you are an existing customer on SAP ECC, but your underlying database is other than SAP HANA database, this is the following you have to do. No, Mahesh, I'm already on SAP HANA DB only. I converted this long back, Mahesh, in 2015, 2016. I'm in SAP HANA DB. Very important, Mahesh. This is already okay. So I am already working on SAP HANA DB from last 3 to 4 years. Still, I do this activity? No, don't do this activity. This activity is not required. This activity is not at all required for you then. Then this activity is not required for you because already your SAP HANA DB customer. Don't require. Just I'll go and convert a system from SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA 2021.
On the screen where you have to convert from SAP 4.7 EE to SAP ECC before you go to HANA. Can you, instead of doing that SAP, the ECC, can you just do the greenfield implementation directly?
Very good. I'm coming to that point now. That is the last. That is the last point. Existing customer. There is a customer. Okay. Some test customer. The customer name is test. He is my client or customer. We can call him as a customer also. Okay. Now, very, very important. Very, very important. He is using the heterogeneous landscape. Hetero. Landscape. I'll tell you what is the landscape and everything. He is using a heterogeneous landscape because I'll tell you the difference here. Now, for example, I'll take one company where they are acquiring a lot of other companies. Acquiring. I'm calling the concept called as acquiring. Okay, that same customer I'm taking test. He's a customer. He's acquiring many other companies. He is into the SAP. He is into the non-SAP systems also. Like this. Like, for example, I'm taking an example. Please, very, very important. Heterogeneous landscape. The word I'm going to be using called as a heterogeneous landscape. Okay. because existing customers, till whatever the 3 customers I told, they have only one instance, whether they are in the SAP ECC or they're into the SAP 4.7. But this customer, they are having a multiple systems. Actually, they are into the SAP. Some are okay. They are into the SAP ECC. They are into the SAP 4.7. They are into the Oracle. They are into the PeopleSoft. They are into the PeopleSoft. Like this, they are using different applications. What's happening here? When I go to the month-end closing or year-end closing activity, month-end or year-end closing, what they have to do? They have to close all the month-end and year-end activities in ECC. They had to complete the month-end activities in 4.7. They had to complete the month-end activities in Oracle, and they had to complete the month-end closing of PeopleSoft and everything. Finally, they have to go for the consolidation. It is a huge job. It is going to be the huge job for them. And still they are not stopped acquiring. Still they are acquiring some other companies also. That company, while they are acquiring, they have that acquiring company. Okay, the test company is going to be acquiring some other companies. They might be using other ERP products also. For example, just an example. This acquisition will go till 2029 till 2030. But they are facing a problem here is, we are not able to do the month-end and year-end closing activities very properly from the finance related, because finance is the core module, very, very important. So you have to do the audit for each and every company. Last every month, and you have to complete the audit, and you have to close your books of account for the June, July, August month like this. And finally, at the year-end December 31st, you have to close your books of account for year-end closing activity. That is completely related to the finance. It's a huge job for them. Now, they want one central approach. Very, very important. They want a solution from the SAP where they want to have a one system where they can do this all financial closing activities in one system instead of doing this in each and every system manual activity. So SAP has given a solution to them. What is that solution? Which is going to be calling it as a central finance. Central finance, very important. Because okay, if I tell this customer is also an existing customer, but they don't want to retire. They don't want to retire their ECC. They don't want to retire their 4.7. They don't want to retire the Oracle. They don't want to retire the PeopleSoft, because still some acquisitions are going on. Let me complete all these acquisitions, and finally, we'll think about the proper solution. But till the date, I want a solution from the SAP where I want a one common system where I can get all my financial solutions. See, I'm using a word called as a financial solution. I'm not talking about the procurement. I'm not talking about other things. I'm talking from the finance point of view. So SAP, what it has the role, there is a called as central finance. We call it as a sidecar approach. Then we also called it as a sidecar approach. Sidecar approach. So what is SAP is telling? So you do one thing. I'll give a solution. Take a license of SAP S/4HANA. Very good. Okay, I'll take a license. Very important. Go and apply for SAP S/4HANA license for finance module only for one component. That is for on-premise, not for cloud. Very important, my dear friends. On-premise. I'm not talking from the cloud. This is only the solution which is applicable only for on-premise. Cloud cannot work. So go for the SAP license for SAP S/4HANA on-premise. Very good. Okay. So you do the basic configuration. You complete all the minimum basic configuration which is going to be required. Okay. After that, what I will do here, I will give you one middleware software to you. SAP license. Okay. Which I'll give you some middleware software. This is going to be called as a SLT. SLT. System Landscape Transmission Server. We can call it as SLT is going to be called a System Landscape Transmission Server or Replication Server, whatever may be. SLT. Now what you can do, For every application, there will be a database. I'm right or wrong? For every application you take, there will be data. For ECC, there will be a database will be there. DB will be there. For 4.7, there will be a database will be there. For Oracle also, because finally the data will go and store in the database. These all are going to be called as a database. Very, very important. DB. You call it as a DB. So now let me take one example, ECC. Today, you're posting a transaction in SAP ECC. What is the transaction you're posting now? For example, I'm posting one transaction called as my travel expenses account debit to cash or bank account. This is the financial entry. Very important. Very important. Okay, very good. So today, my end user, what he's doing, he's posting this transaction, Mahesh. So he's debiting one expenses account and is creating one bank account. Okay. Now what happened? Finally, that accounting entry will go and store in the database. I'm right or wrong? All my transactions will go and store where? All the transactions will go and store in the database in what form? In a table. In a table form. Very, very important. Finally, all your transactions will go and store in the database only now. So once this transaction is hitting to the database table, what I'm going to do, Mahesh, I will trigger this SLT and I'll pull the document here to the SLT automatically. I'll pull the document here. This SLT, what it will do, it will validate the document. It will validate these two line items, debit and credit line items. And through the accounting interface, Mahesh, what I will do, I will push the transaction to your SAP S/4HANA on-premise system. Very important. See here. Very, very important. And in SAP S/4HANA, what it will do all the error corrections and error processing, everything. And what it will do, and if it validates the document, it will validate, and finally what it will do, it will push the document to SAP HANA DB. So here, this is a DB. Here also there should be a DB. This is separate. So what I will do, I'll push the document to SAP HANA DB. Then the document will be get created here. Same document will be get created here. The document you posted in SAP ECC, I'm triggering the document. I will validate the document, and through the accounting interface, I'll push the document to the SAP S/4HANA. SAP S/4HANA will validate, and it will create a document in SAP HANA. Means there will be a document will be created in SAP, and the same document also created. The same transaction is also replicated to my SAP HANA, and it will create a document here. Same thing. I will do the same approach for SAP 4.7. I'll do the same approach for Oracle. I'll do the same approach for your PeopleSoft. Very important. So on a day-to-day basis, whatever the transactions you are making in these four instances, in the four different instances, my SLT will trigger. Once the document posted, my SLT will trigger automatically. It will validate and it will push and it will make sure that the document is getting posted in SAP S/4HANA. So now in a day, today is going to be the 28th. For example, today is going to be the 06/28 or 27 according to CST. Still we are in 27 only. In India, okay, in Asia, it's the 28th day today. So if I take a 28, how many transactions you have posted in all the four instances? There are 1,000 transactions are posted today. Example, just an example. 1,000 transactions. These all the 1,000 transactions I can see here in SAP S/4HANA. Because automatically the SLT is going to be triggering and I can see the transactions are getting updated in my SAP S/4HANA. All the financial transactions, I'm talking only from the finance point of view only. So tomorrow, at any month-end closing activity or year-end closing activity, don't do all this month-end and year-end closing activity in each system because all your financial transactions are replicated and posted in SAP S/4. So you can use this central system. Your SAP S/4HANA system, to closing of activities for the month-end and year-end closing activity. This is the central approach which I'm going to be providing you as a central finance for you. Very important. Very important. So instead of doing all your financial activities as a closing activities, don't do that activity here, because already your transactions have been replicated. Now all your transactions are available in my SAP HANA DB. Now you can do your month-end and year-end closing activities in SAP S4HANA system instead of doing it this each and every instance separately. This is the central finance system which I am going to be providing you as a solution for your central audit reporting purpose.
So, as you said, the example of travel and travel expenses. So, for all the system, there, how that SLT will consolidate the data? Is it a GL level or how? Because maybe there are different GL numbers.
There will be, I'm doing the mapping, sir, here. There will be some mapping scenarios are going to be building here, okay? Very good question, sir. The mapping, I need to do the mapping, sir. So, for example, I'll tell you one example, sir. I'll tell you one example. Now, when I'm coming as a travel expenses, sir, there will be a GL account will be there, sir. GL account will be there, okay? Yeah. This GL account should map here. There will be a mapping fields are going to be segregating. The GL account should map here with the same GL account here. Once the mapping is completed, then this SLT will trigger an accounting interface. This is called as accounting interface. So once this accounting interface will trigger, that mapping sheet will go to the SAP S4HANA, and in SAP S4HANA, it will validate the document and will port the document to the SAP database.
Okay. Same, it will be from Oracle also. It will
everything in the Oracle. What I'm going to do in the Oracle, I'm using called as the staging the data. We call it common staging. Staging the data. Why? Because Oracle application is different. No, sir. Oracle application is different, and the ECC application, these two are same, but these two are different. So I need to go for the staging of the data in this cell. Because if I see, sir, in SAP S4HANA, in SAP ECC, in the 4.7, the tables are going to be the same only, sir. The field structure tables are going to be the same. But if you come to the Oracle and PeopleSoft, table structure is different, and my SAP S4HANA table structure is different. So I need to do the staging of the data for these two systems.
Okay.
Now, is it a permanent solution? No, it is not a permanent solution, my dear friend. So what I will do here, slowly what I will do here, I will do the release strategies. First, yes, this is going very good now. So first, I will implement this all SAP ECC solutions into the SAP S4HANA. It's a separate project. I'll go release by release. First release, I will convert your system, means I'll bring all your SAP ECC level, very, very important. I'm going to do that configuration here in SAP S4HANA. Whatever the activities you're doing in SAP ECC, the same master data and the transaction data I develop in the SAP ECC to the SAP S4HANA. And finally, what I will do, I will close the system. Because all your solutions have been brought in SAP S4HANA. Second, in the second release, the same activity I will do it for the 4.7. Third release, the same activity I'll do for the Oracle. This fourth one, I'll do the same. So finally, you're closing all these instances, and finally, you don't need to do this SLT at all. Now, finally, you have to do all your day-to-day transaction directly in SAP S4.
I mean, when we talk about central finance, right? I mean, the CFIN module of S4, right?
Correct.
So, I mean, in which case, I mean, I'm trying to understand in which cases we will be going with the adoption of, I mean, CFIN with the S4, and then there is a BW, right? So, I mean, what is the need for CFIN? So, I mean, once you say that, okay, SLT
CFIN is only required, sir. CFIN, you go for a solution for the CFIN. As I told you that if you are going to be using a heterogeneous landscape process. First point, sir. Point number one, where my company is having a different landscape process. I'm not a single tenant on ECC. I'm also using a 4.7 for some other applications. I'm using the Oracle for some, because my mergers and acquisitions are still going on, sir.
Exactly.
So when I'm merging a company, they might be using the Oracle, sir. I'm merging that company simultaneously. I also use the Oracle for a meantime. I cannot go for the greenfield. So like this, till I complete all my mergers and acquisitions, I'll go with the central finance.
Okay.
Then finally, After I complete all the mergers and acquisition, then I'll be retiring each and every instances, bringing this solution applicable in SAP S4HANA. Slowly, I'll bringing with the release strategy. First release in the year of 2022, I will gray out this SAP ECC. Second year, I'll gray out this 4.7. Third year, finally, all these 4 instances will be grayed out, and finally, I'll be working on SAP S4 as a single instance.
ECC was our OLTP system, right?
Exactly, sir.
And then we have, what we are saying is then ECC will be coming to S4HANA system.
S4HANA. I'll bring all your solutions applicable. So whatever the solutions you are designed in SAP, so the same solutions I will build in the SAP S4HANA.
So yes, all the postings will be, that were happening.
No need to do the postings in SAP ECC. Directly you can do all the postings in SAP S4HANA. The central finance is not a long-term approach. The central finance is only for the short-term approach, only for your financial year closing activities.
In which cases that we have to go with receiver, but as you said, it is a temporary solution. It's not a permanent.
No, permanent, not a permanent, because you have to do a lot of maintenance activity, sir. Because a lot of costs are going to also, So finally, I need to reduce my cost, bringing of all this sending activities to the receiving activities. So finally, I have to close all these applications.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the key focus of the SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021 update? Option A, manual financial reporting. Option B, advanced user interfaces for analytics. Option C, elimination of predictive analytics. Option D, only supporting small businesses. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there. Want to become a finance expert? Our SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021 course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S4 HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking expenses to planning budgets. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced tips. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are seasoned professionals with lots of experience. They're ready to help you learn and answer your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course very useful. Best part? It's very affordable. This great chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021 Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Oh, this is the small diagram. I want to just walk through this diagram, which is very important to make yourself to understand at the starting. But this is the deployment, choice of deployment I'm giving to the customers. If a customer is the starting point here, where he is a new customer, okay, he haven't started any journey with SAP, so he is having an option whether he can go with on-premise, which is a new installation, or he can go with the cloud also up to running with the best practices in 2 days. Okay, 2 days the implementation will be get completed. He has to choose the sample company and he has to go for the cloud. If the customer is interested to work on both cloud and on-premise, some components of I want to work with the cloud and some components I want to start the journey with on-premise, that we are going to be calling it as a hybrid mode, completely hybrid mode. This is when I'm giving a choice to the customer if he is going to be the new customer. Now, there is a second point customer, SAP Business Suite on any database. As I told you that he's already an existing customer to my company. He's already an existing customer to my company. Okay, he's an ECC customer, but he's not into SAP HANA DB. He is into with any other DB. So for this customer, any DB, for this customer, you can convert your system from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA. Before that, what I told yesterday, as a starting point, you have to migrate your database from the Oracle or RDBMS or DBMS database. You have to migrate the database. Then only I can convert your SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA. So when a starting point B customer, when I'm taking as an SAP Business Suite on any DB customer, what is going to be here? On-premise, when he is choosing an option to go for an on-premise, upgrade to the latest EHP. As I told you that yesterday also I told that yes, you are in EHP. Means you are an existing customer. You are in SAP ECC. Okay, you are in SAP ECC. I understood that. Okay, very important point. You are in SAP ECC 6.0. I got it. But are you in latest one? EHP5 is a EHP5 or EHP7. So I need to go and check. You are in ESC 6, ECC 6. Yes, but what is the latest enhancement package you are using? Is it a 5 or 7? If it is below, I cannot support. I cannot do the system conversion. Why? Because there are some prerequisites I need to follow. If the enhancement package is less than 5, you have to upgrade your system to the latest enhancement package. Then only I can convert your system from ECC to SAP S4HANA. So this slide is explaining about first upgrade to the latest and migrate the database to SAP HANA. Very, very important. As I told you yesterday also, there was a point I discussed there. SAP S4 HANA can only build on HANA database. No other databases can be supported. So there are two activities are there. One is nothing but I need to check whether he is on the latest EHP package. If he's not in the latest, then I need to upgrade the system. Then I need to migrate the database. Then I can convert his system to on-premise system. Or if he's not interested in on-premise, then you have to go for the cloud. You have to transfer all the data to the cloud. This is not a complete, this is not a migration. This is going to be called as the transferring of the data only. Migration and the conversion only come when you are using the on-premise system, not for the cloud. Cloud is a complete different application. They are working on the SaaS application. That is not an ECC application. They're completely working on the SaaS application. So I cannot do the converting of your ECC to the cloud, because your ECC is a complete enhancement product and your SaaS is going to be SaaS. Your SaaS is going to be the complete enhancement product. So I cannot convert your system from ECC to the cloud. So what is next option? You have to transfer the data to the cloud. After you running the SAP best practices, your implementation will be done. It's a completely greenfield implementation. Then after you complete the implementation, you have to transfer your data from your existing database to your HANA database. It's a completely new way of implementation of the project to the cloud. But when you come to the on-premise, it is going to be the migration of the database, and after that you have to convert the exchange data from your ECC to SAP S4HANA. And this is the common hybrid is going to be the common, some part of applications on the cloud and some part of applications on the on-premise. Now there is a starting point C customer, same SAP business suite, but he is on SAP HANA DB. Yes, very good. Means I'm minimizing something like no need to migrate any database because you're already on the SAP HANA DB. Directly, I can go on the change the deployment innovation, means you can do the conversion directly. No need to do any DB migration. No need to do any DB migration because already he is an existing customer with the DB customer only. He's a HANA DB customer. So why should I do again the DB migration? So the DB migration step was ignored and I can do only the exchange innovation from the ECC to SAP S4HANA on-premise. So this is the starting points what we have discussed till yesterday. Now, when the customer is asking me why you are always calling me the DB customer as a SAP HANA, there is a doubt. Everybody is going to be getting a doubt. As I told you that SAP HANA, what is SAP HANA? It is a database. It is going to be called as a database. Now, when I go back to your SAP ECC, now we are in SAP S4 HANA. Okay, when I go to SAP S4 HANA, very, very important. Your SAP S4 HANA, you always call it as the next generation business suite. Very important points, very important points. You always call your SAP S4 HANA as the next generation business suite, but your ECC always going to be called as the business suite only. You always call it as a business suite only. Very, very important, my dear friends. You always call a business suite on HANA or business suite. But it is not the next generation business suite. Very, very important, my dear friends. What is the difference here? What is the difference between the business suite and the next generation business suite? When you say it as the next generation business suite, as I explained you that your application is completely built on underlying database, which is going to be your SAP HANA DB. My dear friends, very, very important point. This is your ECC, this is your SAP S4 HANA application, SAP S4 HANA application, but the underlying database is going to be called as SAP HANA. Means SAP application, your SAP S4 HANA can only build on SAP HANA DB. That is the reason I'm going to be calling it as the next generation business suite. What do you mean by business suite? Your business suite is nothing but your middle layer application. Always remember, my dear friend, business suite means I'm calling from the application point of view. But here also, when I say it is a business suite, definitely application is nothing but your business suite, and your database is not your SAP HANA. You are in ECC application. You are in SAP ECC application with any database, not HANA database, any DB. Means when I say it is a business suite, it is a secondary access device. The database, what you're going to be using is going to be called as the secondary access device, and this is your business suite. But this business suite is a normal business suite. This business suite, I'm going to be calling it as the next generation business suite. Now, that is the question. Why do you call the SAP S4 HANA as the next generation business suite? Because the point number one, I'll tell you all the points important. Because we are leveraging the advantages of SAP HANA DB. I'm going to be calling the point called as the leveraging. I'm leveraging the HANA DB properties. Very, very important. Very, very important. I'm going to be leveraging the HANA DB properties. What are the properties which we have in HANA DB? Now, today's classes, from today, it is from today onwards, next two classes are going to be very, very important. Why? Because we are completely talking about the HANA DB now. What are the advantages between the earlier DB with SAP HANA DB? Why SAP HANA DB has come more focused than other DBs into the SAP world? Why do you call the SAP HANA as a next generation business suite? Why do you call your application? Why do you call your SAP S4 HANA application as the next generation business suite? Because we are going to be leveraging the advantages. We are going to be leveraging the properties utilized by SAP HANA. We are going to be leveraging the HANA utilization process in a much better way. How it is going to be done? Today we are going to be discussing the point number one. The point number one, application optimization. All of you, please make a note of this. Application optimization. What do you mean by an application optimization process? Before I need to discuss about the application optimization process, then I need to discuss about the second point, which is going to be called as OLTP plus OLAP. If someone who has attended my demo, they can understand this point. OLAP and OLTP. I'll tell you now what is the OLAP and OLTP. Very important diagram. This is what exactly I call it as a common DB approach. What is OLAP and OLTP? A common DB approach. Very important. So first I'll start. Next, we need to understand in-memory database. So it's not a divided, it's a continuation. In-memory DB. What is the in-memory DB? These 3 points are very, very important to know more about your SAP HANA DB. First, I'll start with what is the OLAP and what is the OLTP. Why do you call it as a common database approach? Any doubts here till here? Shall I continue, or do you have any doubts before I go for this OLAP and OLTP? Anyone has any doubts? Okay. Why do you call the SAP HANA, SAP S4 HANA as the next generation? This is the question I'm going to be getting. Why do you call it as a digital core? The second question is nothing but digital core. Digital core application. Why do you call it as a digital core application? Okay, we are going to discuss in the tomorrow's class. Okay, now first I'll go to the OLTP and I'll go to the OLAP. Okay, OLTP is nothing but online transactional processing. Okay, means daily. Okay, if you take any company, hundreds of transactions we are posting in a day-to-day transactions. Hundreds of some expenses, sales, revenues, production, material procurement related transactions, various types of transactions we are posting. As an end user, it is my responsibility to post all the transactions in my SAP. So when I take this SAP system, you're nomenclaturing it as OLTP system. OLTP system means it is online transactional process system, means you will never get any kind of reports from the system. This is the system you're only using the purpose only for posting the transactions, not for any analytical reporting. No analytical reports we'll be getting from this particular system. It is only for the transactional process. If you want to get any report for analysis, no, you cannot get the reports from here. You need to depend on another system. I'll tell you what is another system. There is another system I'm going to be taking. This system name, I'm nomenclating it as OLAP system. This system, I'm going to be nomenclaturing it as OLAP system. Online analytical processing system. This system is completely built only for the reporting purpose. Only for the reporting. No transactions will be posted here. No transaction. If you try to post any transaction, system will not, because there will be no master data. Your complete end-to-end master, your business master data is available in this system only. Your business master data is available. So your master data, you develop the master data here. So based on the master data, you're posting some transactional data. So the transactional data, very, very important. The transactional data is posted here. Your master data is not available here, my dear friend. This is only for the reporting purpose you're going to be using. So there are two different systems. One is OLTP, another one is going to be called as the OLAP system. So there is a midnight job is going to be running every midnight or every weekly. There is a job is going to be running between the OLTP to OLAP. There is a midnight job is going to be running between the OLTP system to OLAP. That is what exactly you call it as ELT process. That exactly you call it as ELT. ELT. Extraction, extraction, transformation, and loading the data. From where you're extracting the data, the transactions which I posted in the OLTP system within the DB, because all the data will be stored in the DB in a form of a table. Okay, all the data will be stored in a DB table. Okay, this data, whatever the transactions you're posting on the daily basis, so the job will be triggered automatically as a day end or weekly or twice a day. I'm going to be scheduling the job. And this ETL process, what it will do, it will extract all the table data from the OLTP system. It will transmit and it will load the data in this database. In this database, where all the table data will be available here now. All the table data will be available here on the daily basis or weekly basis or monthly basis. How do you want to schedule the job? That depends upon your requirement. So when my management is asking me, hey, Mahesh, can I get a report from the OLTP system? No, I cannot provide any report from the OLTP system. If the report is all for the analytical purpose, if the report is for analytical purpose, if you're expecting about 1 year data or 2 year data, I can't get the report from the OLTP system. Because OLTP system is only built for transaction process only. Because there will be only one type of data is available. That data is going to be called as the transactional data. Very important, my dear friends, very important. What type of data you're expecting? Only transactional data is going to be available. Now, if I want an analytical report for my decision making, then how do I get that? Okay, then the data is already extracted and transformed and loaded in the OLAP system. So we had to send a request to BW consultant. This is completely, we call it as a business warehouse system, BW system. We call it as a BW. Very important. So we had to send a request to the BW consultant, and you have to give the requirement to them. And then what the BW consultants are going to do, they're going to write a logic to extract the data from the underlying database tables. And then finally, what they are going to do, they will develop the report and they will get back to you. This is the report. This will take completely up to 1 day. Minimum to minimum 6 hours it will take. It is not on ad hoc basis. Very, very important. It is not spontaneous that when you ask, they will give the report. No, it is not like that. So they will get the requirement from you, what type of data you want, from which customers, from which date to which date, what is the product data. They'll collect all the gather the requirement and they will develop the report in the BW system. That report is going to be called as your analytical report. That report you will get only after the 6 hours, minimum 6 hours, not as an ad hoc basis. Please, very, very important. And that report you will get it from the OLAP system. This system you are completely built only for the analytical reporting purpose. So now, when I see this architecture earlier, this is the traditional architecture which I am going to be using before my SAP HANA database has come into the picture. This is the traditional architecture which I am going to be using. So how many types of data? So to improve the speed, SAP in 2008 or not, they have brought some accelerators. They introduced some BW accelerator. We call it as the BW accelerators. Many customers are telling me that 6 hours is a very huge time for us. Okay, we need to get the reports within a time of span. Means they brought some accelerators. This after introducing this accelerator, at least the 6 hours have been brought down to 4 hours. At least 4 hours, not less than this. 4 hours. After I introduce the accelerators, means you are going to be getting the reports after 4 hours, which is completely, I can call it as a post-mortem report, 100%, definitely, which is no way used for me. If I want any ad hoc basis, if I want a report very spontaneous, within the fraction of minutes, I want the report. No, you will not get any report like in a fraction because the data volume is very high. You are expecting the data for 1 year. 1 year means it is more than 250 GB to 300 GB. Example, I'm just giving an example. The data I will not get it from the OLTP. You have to believe on the OLTP system. They will get they will write a logic and they'll get to extract the data from the tables and they will give the report within the 4 hours. Means transactional data plus acceleration data plus analytical data. Means 3 types of data are introduced. 3 types of data are involved to get the report back to you. Your transactional data is going to be happened in one system. Your analytical acceleration and analytical data is going to be happened in one system. Very important, please, very, very important. Your transactional data you will be getting, because without the transactional data, I cannot develop the report in the BW. Where the transactional data is available, the transactional data is available in the OLTP. I'm going to be running the ETL. The ETL, what it will extract the data, it will transform and it will load the data into the BW and they're going to be doing the acceleration. Once I complete the acceleration, then I'm going to be giving the analytical data to you. So 3 types of data are going to be involved to get the report back to you. Means earlier, till 2011, you believe or not, till 2011, there is no common database approach. Means earlier the database design was done in such a way that earlier, before you go for the traditional approach, earlier they designed the database in such a way that one database will be supported only for the transaction. One database is only supported for only for the analytical reporting. There is no common database approach at all. The design is such a way that there is no other option, my dear friend. There is no other option. We have to follow the same thing. Till 2010, 2011, we have suffered a lot like this. So now what has SAP is done in SAP 2011 when the SAP has brought the SAP HANA DB into the picture. So it has now it is telling to all the existing customers, I'm bringing you only one common database for you, all of you. Means these 2 databases I'm going to be combining into one database. That approach, I'm going to be calling it as a common database approach. That solution you can achieve only with SAP HANA DB, where your both OLTP plus OLAP will be combined in one database system. Very, very important. Means earlier, what is the design process you're going to be following? Earlier, the design process is nothing but 1 DB I'm using for the transaction and another DB I'm going to be using for the analytical. Now I'm combining both your online transactional processing and the online analytical reporting into one database. So now you can tell me now, you want the transactional data, I will get it from the same database. You want the analytical data, you can tell me, I will get the same database. This is what exactly you call it as inbuilt BW capabilities are built within the SAP HANA DB. Now, SAP is telling me now, no need to go for a separate OLTP process at all. No need to go for a separate OLTP process at all. So if you go and use the SAP HANA DB, then I'm going to be calling it as SAP. Then I'm going to be calling it as SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA. Now what I'm going to do? Now my SAP ECC application. Now my SAP ECC, this is your SAP core application, your SAP ECC application. Now I'm doing the DB migration from the Oracle DB. Now I'm going to be using the SAP HANA DB from today. Very important. Very, very important point this is. So this is the common understanding where we are going to be using as a process of OLAP and OLTP here. So there is a diagram. I just brought it for your understanding. I'm going to share all the slides with you all of you, don't worry. So online transactional processing and online analytical processing, you're earlier you're separating the data. The transactional data is separated, your analysis data and your acceleration process is going to be separated. But now, when I go this to the SAP HANA database, one automatic copy of the data for both analysis and everything will be available from the SAP in-memory database. I'll talk to you what is the in-memory in the next classes. We are going to be talking about what is the in-memory, how it is going to be done. I'm going to discuss the database system. So there is a database I'm going to be giving you. That database is going to be called as the SAP HANA DB. So what are the advantages you're going to be getting? Earlier, you are getting 3 copies of data in different data models. Now today, what I'm going to be doing, I'm eliminate unnecessary complexity and the latency, less hardware to manage. Definitely, my dear friends, what is the less hardware to manage? From today onwards, I don't want this BW system at all. I don't want the BW system at all. Okay, you can remove the BW system from today onwards because I brought all your BW capabilities within the SAP HANA DB only. So your BW capabilities are inbuilt here. Your BW capabilities. Your BW capabilities are inbuilt within the SAP HANA DB. Then why do I require a separate hardware to manage for the BW? I don't want the BW landscape at all from today onwards. Definitely. That you are going to be getting all the BW caps. So less hardware to manage. And what is the third one? Accelerate through the innovation and the simplification. What do you mean by acceleration through innovation and the simplification? What do you mean by acceleration is nothing but a speed. Acceleration is nothing but a speed. If I go to the SAP HANA DB, I have done lot of simplifications. At what level you have done the simplification? The simplifications have been done at a table level. My dear friends, all your tables have been removed now. All your index tables and the aggregate table. There are a lot many tables are there in SAP S4 HANA. Sorry, from SAP ECC SAP. These all the tables have been removed. Now I'm going to be giving you one single common database table where you're going to be get all the data from that table. Means all your index tables and the appendix tables have been completely removed from the SAP HANA from today onwards. Means I'm going to be minimizing, I'm going to be giving a new innovation database approach by simplifying your database. The thousands of tables you are going to be referring till yesterday. If I want a data from your transactional, if I want to get a data from the thousands of tables has to be get compiled to get the data. Now I have done the simplification. In this simplification process, all your index and appendix tables are completely removed. Your aggregate tables and the index tables are completely removed. Now you will find only one common database table. That database table, you are going to be calling it as the DB table from today onwards. Because very important point we are going to be discussing, the DB concept wise. So that is the concept I am going to be calling it as the simplification. Simplification not in the process wise. Who are you to do the simplification? Because every company has its own process. Every company, you have to implement the same process in your SAP, but you cannot simplify the process, but at least you can do the simplification from the table level, from the architectural level, from the database table point of view, you can do the simplification. Means unwanted tables I'm going to be removing and I'm going to be remain with only single database tables in the HANA DB so that you will get all the data from this particular database. That is what exactly the innovation and the simplification. Most of the people will think the simplification is nothing but they have done the simplification from the process wise. No, I have not done any process by simplification. I have done the simplification from the DB point of view. So when I say it is the DB point of view, unwanted tables have been removed now in SAP S/4HANA from the SAP HANA DB point of view. Only the remaining tables are going to be called as the DB tables. Those are going to be called as DB tables. I'll explain the concept. I'm going to be explaining the concept now. So how it is going to be done? Okay, see here. Very important. This is my DB. Very important. Please, if you have any doubt, please stop me here only because I can explain in a detail. This is my DB. We call it as a database. I'll take two tables. I'll take two tables here. One is the line item level table. Another one is going, these are the DB tables. Please, I'm using a word called as a DB table, database table. This is going to be called as a header table. Okay. So one is going to be called as a header table. The header table BKPF because it's a financial header table. When I'm posting any transaction, like when I'm posting some travel expenses or salaries, okay, document will be get created. A document is having the header data and the line item level, which account you are debiting, which account you are going to be creating. That is a line item, debit line item and the credit line item. On the top of it, we will have the header information. When the document created, okay, who has created, for which company code it has get created, that all the information will be available in the header table. But if you want to see a line item level data, means which account got credited, which account got debited, that information you will see in the database table, which we call it as the BSAD table. We'll discuss. These two tables I'm just taking. These are the two finance tables. I'm talking from the finance point of view, not from the MMSD, okay? I'm talking from the finance point of view. Now, very, very important, there is a report called as vendor open item report. Vendor open item means vendor open. Vendor open item report. Mahesh, can you pull the vendor open item report? Can you please let me know what are all the balances? Means how much we have to pay to the vendors. That is open item. Open item is nothing but outstandings. We can call it as an outstanding. Which what is the liability? How much I need to pay to the vendor? So can you please get the report and please can you display the report to me? Yes, very good. So for this particular report, I need to use the underlying table. There are two tables are there. We are going to be calling one is the header table. I'm writing here header table. And this is going to be called as the line item level table. This is going to be called as the line item level table. Very important point. On this header, you will find the application. This is the application. On the database, you will find the application. This is application. Very important. On the top of your database, there will be application. In the application, you will find some aggregate tables and the index tables. These are the aggregation tables. So many aggregate tables will be there. So many aggregate tables will be there like this. These are not the database tables. I'm talking about the aggregation. And in between, there will be some index tables will be there. These are the index tables. Like index tables look like this. These index tables will look like. This is from the application. This is the database. This is from the application. This is from the application. Now, very, very important. On the top of your database, okay, the applications were built like this. Okay, applications are built like this, and each and every database tables are linked to the index and aggregate tables like this. Yes. So these are going to be called as aggregate tables, AG, okay, AT, aggregate tables, and these are going to be called as index tables, IT. These are going to be called as index tables. Very important, okay? I'll explain the logic in a very detailed way. I'm going to be explaining the logic, okay? For example, I take a one open item, okay, open item, vendor open item. Vendor open item means your vendor account will become the credit, and some expenses accounts or some raw material account or some accounts will go to the credit, debit. When I say to the credit, your liability for making the payment vendor is $100 USD. $100 USD is an open item amount. Mahesh, you have to clear this amount to the vendor. The total outstanding is $100 USD. I want this report. How do you get this report? How much I need to pay to the vendor? I want these balances from the SAP. Very important. So when you have posted this transaction in SAP, when you have posted these transactions in SAP, very, very important. This transaction will go and store in two different tables. One is the header table. Please, very, very important. BKPF. Another one is BSAD tables. For everything, for vendors, same tables. For GL, it is the same table. And for customer, it is going to be the same table. Very, very important, my dear friends. For vendor, it is the same table. For GL, it is going to be the same table. For customer also, it is going to be the same table. Same table. BKPF is the header table, and the BSAD is going to be called as the line item level table.
What about asset accounting and controlling data? Where
controlling data and asset accounting data, there is a different data structure.
Okay.
Controlling and asset accounting. Controlling, they have the separate data structures. Controlling will be having the COBK as the header table and COEP as the line item level table for controlling. Whereas your asset accounting will have the ANEK is the header table, ANEP, ANLC, ANE, these all are going to be called as the line item level tables for asset accounting.
Okay, thanks.
The data structure is different. GL data structure is different. Asset accounting data structure is different. And the controlling data structure is different. When you come to the vendor, GL and customer, we have the same data structure. We are going to be using the BKPF and the BSAD tables. So these are only two tables for both vendor, customer, and the GL. Now, the requirement is only from the vendor point of view, not from the GL, not from the customer.
So, I mean, once you say that vendor account credit to $100, right? And then expense account, I mean, debit. So, yeah. I mean, if the money is going from, like, I mean, we have to pay this much, dollar to the vendor, right? Say, I mean, vendor.
This is open item, yes. This is liability. Liability means, yes, vendor has supplied the raw material. Vendor has supplied the raw material. Now there is a liability created. Vendor has sent an invoice to me. So I need to clear that invoice. That is the invoice open item is going to be called as $100 USD.
So, but then, I mean, it would be debit, right? Because, I mean, we will be giving the money to...
No, I'm not giving the money now, sir. This is the open item report. I'm not giving the money now. This is the open and outstanding report. How much I need to pay?
But then
You're not paying now. You're not paying now. How much I need to pay? This is a question mark. How much I need to pay? That is the open item report.
No, but then how it will be credit report, right? I mean, like, how it will be the credit, because credit is the money that I'm going to receive, right?
I'm doing a payment to you, sir, now. Example. Let us give an example. Payment. If I don't have the credit balance, then how do I make the payment to the vendor?
So vendor balance always be a credit balance.
Correct. See, if I don't make a payment to you, okay, a company is making a salary to me, sir. Every month they're paying a salary. If they don't create outstanding report to Mahesh, then how do they will credit the amount in my bank account? Payment means now your question is correct. Vendor, your vendor account will become the debit here. Means debit means he is receiving now. He is receiving how much amount? He is receiving the $1,100 USD. So receiver is always going to be the debit. And which account will become the credit? Your bank account will become the credit. Your bank account will become the credit. How much amount? The credit amount is going to be called as $100 USD. Hey, have you credited the amount to Mr. Mahesh? Yes, means your bank account is getting credited. Mahesh account is not getting credited. Mahesh account is getting debited. But what we say? Hey, my salary got credited or not? Hey, my salary got credited or not? No. You are using a word called as a creditor means have you credited from your account? Because I haven't received that amount in my bank. My debit balance is 0.
And then somebody talked about controlling, and that's it, accounting, right? So yeah, I mean, keep on hearing these terms, Amish, right? I mean, asset accounting, controlling, but I would need some explanation. What is asset accounting and management?
Don't worry about sir. I'm just explaining the properties only. Don't worry. We have not entered into the actual syllabus of finance. We haven't entered into the actual syllabus of finance. I told that the first 4 to 5 classes will be completely on the overview on SAP S4 HANA. Okay, don't worry, sir. I'm there. I will teach you everything. I'll be removing this, okay, because I need some space to get explained to all of you. I'm removing this for a meanwhile. Right. So I'll remove this vendor item also because already I written here. I already written here, so I don't want that vendor also. Okay, right. Now, for 3 different components, I'm using the same data structure. For vendor open items, for vendor clearings, the same BKPF and the BSAD. Underlying tables, please. There are a lot of differences there between the database tables and the index and aggregate tables. Lot of differences there. Database tables are available in the database. Please, very, very important. When you say it is the database tables, means I'm referring to the database level. Very, very important. Then why do you require this index and aggregate tables? I'll explain you now the logic. Okay, I'll explain you now the logic. So, for vendors, we are using the same data structure. For GLs also, we are using the same data structure. And for customers also, we are using the same data structure. But now here the requirement is from the vendor open item. So the open item data, I will get it from the BKPF and the BSAD data only. But how do you differentiate between these 3 now? Yes, that is the question. How do you differentiate? Because if you say that every day your vendor data, GL data, and the customer data is going to be stored in the same table, BSAD table. If you want to differentiate, then how do you differentiate the data? That is what exactly I'm using these index tables and the aggregate tables on the top of. So these index and aggregate tables are built on the top of your database tables. Why? I'll tell you the reason now. I'll tell you the reason. So when I go to the vendor open item report, only vendor I'm talking now, okay? Not the GL, not the customer, okay? Just I remove this too. Let it be here. So when I'm talking only the vendor GL balance report, okay? Then I need to refer. So your underlying table is the BSAD. I'm writing here. BSAD. So your query will go into the BSAD. It will extract the data from the BSAD. And what it will do the aggregation in the application. Means on the top of your application, on the database, there are 2 aggregate tables. There is 2 aggregate tables are there. One is very, very important. BSIK. Second one is BSAK table. There are 2 tables I'm going to be. These 2 tables are not the database table. These 2 tables, one is the open item table for the vendor. K stands for vendor. K stands for vendor here. Okay. K stands for vendor. I'll write in here. K stands for vendor. And S is a standard SAP. It's a standard SAP nomenclature. S stands for GL and D stands for customer. D stands for customer. So now on the top of your BSAD table, there are two secondary index tables have been built. One is the BSIK table, another one is BSAK tables have been built on the top of your. These two tables will consume the data from this underlying table, which is going to be called the BSAC table. BSAC table is the database table. Actual database table is the BSAC table. These two tables are going to be called as the secondary index tables. These two tables are going to be called as the secondary index table. So why do you use the BSIK table? This BSIK, if I want your open item data, you will get all the data from this BSIK table. If you want after the clearing, after I done the payment to the vendor, then I need to refer the table which is going to be called as the BSAK table. But how these two tables are going to be utilizing? I am going to next one. Reports, see here, vendor, open item reports. Then once you execute the report, the select statement will be get executed. There will be a select statement. The select statement will get executed. What the select statement will go? The select statement will go and look out for these two tables. What is these two tables? One is going to be called as BKPF. Another one is going to be called as BSIK table. See, this is the secondary index table. The select statement, what it will do, because you are executing the open item report. So anyhow, the BKPF is addressable. Then the open item balances you will get from this secondary index table. So BSIK is the select table, and what this query will do, where this database table, it will redirect to which table? It will redirect to the table called as BSEC table. Because underlying table is going to be called as your BSEC table. Very, very important. So you're executing the vendor open item. The select statement will be get generated. The select statement, what it will do, first it will go to the BKPF and the BSEC. This BSEC is a secondary index table. So it will utilizes the data from where? It will utilize the data from the BSEC table, because the data is available in the BSEC table. The data is available in the BSEC table. Very, very important. So it is built on the top of your BSEC table, which is going to be called as actual line item level table is going to be called as the BSEC. Very, very important. So after you are going to be getting the data, from the BSEC table, then the data will be moved to the application. Very, very important. Then the data will move to the application. What this application is going to do now, very, very important. This application is going to compile the data by using this secondary index table, which is going to be called as a BSEC, because you want the open item data. You want the vendor open item data. So it will only go and aggregate the data. It will go and index and do the aggregation of the data in the BSIK table. And once the aggregation was successfully completed, once it identified all the index and it will do the aggregation in the application, once the aggregation got completed, then the data will be get presented in your presentation layer. This is the presentation. This is the presentation. This is the presentation layer. You're going to be getting the data in the GUI, graphical user interface. This is the GUI. This is the presentation. So means your aggregation and the index part is going to be done in the application, not in the database. Your database is only served as the purpose of storing the data in the underlying database table. But if you want to do any kind of aggregation or the indexes based on the open item or based on the cleared item, your application is going to be playing the major role. The additional piece of, because here I can see only the 30 to 20% of the logic is going to be working, and the remaining 70% I'm using the logic in my database, in my application. Means you are giving a lot of burden to your application. What I need to do, I'm getting the complete data from the BSEC table, but out of the BSEC, I need to do some compiling of the data only related to the open item. So what my ABAPers are going to do, my technical people, ABAPers are going to do, they're going to write some additional piece of code. They're going to write. Actually, the program was developed for the open item report. In this report, what they're going to do, they're going to write some additional piece of code, and they're developing some DB objects, some extra DB objects, database objects. Actually, the system should give the complete data from the BSAD table only. Okay, you are going to be getting complete from the BSAD table, but what I'm to improve the performance of the data. To improve the performance of the data, very, very important. Why? Because if I get all the data from the BSAD, the performance will go into the high level, very, very important. It means the throughput will be very, very high. So to improve the performance, and what my DB consultants, what my ABAP consultants are going to do, in the same program, they are going to write some additional piece of code, some extra piece of code they are going to be writing, and they're introducing some other DB objects. Like the secondary object, BSIK and BSAK, these are because already we have the database tables here. They are going to write some additional DB object. The 70% of the logic they are going to be utilizing only to improve the performance only. If I get all the data from the BSAK, then how it has to be get compiled, and how it has to go to the index tables, how the aggregation has to be done. For that, we are writing some additional piece of code to optimize the performance on the application. Why you have to write the application? Why you have to write some additional lines in the same programming? Because my application is the server. Because my application is a server. If something goes wrong with my application, the application will completely collapse. So to optimize my application, to bring down my performance of my execution of the report, to optimize my performance of my application, it's a mandatory that you have to write some additional piece of code to introduce a new DB object to improve the performance. For that reason, I'm using these secondary index tables and the aggregate table. See, these secondary index tables, IT tables, are going to be called as index tables. These are mainly useful to improve the performance. These are mainly improved return base for the performance. And these aggregate tables are mainly used to aggregate the data. These are mainly used to aggregate the data. So I need the performance tables, we call it the index tables. I need the aggregate tables. Once you extract the data from the BSAD, the data will go to the application. And in the application, what this application is going to do, it will do the compiling of the data by using these application index tables and the aggregate table. Once the compiling is successfully completed, then I will get the report back to your application. That is your presentation, back to your presentation. Means 70% of the report execution is happened only in the application, and the 30% of the activity is only done in the BSAD table, that is in the database table. Very important point. Very important point. So now this is what exactly which is going to be happened in my SAP ECC with any database. So when I'm going to be using a word called as innovation, here I'm going to be using a word called as, last point, accelerate through innovation and the simplification. When I'm using this word, means that is I'm going to be telling now from today onwards in SAP S4HANA, when you are using this common database approach as the SAP HANA DB, now I don't want this kind of aggregates and indexes at all. I'm removing this index and aggregates part from your SAP application from today onwards. Very important point, my dear friends. I'm completely removing this part. And completely means your application was completely optimized now. You will get all the data from the underlying database. No need to do any kind of aggregates and the indexes on the top of your database from the, no need to write any DB objects. No need to do any kind of improvement of the performance application. Everything will be taken care by your DB from today. So your innovation was in such a way that I'm going to do the simplification. At what level you're going to be doing the simplification? The data structure level, I'm going to be doing the simplification. The unwanted tables, the index tables and the aggregate tables are completely removed from today onwards from your SAP HANA DB. Very, very important from the SAP S4HANA application, because your database is going to serve you the purpose now. I'm going to be optimizing your application from today onwards. So the 70% of the building of the logic, now I'm bringing to SAP HANA DB. Now your SAP HANA DB is going to serve you the 100% for the reporting system. That is what the logic which I am going to be doing. So there is a one important. This is the one I just let me expand it so that it will be easy for you. This is the material I just brought out to everybody so that it will be get understanding to you all. So what this material is telling to me, very, very, very important. This is the OLTP to OLAP, just I explaining this the same thing. Now when I come down, yes, when I come down, yes, from here, online OLTP was separated from the OLAP. The reason for this lies in the database design. That is what exactly I'm telling you. Because earlier we don't have a common database approach. Yes, if you want the database, I will give you a separate database for your transaction process. I will give a separate database for your analytical purpose. No, I cannot give one database which will serve you the common understanding for both transaction and analytics. So what they're telling, very clearly telling, the reason for this lies in the database for OLAP and OLAP. Quite simple. A database model was either built for OLTP for optimization or OLAP optimization only, but not both. But not both. Whatever your analytical reports you're going to be talking with underlying database approach, very, very important. If I'm going to be giving you all the reports from the OLTP means, if I'm going to give all the reports from the OLTP means, then I need to follow this aggregates and the indexation part, which is a very huge job for me. So what is telling very simply, okay, but not both. However, this also brought with the complexity, redundancy. Redundancy is nothing but a duplication. The duplication of the data is also very, very high. And of course, the latency is very, very low. It was usually today's business figure to build up. Now, what is SAP is telling? Now I'm going to be giving you the SAP HANA DB, which can handle both OLAP and OLTP together, performing in a one single database. Very, very important point. So we do not need to move the transactional data to the separate system. What I'm going to do till yesterday, I'm moving all this transactional data from the OLEP, from the ETL process. I'm extracting the data, transferring and loading the data to the BW. Now today, what I'm telling to my system, no need to do this separation. This means your transaction and analytical application runs off the same tables, and therefore the data is available in the real time at every level of detail. Why? How? This is what exactly I'm explaining. This is what exactly now I explain. I removed the complexity from today onwards, my dear friend. The complexity, the innovation part, what I've done is nothing but I have removed your complexity completely from your database. Means these aggregates and the index tables which you have built earlier to aggregate the data, to generate the data, I am removing these aggregates and the index tables from today onwards. Means whatever the additional code you're needed to improve the performance, I don't require. Whatever the additional DB objects is nothing but your aggregate tables and the index tables. Whatever the aggregate object needed to improve performance, I don't want from today onwards because I'm completely depending on my database table. So what is telling that very important point here is traditional applications were built. Three, very, very important. I'm talking application, not the database. I'm talking application. Your traditional application were built on the hierarchical data model. Yes, this is what exactly the hierarchical data model. This is what exactly the hierarchy. On aggregate, again, there is some aggregates. On aggregates, again, there are some indexes. This is the aggregation part, which I'm going to be building on the aggregate. Hierarchical model. Details data were summarized into the higher level of data. Very, very important. You will get all the details of your summarized data on the top of your hierarchy. What is the top of your hierarchy? Which is going to be aggregating on the top here. You will get all the data here after doing the aggregation. This will take a lot of time to aggregate the data and aggregate to help the farmer. On the top of the aggregates, we built more aggregates and special versions of the database table to support the special applications. 70% of the logic I'm writing only for the improve the performance of my application. You believe or not, in yesterday's world I'm talking, not in the today's world. 70% extra code I'm writing in the application only to bring the application optimization process only. So well as a storing the extra copies. So that has to build on the application code. This is what exactly I'm explaining. To maintain extra tables. What are those extra tables? These index and aggregate tables are going to be called as the extra tables I'm going to be writing. I already have the database table, but I still am going to be writing some additional logic to get the extra tables. Why? Because to keep the data up to date, database index, improve the accessing the speed, the index tables, because they are based on the common access path. However, they must be dropped consistently and rebuilt each time. There is a problem. Every time I had to rebuild these index tables because they are going to drop some performance issues, because again I have to rebuild, again I have to rebuild. How much time you are going to be rebuilding? Is it not a huge job for you as an ABAPer? So now what is telling that? The traditional model is a complex, and the more complex model was called the application code is a very, because I don't want to give a lot of burden to my application. It has been found that 70% of the application code is built specifically for the performance of the application and adds no value to the core business function. Now, what I've done in my SAP HANA now? In SAP HANA, we can aggregate on the fly mode. Why? Because I have removed all these unwanted tables and unnecessary complexity. Now with the SAP complex model, they are simplified and not agile process. So what I've done here, I removed all these unnecessary complexities and everything. And what I'm going to be telling that now in my SAP, now you will be having only the database table. Your aggregates and indexes will be happen on the fly mode, not in the application within the same database. I'm going to rebuild that application, also rebuild your database in such a way that you are going to be getting all the data based on the aggregation on the fly mode. So in addition to losing the aggregates and index data table, we can remove the huge amount of the application code. 70% application code I'm removing now to detail to the aggregate and the indexes, because the aggregates and indexes are going to be happen on the fly mode. No need to write, no need to have this application index tables anymore. That is what exactly the simplification, what I have done as a part of innovation, my dear friend. From today onwards, no need to do any kind of aggregation. No, your ABAPer time has been spent a lot of time earlier to maintain the aggregation index. But today I'm minimizing your time and I'm getting the actual data from the underlying database tables. This is the innovation, this is the simplification I'm going to be bringing you in the SAP HANA DB tables. Something little bit technical, but you have to make yourself to understand why, because there will be no questions in the certification. Nobody will ask about any question, but this is only for your knowledge purpose. I'm explaining all these things. Because if I'm learning SAP S4HANA Finance means, first of all, I need to learn what is SAP S4HANA, what is the database.
Hey there. Want to become a finance expert? Our SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021 course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S4 HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking expenses to planning budgets. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced tips. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are seasoned professionals with lots of experience. They're ready to help you learn and answer your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course very useful. Best part, it's very affordable. This great chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021 Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
What happening here? We are talking about the application optimization process. As I told you yesterday, now the complete digital innovation process with a new generation business suite means, when we call it as a new generation business suite means, we are utilizing the capabilities of SAP HANA database. Means whenever there is a lot of questions might be asking, okay, everybody, why do you call the SAP S4 HANA as a new next generation business suite? Okay, I call it as the SAP, my SAP S4 HANA is going to be called as the next generation business suite. Earlier business suite SAP ECC, we are not going to be calling it as the next generation, but today SAP S4HANA. Why? Because now we are building this SAP S4HANA application on the top of an underlying database, which is going to be called as a powerful in-memory database. Actually, we call it as a powerful in-memory database, where we are utilizing the capabilities. Very important here, I'm using a word called as, we are utilizing the capabilities of SAP HANA database. So that is the reason we call it as the next generation business. So what capabilities do we have here? What are all the capabilities do we have here? One is very, very important here. Now, when I go to the database here, there is the one slide I just brought to everybody. This is an important slide. I'll be explaining all these things here. When I go to the SAP HANA as a platform, which is a database platform, which can be built for on-premise, which can be built for the cloud, and it is going to be built for the hybrid mode also. So my HANA database is not only serving the purpose of the database activity, but it is apart from that, we can see there is a lot of important things are happening in the HANA database. Means it is going to be doing the application services, it is going to be doing the processing services, and it is also going to be doing some integration services with the ETL replication and everything, that is extraction, transformation, and loading that is made, and the Hadoop integration, which is the Hadoop is primarily we call it as a database, and remote data sync, everything. Not only, and there is a planning you can do, there will be some analytical reporting system you can get executed, because now we can say that the BW capabilities are inbuilt capabilities within SAP. So the processing services, you will get a predictive reporting, you will get a graphical and the spatial reporting, and you can search about the database table, and you can see the application services, nothing but how the web services are going to be. Because for example, if I see the Fiori, for example, Fiori is a front-end application. Fiori is a front-end application, is completely accessing through the web only. Means if you have a URL, you can directly go to the Google Chrome or something like Internet Explorer. If you activate, if you access that HTTP web access, okay, the Fiori is completely going to be called as a front end. The Fiori is also going to be accessing from the database. So not only the Fiori, any web applications you are going to be working, those web applications directly, it will be get executing the data directly from the SAP HANA DB. For example, see here. For example, I'll be shaking one example. This is my GUI front end. This is my GUI, graphical user interface. This is whatever I'm showing on your desktop. This is the GUI interface. The GUI interface is consuming the data from the SAP HANA database or not. You will get all the data from the SAP HANA database. This is GUI, means from the GUI. This is not the web server. This is not the web application. This is the front end I'm going to be using, graphical user interface. But apart from that, I have one more front end, which is going to be called as the Fiori. This Fiori is completely accessing through the web application. Something like, if you have a web address, tell me that I can access the Fiori. So, for example, I want to use the front end as a GUI, Fiori. So I can go to the Fiori. So this is the front end. Okay, this is the web application. So this is my Fiori web. Okay. If I go to the Google Chrome or something like, okay, I can directly access without any logging, without any accessing to the front end. If I have this address with me, HTTP something address with me, you can just put a address and press enter, and it is asking the username and the password to get logged into the Fiori. What is my user ID and password? Okay, I'll be accessing the Fiori. Okay. And in which language, what is the server? I'll tell you what is the server and client, everything. I'm just logging. I don't want any front-end login pad. I don't want any front-end login pad. This is the front-end login pad for the GUI. I don't want any front-end login pad to access to my front-end for the Fiori. But for the GUI, definitely I need a front-end login pad. If I don't have the front-end login pad, I cannot access to the graphical user interface to do some transactions or to create some master data and the master record to post some transactions like salaries or expenses, anything. Definitely 100% I need to log in through the front end as a GUI, graphical user interface. But apart from that, SAP is going to be provide you one more front end, which is going to be called as the Fiori. For this Fiori, I don't want any front end access. For this Fiori, I don't want any front end access. If you have the URL, with you, you can access this Fiori URL from anywhere, like from your tab or from your laptop or your personal, like from your personal iPhone. Or if you have a mobile smartphones, also you can access that Fiori link from your mobiles or anywhere. Okay, so if you have this URL address, so once you get the URL address, this is the front end application which I'm going to be using to access all my transactions without any using the GUI. I can also do it from here. For example, I'm a manager. I've gone for some vacation. There are some approvals or there are some expenses I need to post. I'm not aware. Okay, I'm away from my office for next 6 days or 7 days. I'm on vacation, but there is an urgent, important message they're passing me. Hey, Mahesh, you have to approve one request so that I can release the payment to the vendor. Until or unless if you don't approve it, I cannot release the payment. But I don't have the system with me. So, but you have an access to the Fury. So I'll go to the Fury. If I have a smartphone or a tab or a laptop or anywhere, okay, I can access the Fury. I can go into one of the tile and I can approve that amount so that they can make a payment to the vendor. So like this Fury is also one of the front end we are going to be using. It is recommended by the SAP. Okay, this Fury is completely working on through the web application. So this web application interface also can be utilized by the SAP HANA. So if I go to this particular, okay, HANA database optimization, not only web server, JavaScript, Fury, okay, you can see here, Fury UX, graphical modeling. So earlier, these facilities are not available if I go to the Oracle DB or DBMS DB or RDBMS DB. Now, SAP HANA DB is going to be giving a platform for you, very, very important, where you are going to be having several advantages like using of this particular, application process, containerious process, and a processing process, about the integration process, everything for that. Now, I'll show you one demo to you, all of you. Yesterday, we discussed one important point.
Mahesh, I have one question
please.
here. So in Fury app, is there any setting we have to do to extract the data, or it's a real-time data? It will come.
It's a completely real-time data consuming the data from the underlying database, which is going to be called as the SAP HANA DB. It's a completely real-time data, digital code transformation data.
So no need to be linked in a table and all in the Fury app, right?
Nothing, sir. If you have the SAP Fury, so the Fury is working on application called as UI5 application, sir. Okay. So you will be having a separate consultants. Okay. Normal consultant means your admin consultants or your ABAP consultants are not going to be responsible. There will be a separate set of consultants who are expertise in the Fury. So those consultants are going to be called as a UI5 consultant. What they're going to do, they're going to develop the interface. They're going to develop the interface between the Fury and your application to the SAP HANA. Okay, very, very important, sir. That interface's name is going to be called as the OData connectivity. Through this interface, if I don't develop this interface, if I have the Fury, then what is the use of accessing? From where you are going to be accessing the data? I'm going to be accessing all the reports to the Fury from the SAP, because data is available here, no, sir. Data is available in the database table. Data is not available in the Fury. Fury is a front end. Fury is always going to be the front end. So if I want to access any data, for example, if I want to see the customer balance report, for example, I want to see this report, customer balance report. Okay, you are accessing one of the Fury, for example. Okay, now for example, okay. So for example, I want to see the general ledger overview. I am accessing this general ledger overview. This is the tile. Now it is accessing. Now I'll be giving all the parameters, which account you want, from which company code, which ledger you want, okay. If I'm clicking on the go, it is getting some information to me. If it is getting some, it is fetching some information to me here. From where this information is going to be coming? This information, this accounting entry, this is the GL account, this is the value, what is the old value? From where this amount is going to be new value? And what is the old value? Okay, you can see the total new value is the 2022. New value. Okay, you can see the new value is 9100. From where these values are going to be coming, you can see for this particular accounting entry, 100. For this particular accounting entry, it is 00. How the system is fetching this data, from where it is getting fetching the data is going to be fetched from the SAP HANA database tables only. So for that, I need to have some interface to be developed. That interface name is going to be called as the OData interface. This will be done by your UI5 consultants.
Yeah, thank you, Mahesh. Thank you. Because why I asked this means in my organization, the Fury app, if I click on that, suppose the aging report of vendor account, okay. So data are not coming perfectly. That's what I asked. Is there any like?
Definitely, sir. For example, if you see here, for example, if I go to FB03, something like the same document number, journal entry. 1000005 112340005. Okay, which date? Which year? It is 2020. Where is 2020? It is not available or what? Like this is the front end. I'm using this is the front end. See, this is the front end. I'm accessing the same document from here. This is the front end. This is from the GUI, and this is from the Fiori. Same data I'm accessing from the Fiori, like this. I can see everything here. You can see everything here. The data, this is completely, we are going to be calling it as the general ledger overview. This is the app which is going to be available in the Fiori, so you can access this particular app. This is the front end, and this is the another front end. So I have two front end. One is the GUI front end, another one is the Fiori as a front end. GUI, this presentation server is going to be working as the application called as the graphical user interface, and this front end is working as an application called as the UI5 application that is going to be called as UI5. This is going to be called as the front end application for the Fiori. So now all the index and aggregate tables are completely removed now in SAP S4HANA. No need to do any kind of index and aggregations now. Everything is going to be happen in the fly mode. Now, when I see this application, this is my application. Very, very important. This is my application. And this is my database. This is what exactly I call it as a database. This is exactly I call it as a database. Now, if I go to the traditional approach, and this is current approach, this is HANA approach. There is an evidence. Yesterday, I opened one document. I've shown you that, okay, 70% of your application is working on extracting the data and compiling the data. We are developing some additional DB objects on the top of your database tables. My ABAPers, they're writing some extra piece of code up to the existing program to optimize my application, because I'm developing some database objects, some extra objects I'm going to be developing because I want to optimize the data. If I don't optimize the data, if I don't improve my performance of my application, then definitely my application will go something wrong. And what I'm going to do, I'm putting some runtime here. Very, very important. Runtime. Very important. Yesterday's class. Some additional DB objects are going to be developed. Who is going to write this additional DB? My developers. They are writing some extra piece of code. About the 70% of the code which I'm going to be writing, it is unnecessary code only. I know that this is the unnecessary program you are writing. Why? Because why should I write that program? Because if I don't go for some additional DB objects, if I don't develop this index and aggregation on the top of your database table, definitely the load will come to my application and my application will go down. I mean to say that the server will completely collapse. So further, to improve the performance of my application, I'm writing some extra piece of code to develop some additional DB objects. Those DB objects, I'm going to be calling them as aggregate tables and the index tables. Okay. So what is happening earlier means your application is going to be playing the major role, means, okay, the major portion of the data extraction and the compilation is going to be happen from the application point of view. So if I come here, this is the triangle diagram. This is very important diagram I'm taking here. Means if you see here, if I divide this, you can see here, only the 30% of the activity is going to be performed by the database table. Means you will be getting accessing to the database table only for the 30%, only for the table level. That is, what is that? Only for the header table, that is BKPF table and the BSAD table. You will get the data from there. But once you get the data, what this query is going to do? It is going to be sending this data to where? It is going to be sending the data to your application. Now, application has to optimize the data or not. Application, what it is going to do now? It is going to do the compiling. Mean the 70% of the activity is going to be done by your application. This is where exactly the logic. Now, when I move your architecture from the any database to HANA approach, very, very important. When I move from any database to HANA approach, now I'm showing an inverted triangle. Okay, so the data looks like this. Means now the inverted means your all the index and the aggregate tables have been completely removed. Now all your data mapping will be done on the fly mode. Now you can see here, my application has been minimized with some little runtime error, and the remaining portion I've been dedicated, the 70% of the activity will be done by my base system. Not 70%. You can take up to 90% also. Okay, 90% of the activity will be done by, and only the 10% activity will be done by my application. So see the difference between the earlier traditional approach and my SAP HANA approach. Why? Because my SAP HANA is having a powerful tool which is going to be called as in-memory DB. I'll tell you what is the in-memory DB. A powerful tool which I'm going to be using, which is going to be called as the in-memory DB. So if I come to this particular slide, okay, the first important thing, the columnar storage, the columnar with OLTP plus OLAP. First one, columnar. What do you mean by columnar? The data which we are going to be storing in the database will be stored in a form of a tables. All we know that the BKPF is one of the table and the BSAD is one of the table. Earlier, what is happening? All the data which I'm storing in the database will be stored in a data type called as the row-based. Row-based. If I go to the row-based storage, I cannot compress my data. One thing, the disadvantage of the row-based is nothing but I cannot compress the data. But now, what I'm going to do, I'm moving out from the row-based and I'm shifting to column-based storage type. What do you mean by columnar storage based? I can compress the data as much as an extent from the row-based to the column-based. Okay, see here. If I take one table, this is not the practical, just I'm showing you one example. Okay, not a practical, please, all of you, please, it's not a practical. Just I'll go to the BSAD table only. I'll go to the BSAD table. This is the table. This all the tables in SAP S/4HANA, we call them as the transparent tables. This is the table. Very important to see here. If I go to the technical settings of this table, technical settings. If I go to the DB specific properties, means database specific properties. You see here, there are three types of storage: the columnar storage, a row-based storage, and undefined. Earlier, all my data is going to be stored when I'm saving any data in this BSAD table that will be stored in a row-based. Now, what I did, this is the load unit which I'm going to be preferring. This is the load unit I'm going to be preferring called as the columnar preferred, not the page referred, not the page enforced. And I'll tell you all this thing. I'm using the preferred called as the column preferred. I'll tell you what is the column preferred now. So it is a completely, I'm going to be using a storage type called as the column storage. What is the difference you will be getting between the row-based and the column-based? That is the major question. What is the difference I'm going to be getting between the row-based and the column-based? Why the SAP has made the storage type from the row-based to the column-based? What are the advantages I'm going to be getting? So here, if I see this particular slide, I'm going to be getting an advantage where I'm going to be using as a columnar for both OLTP plus OLAP. So I'll take one definition now. Okay. So let the diagram is like look at this. Okay. So let it be. I'll open a new session and I'll go to here. I'll take one small example. Okay. For example, sales overview. Okay, sales overview. Okay, I'm taking one sales overview. My management is asking me, Mahesh, hey, Mahesh, can you please give me the sales overview reports? Okay, very good. I'll give the report to you. This is my table. Let it be like this. Okay, this is my table. Yeah. I'm taking 3-4 rows and columns in the same table. So what is the first one? Okay, so list I'm writing here. Okay, customer number, C number, customer number, product, what product is going to be taking, quantity, how much quantity? Okay, see, customer, area, or region. Region. What is the sales order number? Sales order number. Okay, just I'm giving that everything. And what is the price? This is the table. Okay, very important here. Okay, now let me take 2 to 3 columns like this. Customer, okay, customer number. I'm taking one customer number. The customer number is 100, and there is one more customer called as a 101. There is another customer we are going to be, okay, same customer 100, 102, and 10100. Example. There are 3 customers are there. Very important. Customer number is 100, 100, 101, and 102. Okay, I'm repeating the same customers once again here. I'll tell you that. Okay, what is the product? Wheat. Wheat. I'm taking a wheat. How much quantity? 10 quantity. Okay. US. Okay, US. And what is the sales order number? The sales order number is 2001. And what is the price per quantity I'm talking? Okay, per quantity, $10 per quantity. $10 per quantity. Very good. Okay, 10 into 10, 100. Okay, that will be there. Next one. Rice. 20 quantity. He is also from US only. And what is the sales order number? Okay, 30001. And per quantity, it is okay, something like I'm taking about $10. Very good. Okay. Now, again, I'm taking the rice with the 20 quantity. And this customer, okay, customer is from the US. And here I'm the sales order number. And 10 rupees per quantity. And here I'm taking as a wheat. Just I'm taking as a wheat. And here I'm taking as a 10. And he is from okay, Canada, not from US. Okay, 50001. And let it be taking as a okay, $10. Now, okay, same customer, again wheat. Now he's taking a 20 quantity. He's from the US only. He is from the US only. Now I want the report like this. Okay, so this is the total data which is available, and this is the sales order number, and the per quantity per unit price is 10 units. This is the total data which is available in one of the table. Okay, some YYY table. Okay, some ZZZ table. This is the table. Okay. Now my management is asking me, Mahesh, I want a customer depot report. Which customer report you want, Mahesh? Okay, tell me now. Okay, I want a customer report. The customer number is 100. Can you please extract me the report, and can you give me the total, how much quantity of wheat we have supplied to him in the month of June and July, or something like in the month of May and June, like till the date, Mahesh. Okay, till the date. Can you please get this report and give it to me? Now, this is the report my management is asking me. What is the report is very specific. I want a customer, and I want what is the wheat he has purchased from the month of May to June. I'll take a wheat and rice. Okay, wheat and rice, both wheat and rice for the month of May and June. Very important. Now, when I'm sending the query to this particular table, okay, when I'm accessing this report from the presentation, either it is from the GUI, okay, where is it? Okay, so I'm sending a query now. Now, when the query will reaching to my database table, when I'm using a row based, now first I'll explain the row based. There are duplications are there. Duplication sense is nothing but the same customer you can see he is repeated in the column, in the row 1, in the row 2, and in the row 3. Same customer is repeated. Now, what my query is going to do? First, it will go to the row number 1. It will find out. It will completely scan the complete row here. I'm talking from the row based. Yes. Now, what it will do? It will do the complete scan. Okay, the vendor, the customer is available. Yes, the wheat is available. Okay, how much quantity? 10 quantity. Very good. Then it will compile the data like this. Okay, 10 quantity. What is that? Wheat. Very good. Now, again, what it will do? It will go to the second row. I know that in the second column, there is no specific customer where I'm looking out for. Means still it is going to scan the customer later. Okay, it will scan the customer, rice, okay, everything. No, this requirement is not meeting, so it is not applicable for me. Next one. Again, it will go to the third row. It will scan the complete, and it will go to the fourth row. It will scan the complete, and finally, it will come to my fifth row. Finally, it will come to the fifth row. So it is going to be scanning here. Yes, finally I got it. So how much quantity of the rice? 10 quantity of the rice. So 20 quantity of the rice. That is the rice. I find it. So here 1 or 2 is not applicable, but still it is going to be scanning. So it is not applicable. And here again, if I find this, okay. Again, if I find this, again there is a wheat. Now 10 quantity of the wheat. 10 quantity of wheat. Now I got the parallel processing is not happening because of the row based everything. Okay, I cannot even compress the data. Now you can see here one of the drawback here is I see there is a duplication, redundancy of the data. Redundancy of the data is nothing but I'm writing here very, very important. In the row 1 and row 3 and row 5. Very important. Row 1, I see the same customer. Row 3, I'm seeing the same customer. And row 5 also, I'm seeing the same customer. Means one customer has taken the 3 different rows. Very important here. Actually, there is only one customer, but he's taking the 3 different rows. Okay. Next one. When I take the product, wheat in the row 1 and wheat in the row 5. In the row 5. Again, there is a duplication is there or not? Yes, a duplication is there. This is the customer and this is the product. Next one. Next one. Now what I'm going to do? Quantity. In the quantity also, I see there is a duplication. There are 2 quantities are there. Again, I see there is a duplication. No, not duplication. So quantity wise, there is no. I go for the region wise. Now, when I go for the region wise, the same customer is there in the US region. So 1, 2, and 5. Like this example, just an example. Now, in the first row, I can see there is a duplication is there. And the second row, I see there is a duplication is there. And in the third row, I can see the duplication. Actually, if I compile the data, it is okay. If I take only one customer with one product, with one quantity, it is only, for me, it is not more than 10 KB data or 10 MB data. Let us take an example like this, 10 MB data. But if I see there is a duplications are going to be happening, if I see the same data, it is up to 50 MB data it is occupying in my database because there's a lot of duplications. Actually, the required database capacity is only 10 MB because only one customer with only one quantity, with one product, with only one region, the 10 MB. But it is occupying how much of data? It is occupying 50 MB of the data because of the duplication. Now, what is happening here? So to get this data, my system is going to be scanning all the rows like this. Okay. Actually, I don't want to scan. Actually, there is no requirement of 101 and there is no requirement of 102. But even though the system is going to scan all the rows which are not going to be applicable for me, and finally, it is getting all the data from the row base and it will send the data to the application, and the application is going to compile the report and it is going to go back and give the report back to you. I cannot compress the data here. I cannot compress the data in the sense is nothing, but I cannot go and compress the data. See, if I'm posting another transaction to the same table, with the same customer, again, it is going to be occupying one more row called as 100, and it is going to be called as a rice or dip, okay, rice or wheat, whatever maybe, and what the quantity. Again, it is going to be taking one more row. And it is increasing my capacity, it is increasing my load in the database or not? Definitely. That is the drawback in the row base. I cannot compress the data as much as an exchange. The same data, if I'm going to be taking in the columnar, the same data, what I'm going to do, I'm taking in the columnar, I'm applying something called as the logical application program. Okay. So where I'm going to be doing like this. In the columnar, when I'm shifting the data to the columnar, I'm dividing into 5 different columns. See here, very important. Okay, one column is going to be called as the customer number. One column is going to be called as a product. One column is going to be called as a quantity. One column is going to be called as the region. One column is going to be called as the sales order. And last but not the least, it is going to be called as the price. I just want only 5 columns now. I just want only 5 columns, not more than this. If I'm including one more column, that will be an additional for me. Now, same thing. How many customers are there? 1, 2, 3. Only 3 customers. 100. 101. Okay, 101 and 112. Now see me, I compress the data or not. Earlier, what is happening? The same customer, if it is repeating, means it is taking a one more row. But if I'm going to be taking at the columnar storage, I have the customer. Now, when I'm sending a query, what is my query? I want the query related to the customer 1. How much of wheat and rice we have supplied in the month of May and June. Then the query will go into the customer table. It will easily identify there is a customer. Yeah, the first query has been successfully done. No, it will go to the 101 and 102. No, it will not go to 101 and 102. Why? Because I got the customer in the first itself only. Second one. Now, what is that? Wheat and rice. Okay. Now, how many products the column is going to be having? The column is going to be having 2 products. Okay, very, very important. 2 products. One is the wheat, another one is going to be rice. Wheat and rice. Now the query will go to the second column. What is that? You want both wheat and rice for the month of May and June. Definitely 100%. Whether the wheat is available? Yes, wheat is available. Whether the rice is available? Yes, the rice is available. 100%. Okay, very good. Now, what is the meter? How much quantity of the goods we have supplied in the month of May and June? Now, it will come to the quantity table. Sorry, it will come to the quantity table. In the quantity table, you can see 10 and 20 only. Very important. Now it has got the wheat, how much wheat you have supplied and how much quantity of the goods you have been supplied for the wheat and supply. Okay, so very, very important here. Okay, sorry, I just put only one. Okay, so 10 quantity, 10, it will add it now. Okay, 10 quantity of the 10 quantity of the wheat, and it will go to another 20. Total, it is going to be the 30. 30 quantity, it will go and write an algorithm for the wheat. For the wheat. Now, what is the rice? Rice is only 20 quantity. If I see overall, rice is going to be called as a 20 quantity. So 20 quantity, this is only for the rice. Now you got the rice and the wheat quantity. The total is going to be called as a 50 quantity. Now, is it going to be looking out for the region and it is going to be looking out for the sales order number and price? Because I want only the customer number to whom I supplied the wheats and rice for the month of May and June. So these 3 columns are not going to be required at all. These 3 columns are not going to be, region spelling is wrong, but okay. Region, the sales order number, and the price is not going to be required. So the system, what it will do, it will go and scan only these 3 columns and whatever the required information you want, and that algorithm is going to be looking. Now what it will do, if I'm moving from the row based to the column based, now the same algorithm, if I'm writing to the column based, if I'm writing in the column based, then it will remove this all logical information which you have written as a part of row based. Now what is the new algorithm it will write? The new algorithm, what it is going to be writing here, nothing but customer number 100. Customer number 100 in the first column. Only one column is there for the complete customer number. And the second one, what it will write? Products. It will write 2 products, wheat and rice, and it will select, and there will be third column, and that is for the quantity. So now you can see the algorithm how it has written for the column based. Now, if the same customer, if I'm selling one more quantity of the rice with the 30 quantity or 40 quantity, now what is it going to do? Already the customer number is already available in the column 1. If there is a new customer, it will add the new customer here. It will add the new customer here. For example, 103. But already the customer is already available. One more customer is already available. If you're supplying the same material to the same customer with the rice, why should I create one more column? Already customer is available and the product is also available. If you're selling a different product, like for example, if you're going to be selling a different product, apart from the rice or apart from the wheat, you're going to be selling a different product like jute, okay? If I'm going to be selling a different product like a jute, then for that particular jute, I'm going to be creating a separate product in the same product column, not in the different, same product column. But here you're supplying the same rice quantity, that already the product is available, but the product which you are going to be supplying is going to be called as the 30. That for the 30, I'll be getting a separate column with a separate row, with a separate column, with a separate quantity. But no need to add a separate. Again, there is no need to add a separate column for each and every quantity wise, separate column for the customer wise, separate column for the product wise. So everything is going to be, so I'm not compressing the data now. The same 10 MB, if I'm going to be moving from the row base to the column base, the same 50 MB of the data, I'm compressing up to 10 MB of the data. So means 40 MB of the data, I'm reducing the data if I move from the column base to the row base. Is it true or not? All of you. There is an algorithm. So this algorithm, you can see here, there is a one PPT slide which I've been brought to you. Okay, so this I'm going to be sharing this algorithm here. Just I explained you. So this is the same thing I explained you now. Okay, but this is a different example. Country, person, and the quantity, and the columnar if you're going to be shifting, and how it is going to be working, and how this particular algorithm is going to be working from the dictionary. Okay, if you see here, country. So if I see the, Belgium, only 1. But if I see the Denmark 1 and 2. So 2. Where is the Denmark is available? Denmark is available in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. You can see here, Denmark is going to be available in 5 and 6. 5. So Denmark is available. You can see the Denmark with how many? 2. Denmark in 5 and 6. So the same Denmark is repeated in the 6th one. So there are the same country is repeated 2 times in the column 5. in the row-based file. So like this is the new algorithm which I have written in my SAP based on the OLTP plus OLAP structurized method to understand that this is going to be compressing the data as a process of compression of the data. Now, how much data volume of the storage device now you're going to be minimizing if we move from the row-based to the column-based. That is the beauty of SAP HANA database as the first advantage, what you're going to be getting if I move from the row-based to column-based, and where I'm going to be having this OLAP plus OLTP combined together. That is what exactly here you can see I'm going to be calling it as advanced compression of the data. I can compress the data. You can see there is a tool which has been given. Okay, so like you are going to be compressing the data as much as an extent in the SAP HANA database. So that's the reason where if I go to my any database tables, every database table, the storage type is going to be called as columnar storage. So Mahesh, you are telling always, you have been telling that lot of tables have been removed in SAP HANA database. Earlier, I used to work on with many tables. Now these tables are no more available in SAP HANA. Definitely 100%. You're absolutely right. These tables are no more available in SAP HANA. Can I get the list of all those tables, Mahesh? Can I get the list of all these tables which have been removed as a part of SAP S/4HANA in 2020 or 2021? Anyone? Definitely. There is a called as simplification list. Now, when I'm explaining this part, how your application has been optimized, the first important thing what I have done in my SAP S/4HANA is nothing but I optimized your application. Optimization is nothing but the work process has been dedicated to the database, not to your application. That is what exactly the application optimization has been done. There is a definition from the SAP. There is a clear definition from the SAP. What is SAP S/4HANA? There is a definition here. If I go to this definition, okay, SAP S/4HANA is the next generation business suite, which is fully built on most advanced in-memory platform. I'm going to discuss about what is this in-memory. Today we are discussing about this columnar and everything. Tomorrow we are going to be coming to the important topic that is called as in-memory. So my HANA database is completely built with most advanced compression of the data, which is going to be called as in-memory platform, and SAP, that is the database we are going to be calling as SAP HANA. Don't confuse. If somebody is talking at the SAP HANA, means they're talking about the database. If somebody is talking about in-memory platform, they are also talking about the same HANA database. Don't worry about that. Don't get panicked. Why they're calling it as the in-memory? Why they're calling it as in-memory as a SAP HANA? I'll explain you tomorrow's session. Don't worry about that. The product uses the modern design principle with SAP Fiori user experience. This is the first information I given to you. The front-end application Fiori, as well as the new role-based user experience concept. Definitely, the Fiori is completely based on the new role-based user experience. I'll tell you what is the role-based. With the move to the SAP as well, you are benefiting from the continuous application innovation. Very good. What is that innovation? The first one, application optimization specific. If I'm using SAP HANA as an in-memory database platform, definitely there is an application optimization was done. With SAP HANA, optimizing the application to make a best use of capabilities of SAP HANA. SAP HANA is having a lot of capabilities. You can go with a tabular, you can get a BW capabilities by combining with OLAP and OLTP. There is the compression of the data, there is the parallelization, there is the processing, in-memory processing is there. Lot of capabilities. So you're going to be utilizing the most advanced in-memory database, which is going to be called as the SAP HANA as a DB with a database. For example, we remove the aggregates and they reduce the data footprint. Yesterday's class, I told the same thing. Now there is no use of any aggregation part. If you see here, I done the application optimization. How you done the application optimization, Mahesh? Simple. I removed all these aggregates. Now there is no need to write additional piece of code, or there is no need to develop any additional DB objects from today onwards. I have removed all this index and the aggregate tables. That is the very big optimization what I have done now today in this world. That is the beauty of the SAP, what they have done as a part of Redo. So the responsive user experience design. Now, when you're using as an SAP HANA, SAP designed application, very important, with the latest role-based user experience, which is going to be called as the UX, that is from the Fiori. So it's completely user experience based and unifying the functionality in the core means SAP HANA remove the redundancy by providing the one functionality with one object. Redundancy means I removed all the unwanted tables. Now there is no redundancy of the data. Definitely, this is what example I've been explaining you now. I completely remove the redundancy from the row base to the column base. Now there is no duplication of the data anymore. Redundancy is nothing but duplication of the data. So one is I removed the aggregates and the indexes. Second one is I brought a new role-based experience called the SAP Fury as a front end. And the third one, now from today onward, there is no redundancy of the data from today onward. So putting all these three things put together, I call my SAP S4HANA as the next generation business suite application from today onwards. Next generation business suite application, very important point. So now my question here is, how do you find out, Mahesh, when you say you are removed, there is no redundancy of the data? That is very clear that you are explained as a part of row-based and the column-based. Okay, that is very clear. And the Fury also you told that, okay, that is a front-end Fury application. But you're telling something called as we remove the aggregates and reduce the data footprint. Can you show me the list of the tables which are not available in SAP S4HANA, Mahesh? Definitely, I'll show that. So there is a called as the simplification list. SAP every year they are going to be releasing the simplification list. Okay, this is called as simplification list for SAP. I'm just showing a 2020. I'll get 2021 tomorrow. Don't worry. In a year, so SAP S4HANA 2021 got released in September 2021 actually. So first version has came out with FSP00. Service pack 00. First will come with service pack 00. And after next quarter, exactly after next quarter in the month of January, they came out with FSP01. Next service pack. After the next quarter in the month of May, they will come out with FSP02. Next service pack. So in every release, in every on-premise release, there will be two future service packs will be there. One initial service pack will be there. Now, next year, they're coming out, this month of October or November, they're coming out with 2022, next year. So they will come out with initial service pack 00, first one. So now already when you go to the 2021 release, SAP came out with SP00, first one, initial service pack with the changes, and again after the next quarter it has come out with few more changes in the same release. They are released with future service pack 01. In the month of May they came out with future service pack 02. Now if I want to know in my system whether we are working on with future service pack 01 or 02 or it is the initial service pack, how do I know that? If I go to the system more, if I go to the status, if I go to the product version, if I go to the install product version, on-premise 2021, it is initial shipment stock. Very good. Initial shipment stock. It is not FSP01 or it is the initial shipment stock. It means it is, we are working on the system which is going to be called as SP00. If you want to, the next January, the system, the SAP, what they are going to do, they are going to be releasing a new version, the new service pack, which is called the FSP01. But the version will be the same. The version will be the same. But they are coming out with the new changes between the FSP00 to FSP01. So if the customer want to upgrade, they can use the same version, but they will upgrade from SP00 to FSP01. And the next quarter, they will releasing FSP02. The difference between these two is going to be called as FSP02. Some more innovations are going to be bringing. Some more simplifications have been brought out in the FSP02. But all the three versions will come out of the same. That is 201. Oh, sorry. All these service packs will come out of the same version. That is 2021. So if I'm showing this simplification list to you means it is for the future service pack 1 and 2. It includes both 1 and 2. These are the cross topics. This is master data. Here the financial accounting. in the chapter number 8, if I go to the data model changes, I will get all. I'm just showing only for finance. These all the tables have been removed. These all the tables have been removed. This is the original table. These all are going to be called as the original tables. So now you can see here, these are the tables which have been removed from the SAP ECC to SAP S4. You can see these all the tables have been removed. All these tables have been moved as a compatibility view table. Earlier, these tables are available. Now, this index and appendix aggregate tables are completely removed from the SAP.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP Fiori app is commonly used for managing cash in SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021? Option A, Cash Flow Analyzer. Option B, Financial Closing Cockpit. Option C, Treasury Liquidity Management. Option D, Profit Center Analyzer. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there. Want to become a finance expert? Our SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021 course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S4 HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking expenses to planning budgets. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced tips. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are seasoned professionals with lots of experience. They're ready to help you learn and answer your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course very useful. Best part? It's very affordable. This great chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021 Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
The session, what we have discussed is about the columnar storage. Mean to say that how the data storage type has been designed in SAP HANA. And also we discussed about the redundancy of the data, how the SAP HANA digital core process, I mean to say that why we call the SAP S4 HANA as the next generation business suite. There are three things we need to understand. One is going to be called as application optimization process. When we say it as an application optimization process, what is it? Okay, we have removed all the aggregate and the index tables, which are not going to be necessary for us. Earlier, these objects have been required to improve the performance, where we have written an extra piece of code to improve the performance. That is nothing but we have developed an extra objects where all the summarizations are going to be happened at a highest hierarchy level. Now that summarization is not going to be required. Not that hierarchy is not going to be required. We have removed all the index and aggregate tables. You can see on my desktop. You can see on my screen, okay, the original tables on the complete left-hand side, the first row, okay, the complete left-hand side, okay. So you can see these are all the tables which are going to be called as index and aggregate tables. Earlier, they are much been used for summarizing of the data, but today we have removed all the tables, and these tables we are going to be calling them as the compatibility view tables. Now the original technical settings of the tables have been completely removed. The structure and the technical settings of the table have been completed. Now these tables are going to be called as the undefined tables. Now we call them as the undefined tables. Neither it is going to be stored, the storage type is neither it is row based or neither it is going to be column based. It is the undefined tables now from today onwards, because all the technical settings of these tables have been removed. But the shell of the table will remain as it is. Don't get into that. Okay, so the shell of the table will remain as it is, but there are no technical settings in the particular table. So these tables now we call them as the compatibility view tables. What is the compatibility view table? I'll discuss now. We will be discussing the compatibility view table. What is the nature of this compatibility view table? I don't want to remove the complete table data structure, because I don't want to remove the complete table, because I'm going to be removing the aggregates and the index tables as a part of technical settings only. But the shell of the table will remain as it is. Why? Because I will tell you what is the meaning of that. So now These tables are called as compatibility view tables, or we also call it the DDIC tables, data definition index tables. Actually, we call it as the DDIC tables also. You can see here DDIC tables, which we are going to be called as the data definition identical compatibility view table. Okay, and their structure is going to be called as a DDL sources. I mean, DDL is nothing but data definition language. If I want to retrieve some data back means, okay, definitely we are going to be having some backup tables. The original tables are going to be called as, these all are going to be called as the original tables, but we still have the backup of the data by accessing the backup table. That is nothing but underscore BCK. Okay. And the second one, why do we call the SAP S/4HANA the next generation business suite? Now we have been built a new front end, which is going to be called as an SAP Fiori, which is a very user-friendly, which is a role-based. Yes, you can use the GUI also front-end, but apart from that, now you can access a front-end called as a Fiori, which is completely working on UI5 application, UI application process, where it is a completely role-based model. So you can access the transactions, you can access to the master data, you can do the configuration, and everything you can work from the front-end, which is going to be called as the Fiori. And the third, but not the least, we have removed all the redundancy of the data. When you call it as a redundancy is nothing but a duplication. Now, there is no duplication of the data. Now, everything is going to be, now there is an innovation by simplification process. When I say it is an innovation and the simplification, as I've been telling you that, now redundancy is nothing but, now you don't find any duplication of the data in the remove. I mean to say that the tables which are originally originated like our index and aggregate tables. Now there is only one table now from today onwards. I simplified your data. There is only one table. You will get entire, whatever you want. Okay, tell me, I will get you the data from one single table. That concept, we call it as a universal journal entry table. We are going to be discussing in the next week onward. That class is very, very important. So, that is the reason we call it as the next generation business suite. Why? Because we are utilizing the capability of underlying database, which is going to be called as SAP HANA. So always maintain, okay, always we have to be stick to one point. If I want to start my journey with SAP S/4HANA, the underlying database always should be your SAP HANA DB. Even if it is the on-premise or it is going to be the cloud or it is going to be the hybrid structure, the underlying database always is going to be your SAP HANA. No other databases can be supported. So now let me take one example. These are going to be called as some of the index tables. We are going to be using something like, okay, we are going to be, for example, what is this BSAD and what is this BSIK, what is this BSIS? For example, I'll tell you one example. Now let me take one example called as vendor, like supplier. We can call them as supplier or vendor, open item. What do you mean by open item? Outstanding. Open item is nothing but outstanding. Now, vendor has supplied raw materials. Vendor has supplied a material to me, and he has sent the goods receipt. And after the verification of the goods, I'm asking the vendor to send an invoice to me. Invoice is nothing but we call it as, okay, very, very important. In SAP terminology, we call it as goods receipt. After the goods receipt, it is the invoice receipt. Now the vendor is sending an invoice for $100 USD. Means it is an outstanding for me or not? Definitely. You call it as an open item. You had to make a payment to the vendor. You have to clear this payment as per the due date. So this $100 USD is nothing but my open item amount, which I supposed to clear. Either you're going to make a cash payment or check payment or transfers or DD, whatever may be. So you have to clear this payment as on the due date. So at present, before you clear, this is called as the open item. For me, this is going to be called as an open item. So when I'm posting an open item transaction, what is happening? Vendor account or my expenses account, whatever, okay? Vendor account or my expense, okay? Expenses account will become the debit, and my vendor account will become the credit. When I say it is a credit, it is a liability. When I say it is a credit, it is a liability for me, where I'm creating an open item in my books of account so that I want to clear this amount to the vendor. So before you clear, you have to show that open item in my SAP. If there is no open item, SAP will not allow you for any clearing because the vendor doesn't have any open item. What amount you want to clear to the vendor now? If there is no open item. So for example, let me go into the SAP for one transaction. Let me take one vendor. let me take this vendor. Now I'm selecting the open item as on date of today. Okay, something like yesterday's date. Okay, just I'm executing. This is the vendor account number. Okay, I'm just seeing that. Okay, how much liability is there? Okay, so no items means there are no open items are there. Means the vendor doesn't have open item. There is no need of clearing of any document. But let me take one example called as another vendor. I'm taking this vendor, second vendor. Let me execute. If there are any open items are there, yes. 15.63 USD dollars open items are there. Means already there is a document created and the document got created long back in the month of April and 15.63 is the open item. So that I had to clear this amount or not. This is going to be called as the open item document for me. So now when I want to go and see this open item in my SAP, very, very important. This document will be get updated in which table? The document will be get updated in the table called as the BSAD table, which is going to be called as the line item level table. BSAD is always going to be called as the underlying database table. Always remember that. I'll be the terminology which I am going to be using is a very, very important. BSAD is always called as the line item level table in the database. When I call it as aggregate tables and index tables, I'll be using a different terminology. Okay. So BSAD is always going to be called as the line item level table. So the transaction which you have been posted in SAP, this vendor line item account will be stored in which table? It will be get updated in the BSAD table. Now, very importantly. So BSAD is not only the so can I have some mute of the call? Somebody, okay, if you don't mind, please. I just have a background noise from someone. Aditya, please. Thank you, Aditya. Yeah. So now, if I want any open item reports, like for example, I want to see an open item report for one of the vendor. So BSAD is not only the line item level table for the vendor. BSAD is the line item level table for the GL. All your GL transactions will be updated in the same table. All your vendor invoices and the payments will be updated in the same table. All the customer data will be updated in the same table. So it is a single line item level table for the GL, vendor, and the customer. Very important point. Very, very important point. Now, what data I'm going to be looking out? I'm looking out for the vendor open item data now. I'm looking out for vendor open item data. Now, when I'm sending a query to my database, when I'm sending my query to my database, what happened? The query, what it will do? What the query will do, it will go into the database tables, and what it will do, it will take out the data from the BSAD and it will start doing the aggregation on the top layer, which is going to be called as an application. So what are the two aggregates and the index tables which we are going to be referring? One is going to be called as, because this is the open item. So one of the table we call it as, okay, BSIK table. Another one is going to be called as BSIS table. These two are going to be called as the index tables. Actually, we call them as index tables. So BSIK is nothing but vendor. IS is nothing but S is nothing but it is going to be called as the GL. Because it is the open item data for the vendor. It is the open item data for the vendor. So the data is going to be stored in the BSAD, but on the top of the BSAD, the data will be get updated in which open item table? That is going to be called as the BSAD. So BSAD will lie very, very important. So this is the diagram I'm going to be taking now. Okay. This is my database table. So the database table is always going to be called as the BSAD. On the top of the BSAD, we have this BSIK table. BSIK table, very, very important. This is going to be called as open item table. Very, very important. Open item table, which is going to be called as the index open item table. So it will consume the data from where? It will consume the data from the underlying database table, which is going to be called as the BSAD, because BSAD is a common line item level table for the GL, vendor, and the customer. So the query will go into the BSAD, the query will go into the BSIK table, and it will retrieve the data. The BSIK table will be stapled on the top of your BSAD table. So it will consume the data from where? It will consume the data from the BSAD table, where it is going to be called as the open item level table. Now, after I got the data, now what you're going to be doing here, and then the data will be sent back to your presentation. The data will be sent back to your presentation. So in the middle, we are going to be using some index tables. That index tables are built only to optimize the data at an application level, actually, which is not going to be required for me. Actually, which is not at all going to be required for me, but optimizing of the data, which is going to be required for me. Very, very important. But yesterday's point, I'm just interrelating the yesterday's point to the today's point. Now, what SAP has done now in the today's environment, I don't want this BSAD table at all now from today onwards. Now I don't want this BC table. That means BSIK table at any cost. Now what the SAP has done, they have removed the technical settings of the BSIK table and they have made this table as a view table now. They have made this table as a view table. Very, very important, my dear friends. They have made this table as a view table now. View table is nothing but I have removed all the technical settings. The shell of the table will remain as it is, but I removed all the technical settings. When I say it is the technical setting, the storage type. There is no storage type from today onwards. But the BSAD table is the live table, my dear friends. We have the technical setting and the storage type is always going to be called as the columnar storage. It is always going to be stored in a columnar storage. But when you come to the BSIK table, where it is going to be called as index table. Now today we don't have this table at all, but the view table still exists. That view table name we call it as the compatibility view table. Compatibility view table. I'll tell you what is the meaning of this compatibility view table. Today we are going to discuss about the non-destructiveness process from today. Compatibility view table, and this compatibility view table, you can only read the data. Very underline, please. All of you, please underline this. Means from today, in the today's environment, when I say it is the compatibility view table, only the query will only read the data from this compatibility view table, and it will be stapled on the top of your database table. So only read access means there is no modifying. You cannot modify the table. You cannot write the table. You cannot write the table and you cannot delete the data in the table. Very, very important. Means you cannot modify, you cannot write, and you cannot delete. Only you can read the data from this underlying database table through the compatibility view table. Very, very important now today. Earlier, what is happening in SAP ECC environment? You have the modifying, okay, the data is going to be reading the data from the BSAD table and you can delete the data and you can read the data. But today, because I removed all the technical settings of this table, now there is no storage type, only the data is going to be available, but you can only read the data. The data reading is going to be happened from the BSAD table. Very, very important, because it is completely going to be called as the compatibility view table. So that's the reason if you see here, this BSID is the original table. So compatibility DDIC table. So this is going to be called as the view table. Very, very important. Means BSID underscore BSAD underscore DDL, data definition language, and the backup table is going to be called as this table. Now, when I go into the SAP, if you go into the SAP, if I go to the table, so you have to access the transaction code here. This is going to be called the command. If you give the command called as S11, if you do the command called as S11, if you press enter, and here, if I'm giving the same database table, what is the database table? We call it as the BSAD table. See, my dear friends, view table. If I'm selecting the view means you are going to be viewing the table. I'll explain you the database table. So I'm giving the original table now. Because I'm giving the original table. What is the original table? BSAD. Now this table is no more available. I show the evidence here now. You can see. So I selected the database. If I click on the display, now this is going to be called as the CDS database view table. What is the meaning of core data services? There will be two view tables will be there. There will be two view tables will be there. One is, if you take your application, one is at the application level where we are going to be calling this index and aggregates, because index and aggregate tables are built at application level. Okay, application, and another one is going to be called as the HANA database. SAP HANA database. So these tables, whatever the tables which are no more available, which are going to be called as the compatibility view tables, those tables are going to be called as CDS view tables. Means core data services at the application level. Very important. At the application level, at the programming level, we are going to be calling it the CDS view tables. Now, there are some view tables at SAP HANA database level also. Those are going to be called as very, very important. HANA view tables. We can call it as the HANA view tables. Lot of difference is there between the CDS view tables and the HANA view table. And in the HANA view table, there are three types of view tables are there. One is going to be called as the basic view, or we call it as, okay, we can call it as the basic view table, analytical view, last but not, we call it as attribute view tables, or this basic view we can also call it as analytical calculation view also. Calculation view, analytical view, and attribute view. There are three database tables, the view tables are there. From the database point of view, I'm talking. Calculation view tables, analytical view tables, and the attribute view tables. But when you come to the application level, there is only one view type of table. That view type of table is going to be called as the CDS view table. We call it as the core data service. What is the purpose? I'll explain, What is the purpose? I'll explain. So now here you can see, I'm looking out the table at the application level, not from the database point of view. That is the reason you are going to be calling it as CDS database view table, means core data, and that definition, the data definition is going to be called as the BSAD underscore DDL. If you see an evidence here, you can see here BSAD underscore DDL, which is going to be called a data source for the identical name DDIC view table. So it is not a complete. So if I go to the technical settings, for example, if I go to any kind of technical setting, if I go to the check, this is check. Yes. What it is giving? Generated, see here, there is a warning message. That is the information message. You can see a triangle information message. 1 second. No consistency found. Okay. 1 second. See, generated DDL SQL views are only supported in limited way by S11. I'll tell you what is this. Generated DDL SQL structured query language views are only supported. Mean to say that if I go to the technical setting, if I go to the more, anything you can see about anything which I'm going to be discussing, very, very important. If I go to the and if I see that there is a technical setting, if I go to the technical setting, it's very clearly telling me that, hey, Mahesh, BSAD does not have any technical settings. Means the table is no more available, means the structure and the data storage type of the table is no more available, but you can read the data. You can read the data from the underlying view table, but the original table has been completely removed. Very important, my dear friends. Very, very important point I'm going to be discussing. So do you want to define the settings? Okay, if I say define the settings, yes, means now you can see if I go to the specific properties, there is no storage type. Neither it is not a columnar storage, neither it is not B and row based. It is an undefined table. It is an undefined table. Earlier in SAP ECC, it is a defined table. There are some technical settings that are available in this table. Very important point. Now, what is the view table? This is going to be called as a data definition view table. Very important now. So now, when I'm now in SAP S4 HANA, I'm talking about. Earlier in SAP ECC, directly it will read the data from the BSIK table. Earlier in SAP ECC, directly it will read the data from the BSIK, and this BSIK will consume the data from the underlying table, which is going to be called as the BSEC table. But today we don't have this BSEC table. So when I'm sending the same query in SAP ECC to SAP S4 HANA, when I say this, directly it will read the data from the BSEC table? No. BSAC table is the line item level table. BSAC is not an open item table. BSAC is the line item level table for the GL vendor and the customer. It is completely going to be called as the entry view table. We also call it as the entry view table. I'll tell you what is the entry view also.
Couple of points. Sorry to cut you short. So, I mean, when we talk about CDS, I think I mean core data services, right? So, and then I mean DDL, DDIC. So, I mean, what I remember was that I mean, once we create the
so DDIC or CDS both are same, sir.
Yeah. So
DDIC or CDS both are good. See, DDIC is nothing but data definition. Very, very important. That is going to be just only for the identical columnar storage table actually. But now this DDIC, what we say it as going to be called as CDS. So both are going to be the same only. There is no difference in this.
Yeah, because I mean, once we create that ABAP CDS views, right? Like I mean, therein, I mean, we used to see DDIC. I mean, the name of the view.
Exactly.
And the name of the
that is what I'm explaining, sir.
Yeah,
very good, sir. That is what I'm coming to the point now.
And the next point that I mean, I was not able to understand was that the underlying table or the main table is the BSAC, right? So now, I mean, what you are saying is that I mean, within the S/4HANA, there is no BSAC, but there is a view.
No,
view
BSAC
table.
is there. BSAC will be there. In SAP S/4HANA BSAC. See, if I remove the BSAC, sir, let you assume that if I remove the BSAC, completely, if I remove, then how this view from, if I converted all these index and aggregate tables as a view table, then from where the data is going to be reading, sir? The data should have to read from the BSAC only now. If you remove the BSAC, then there is no use of using the compatibility view also now.
Yeah, but I mean, within your S/4HANA screen, I mean, we were not able to see the definition for BSAC, right? I mean,
exactly.
It says.
You are absolutely right.
So then, I mean, is it like that? I mean, we would not be able to see or access the BSAC table, but in the system,
no,
it is there.
BSAC table access will be there, sir. BSAC table you can modify, you can write, you can delete, and you can read the data from the BSAC. The BSAC table is the live table. So, for example, I'll show one example. See, I'll go to the. I just let it open like this. Okay. Now I will open up one more table. SE11. Let me go to the BSAC.
I'm a little confused. Yeah. Okay.
Let me go to the BSAC. Okay. Now I'm selecting as a view. Okay, BSAC table. Now let me first go to the BSID. This is the view table. Okay, I know that this is the view table. If I'm selecting the view table, okay, V underscore BSAD or something like. Okay, this is the view table. Okay, I'm going to the view table. See, I selected the view set. Now I'm not selecting the database table. I'm selecting the view. I want to see the view table of the BSAD. Just I'm clicking on the display. So the view table, I'll show now. Now this is, I'm selecting the database table for the BSAC. Now if I go to the display, this is not a DDL skill view table. This is a directly called as a transparent table in SAP. See the difference. This table we are going to be calling as a CDS database view table. Now this table, BSAC table is active table. You can see it is the active table. And also you can see the technical settings. If I click on the technical settings, much more it is available. When I'm saving the data, it will be stored in a columnar storage.
Yeah. So it is the main table, right? I mean, the underlying.
It is the main table now. It is the main table. Now, when I go to the BSID, the data definition table is going to be called as a BS. If I double click on this DDL, data definition language, now this is the query which has been written in the backend. So what this BSID view table will do, now the view table, see, is the concept is very important. View table. This view table, what it will do, it will go and select the underlying tables and it will read the data from this underlying. So there are so many underlying tables are like T001, like there are so many underlying tables.
So my question is, I mean, why we used to call this particular view table? I mean, it is a view, right?
I'll tell you now. I'll tell you for the reason why we are particularly now. What happened here is nothing but I don't want to remove these tables at any cost. Why? Because I'll tell you now. Earlier, when I go back to your SAP ECC, sir, because my ABAPers, my technical consultants, what they have done, if there are some custom reports are there or some standard reports are there. So for example, I'm taking a custom report. So I have given some requirement, I have given some technical requirement to my ABAPer. I want a vendor aging report or customer aging report. Vendor aging report. For example, I take a vendor aging report or vendor balance report. So I'm asking my ABAPer to write a logical code to develop this particular report. Now, what my ABAPers are going to do? Definitely, sir, in SAP ECC, I'm talking, not in SAP S4HANA. It's a completely purely in SAP ECC. What my ABAPers are going to write? They are going to write the select statement. They are going to write the select statement based on the tables which are available. See the concept, sir. Means which are available is nothing but when I say it is the vendor aging report, sir, it will include the open item tables and it will include the underlying table and also it will include the database table. So they are going to write the select statement based on BSIK.
I mean,
That
they
is
will have
nothing but
a lot of joins, right? Yeah.
lot of joins will be there.
Yeah,
BSIK, if it is a clear item means BSAK, and if it is a GL means BSIS, if it is a BSAS like this, and also they will include the BSEC table and some other tables like company code level tables T001 and some other tables also. So they have to inner join all these tables so that the statement of vendor aging report will be developed. Are you getting, sir?
Yeah.
So now, what I'm telling now, the same report, if I'm converting my system from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, very, very important, sir. There is going to be called as a standalone report. Before you convert your SAP ECC application to SAP S4HANA, there is going to be called as a stand. We are going to be running one standalone report in SAP ECC. It will take a couple of minutes or it will take up to 45 minutes also sometimes based on the database, okay? 45 minutes or 1.5 hours or so. So the standalone report, what it will give the SAP readiness check. Means these are the reports. Yes, there might be 100, there might be 50 or 60 reports you might have developed. Apart from the standards, sir, there are 50 customizing reports are there. You are developed as per your requirement. There are 60 customizing or 50 customizing reports are there. So when I'm running this standalone report, then when I'm running this standalone report in my SAP ECC, it will go and check all these 50 customizing reports, whether these reports, the logic which you have been developed is as per the new data structure of SAP S4HANA or not. Very important, sir. This report. This is the report, simplification item check report. We call it as a standalone report. What it is going to do, this report, and by basis people, they are going to be running this check report. This is the report actually. What this report will go, it will go and check all the parameters of SAP, like whether the SAP is on ECC platform, whether the SAP is on latest enhancement package or not. With all the reports you have developed, the standard reports and the customized reports are as per the new data structure. New data structure means as per the new SAP S4HANA I'm going to be talking. Whether if I convert the system, whether these reports can be executed in SAP S4HANA or not as per the new, because I've done a lot of simplifications in SAP S4HANA based on the underlying database. So whether if I convert this system from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, all these 50 reports, custom reports which you are developed, whether they're compatible in SAP S4HANA or not. So all the checks are going to be happened in SAP ECC. So I'm running this report actually. So what this report is going to do, very important here. This report is going to give an output for me. So the SAP readiness, the simplification item check is used at an operational level during the cleanup of all the simplification item consistency errors up to the downtime before which the sum tool does not have the final execution of HA check. So the SA check offers more detailed control over the running the check. This includes the option to rerun the checks for the individual items. So it is going to give us some output to you. Something like it will give some log. Finally, you will be getting a log. In that log, there will be error, there will be a warning, there will be a successful. If there are any errors are there, you have to go and rectify those errors. If there are any warnings are there, what type of warning? These warnings can be ignorable, or I need to pay some attention on this warning because these warnings are very dangerous to me, so that I had to keep a clean monitoring on these warnings. And the successful don't need to worry about them because they are very successful in nature. So these SA check, what it will do, it will give some error log, warning messages, and the clean. And that is nothing but you are successful to go to the SAP S4HANA conversion after the check. Now, if any errors are there, something like this error is coming to this particular vendor aging report. Okay, there is output, okay, that telling that this vendor aging report is not a compatible. Very, very important. I can convert all the 49 reports but accept this vendor aging report. Why? Because the logic execution which you have been developed is not as per the new SAP S/4HANA standard. Then what my Abhay are going to do? There are two options I'll be giving to you. One is you can completely delete the logical technical execution of the report in SAP ECC. You remove the report completely from the SAP ECC and you have to rewrite this program after the conversion to the SAP S/4HANA. Or what this log will tell, if I open the log, it will give some valuable suggestions to you. What that? Okay, this report has been developed with 1,500 lines are there in this report. 1,500 lines are there. So you have to modify some of the lines so that it will be get compatible as per the new SAP S/4HANA. Very, very important. So my developers, what they are going to do, they will go into the suggestion lines and they will change something. They're not going to change the logic. Logic will remain as it is only. Vendor aging report means vendor aging report only. But they will, the select statement will be, some of the statements will be go and rewrite as per the new data structure. That is what exactly the changes will be done by my technical team. After the changes, I'm going to do the retesting whether the report is executed as per my requirement or not. If the report is execution, again what I will do, I will go and run this simplification check one more time. Because some of the reports I've done the changes. Again, I am going to run this report. And once this report is executed, if there are no error messages, everything is clean and green, then I'll hand over my system to my basis consultant. Now you can go and convert the system to SAP S/4HANA. So now, what is the problem here? Now the existing 50 customizing reports are developed based on the index and aggregate tables are there. Now in SAP S/4HANA, what you're telling to me, these index and aggregate tables are no more available. These all the tables have been removed from the SAP S/4HANA, but still you're telling me that these 50 custom reports can be executed in SAP S/4HANA. How it is possible? For that reason, I'm not going to be removing the complete table from the SAP. The table technical settings have been removed, means you cannot, from today onwards, you cannot modify, you cannot write any data in this table, and you cannot delete the data. But you can read. I'm going to be giving an option called as the read axis. Very important. So the read axis will fetch the data from the BSIK table, and I'm going to be executing this report in my SAP S/4HANA. If I remove the read axis also, then this all the 50 customizing reports we cannot be executed in SAP S/4HANA, because that is the reason I'll be giving the reading axis to you.
So one thing, BSIK that you said was the aggregate table within the ECC, right? And now, within the S4, we have these BSIK, but these are the view tables. We don't have the access to read and write, right? But what I'm not able to understand is that
I got it. I got it. A question. I got it. A question.
No, but if we have the view table, right? DDL table and all those view tables, as we said, then why do we need to have the BSIK, right? In the first place, because we are not reading the data, we are not retrieving the data from BSIK, right?
I'll tell you.
Did you got my point, or
I got it, sir. Now see, sir. This is in my SAP S/4HANA. This is very good question, please, all of you. Very good question. This is I'm doing in SAP S/4HANA after the system conversion or anything. SAP S/4HANA. Which report? Something like I'm executing the vendor report, vendor balance report. Vendor balance report I'm executing now. So once the report got executed, automatically the select statement is going to be coming or not. Okay, so select statement will be get executed in the back end. This I'm going to be calling it as the select statement. Means if you see here, if I go to this table, if I click on this DDL SQL view table, the select statement means as select, the select statement will be get executed. Once the select statement got executed, what it will do, it will go based on the logic execution, what my ABAP are written, it will go and check the tables. What tables it is going to check? It will be checking the tables, BSIK table, BSAK table, and it will also check some underlying tables also, very, very important. But these two tables are no more available in SAP S/4HANA. Very, very important. Means these two tables have been moved as a compatibility view table. These two tables have been moved as a compatibility view table. Now, what this select statement will do, okay, these two tables are no more available. What the select statement will do, it will automatically, no need to write any logical, or this was inbuilt in SAP S1, redirect. It will redirect automatically. So it will go and redirect the select statement, and what it will do, where it is going to be redirecting, it will be redirecting to the compatibility view structures. It will go and redirect to the compatibility view table. So what are the compatibility view table? So the compatibility view table is nothing but BSAD underscore DDL. Example. BSAD underscore DDL. This is one of the compatibility view table. And another compatibility view table is going to be called as BSIK, sir. BSIK. And another compatibility view table is nothing but BSAK underscore DDL, data definition. These are the two view tables. Very important, very, very important. So the select statement got executed and it is going to the data, it is going to be the index and aggregate tables, but these two tables are no more available in SAP S/4HANA. But I'm going to be giving the view option and you can read the data. So redirect option has been given. Once the redirect option has been given. So now, yes, very well. Now I'm coming to your question, sir. Now, this is the question I'm going to be answering. So now once the statement got redirected, it will only read the data from this underlying table. Very well, sorry, from this view table. But you can only read. So from where it is going to be reading, where the data, actual data is going to be available, the actual data, now I pushed the data, all this data has been pushed to the underlying table, which I am going to be calling it as BSAD. The select statement will go and read the data. The data is not, the tables are not available. Automatically, what it will do, it will redirect the statement and it will go to the compatibility view table. These compatibility view tables will read the data from where? This compatibility view tables will read the data from the underlying database table, which is going to be called as the BSAD table. So that is the reason my BSAD table, it is a live table in my SAP S/4HANA. So now, at any cost, very, very important, at any cost, today in SAP S/4HANA, if I want to develop a new report in SAP S/4HANA, no need to write any explicit programming. No need to write thousands of lines. Don't need to write any explicit programming by line. So what I'm going to be doing, there is a concept called as the data modeling. There is a concept called as the data modeling. By using the data modeling, what I can do that, I can go to this compatibility view table. I will do the inner joining of all the tables. Inner joining of tables will be done by my technical. These all are going to be called as the CDS view table. So any table you take in SAP S/4HANA, okay, any table you can take in SAP S/4. I will be doing the inner joining of all these tables. And after I do the inner joining, no need to write any explicit languages or programming like this. They will do the inner joining of all the tables and they will give a report to you back. Simply within 5 to 10 minutes, you will be getting a report by using of CDS view tables. Very, very important. Those CDS view tables are going to be called as the view tables in my SAP S/4. For any table you take in SAP S/4HANA, sir, not only this table, even if you take for the BSAD also, in the backend, there is a view table will be there, sir, in the backend. But these view tables will only read the data. But where I'm telling about the backend for the BSAD, or if you take a AC TOCA table or any table, in the backend, there is a view table will be there, sir. View table will be there. Okay. Okay, if I want to write a new logic, I will use this view table and I will do the data modeling, very, very important, and inner joining of all the tables, and I'll give a report to you, sir. Very, very important. Like earlier, what is happening in SAP ECC? SAP ECC, what is happening? There is no view concept. So earlier, what is happening in SAP ECC? I need to write a line. I need to give a functional specification. I had to give a technical specification, and I had to explain the logic to my developer. Then the logic has been executed by writing a new program by the technical people. Then I'll be getting a report. Now today, no need to write any explicit programming like this. No need to write thousands of lines to develop a report. Just go to the CDS views. You have all the CDS views for all the tables. Just go and do the data modeling by inner joining of all these view tables and generate the report and give the report back to the functional consultant who has been requested.
It means no need to give any FSD document for the customization reports, right? Now in SAP S/4HANA.
Yes, no need to give is nothing but the functional specifications is going to be explained, sir, because the developer has to know that functional specification and what is the purpose of the report to which table. But the developer, what he will do, he will not take the logic from the underlying database table. Instead, he will do the data modeling and he will give the report to you.
So it means just he will activate the columns, right?
Exactly. He will activate the columns and he will give the report to you so that, okay, you can see there's some inner joining of all the tables and everything. This is the just we call it as CDS view tables, the report. If you want within a spontaneous, okay, something like there is no time for you to get the report. It is just like temporary so that you can execute the report and you can see the data. These are the, and if anything is going to be missing, and one more, just I forgotten to explain one. Okay, now as I've been telling you now, this you should have got one doubt here. Anybody has got a doubt? The very valid doubt. There should be one doubt here, and somebody should get a doubt here, please. How do the SAP knows Mahesh? Now the question here is I'm putting: how do the SAP knows that the redirect statement will go and read the data of these two tables from the BSAD, not from other table? What I told that the select statement, what it will do, it will go to the redirect and it will redirect to which tables? It will go to the redirect to the compatibility view tables, and these compatibility view tables will read the data from the BSAD. Now, my question here is, how do the SAP know that it has to redirect to the BSAD table? There are some other tables are also no, Mahesh. In SAP ECC, in SAP S/4HANA, not only the BSAD, some other tables also, some live tables are also available. Why don't it will read the data from this and other tables? Why you're telling only from the BSAD? Simple. Here, there is a logic execution has been given here. So here, if I go back, here only now, Here, if I go back, the select statement will go and read. Here, automatically, the select statement was already developed. It will go and read. The amount and the currency will get read from this underlying. This is a live table. The amount and the currency, another currency type will be read from, and the another currency will be read from the T00 table. Like this, if you see here, these all are going to be called as my underlying table, and it will go and read the data from other tables. Like this, you can see BKPF table is also. So not only one table, the redirect statement will go and read the data from this different underlying tables. This is the select statement. Automatically, it will be built in SAP S/4HANA. No need to write this statement automatically. Once the system has converted to the SAP ECC to SAP S/4HANA, or it is a greenfield implementation project, automatically the backend select statement always will be there. Don't worry about that. It will be stored in this particular data definition. So when I want to read this particular table, see here, there is a concept called as table join condition. So if I click on the table join condition, it will read the data from the backend table, it will read the data from the BKPF, and it will read from the data from the BSAD. So what data it is going to be reading from the BKPF? From the BKPF, it will read the data called as a mandate as a client. It will, from the BKPF, it will read the company code. From the BKPF, it will read the Gajar fiscal year. From the BKPF, it will read the Belnar as a document number. And whereas from the BSAD, what data is going to, what field names it is going to be referring? It is going to be referring to the mandate. Like this, if we come down, okay, like this, we have a different. So these backend tables, so once I executing the logical execution program, the compatibility view table will go and read the data from these underlying tables. Very important. That is what exactly you call it as the table and the join conditions. Now, when I come to the BSAD table, to the next screen, when I come to the BSAD, there will be no joining conditions. You can see there is no DDL SQL view because this is the live table. This is live database table. Why should I redirect and read the data? This is what exactly the table which I want in my SAP S/4HANA as the underlying database table. So there is no joining condition. See here, There is no join conditions of the table. So here you can see there is a table and the join condition for the BSAD, which is reading the data as the core data service from this table. But for this table, I don't remember because this BSAD itself is the database table. So when I see the indexes, these are the indexes which have been developed for the BSAD table, which are very active for this. From the 2021, they are going to be active. Now, Mahesh, okay, one thing, can you please confirm me? In what are all the programs, in what are all the interfaces? I want to know the complete list of data staging of this particular view table. So for that, what I'm going to do here, go to the more, go to, very, very important, or I'll go to the utilities. So there's the concept called as the where use the list. Here you can see where use the list means in which are all the programs and interfaces or constant table. Okay, these particular tables are going to be used. I want a list of all those things. So I'll go to the where use the list. This BSAD table, view table, it is going to be used in the programs. It will be used in the classes. It will be used in the interfaces. It will be used in the web DynoPro like web applications and other applications. Now, what is the structure? What is the data elements? And what are all the programs and web DynoPro and everything? What is the functional module? Where exactly the functional modules? Which are all the functional modules? What is the structure? In what are all the structure that data this particular table is going to be used? And everything. I'm just selecting and like everything. Okay. And data definition. What is the data definition for this particular program? Just I'm executing. So immediately I want. Where is the execution in the background? Okay, so it was executed in the background. So what I will do is /n SM37 because I don't want to run in the foreground. So here is the where use the list. I'll select this, double click. Okay, I can go to the job details. So this the job got executed and everything. This is the job ID and everything. Okay, log. Okay, this is the job which has been got executed. There is no spool because the spool is not generated for this and it was active now. Let it get complete. Just I'm refreshing. You can see it is taking some seconds, almost 47 seconds has been completed. It has to come as a finish. Now still it is in active status. The job is still in active status only. So I need to refresh. Now the background job was completed. Now you can see the job got completed, finished. Within 48 seconds, the job got completed. Now the job is available. I can go to the spool list. Here is the spool number generated. Now it will give all, there are 34 pages has been displayed. Now you can see here. So this BSID view table is used in several functional modules in the several pool tables. If I come down, several types in what are all the programs, in what programs you are using this BSID table, how this compatibility. So like this, you will get all the information. Okay, now if I just come down, these all are programs which where if I remove this BSAD completely, these all the programs will be get affected. These all the programs will be get affected. Many programs you can see in many programs the BSAD table has been used. Okay, so I'm just moving it as a compatibility view, but the original shell of the table will remain as it is only. So if I go to the, okay, this is the local. If you want to save in the local file, you can save it in the local file. Like this, you can go and see where use the list from in what are all the tables and what are all the programs this particular logic is going to be executed. That's where exactly, this is what exactly the beauty of SAP, where it has remained the BSAP table as a view table. Here, if you see the point number, here it is very important that, okay, so there is a point is there, is very clearly telling the compatibility view do not have the same name as the original name. Yes, BSID underscore DDIC, the original name is BSAD, but the technical name of the compatibility is BSAD underscore DDIC. Instead of the database interface, read it. This is what exactly I told today. redirects all the related database tables and the select statement of the compatibility view, which will retrieve the same data from the new data from today onwards. It will get the data from where? It will get the data from the AC DOCA table. This is very important classes we are going to be discussing from Monday onwards. Very important. The connection between this table, the connection between the table and the compatibility view, very important, is not created during the installation of something, because automatically it is going to be developed. Again, right axis, insert, update, delete, and modify was adopted in SAP standard, has no adopted in the custom code. Standard level it is available, but not in the custom code. So very important. That is what. So if I come down, here you can see that beside the database table, the old related DDIC database view table were replaced. Either the relevant code or a new identical name has been given. Okay, that we have solved. The new name has been given. So if I just come down, there is one point I just want to discuss with you, all of you. These all the tables are no more available. You can see many tables are there. I think in the starting it will be there. There is the one point I just want to see that, and I want to show to all of you. In SAP S/4HANA, okay, DDL is called as the compatibility view tables. Okay, the views are generated by the DDL data definition language. So this replacement takes place during the old add-on of SAP Simple Finance. Some tool we are going to be software upgrade manager. Okay, the compatibility view tables ensure that database select work as before. There is no doubt in that. As I explained, the select statement is going to work as before. But the select statement, what it is going to do? It is looking out for the table, but the tables are no more available. Automatically, the select statement will redirect and it will go to the compatibility and it will read the data from the BSAD. So if I see here, the select statement and the right axis was, that is nothing but our insert, update, delete, and modify, remove from the SAP standard has to be get removed from the custom code also. Very, very important. Means it's very important that insert, update, modify, and delete options, which we are going to be calling as the right axis, was removed from the SAP standard. Only you can read the data from these underlying database tables from the DDL SQL view. Very, very important point. That is the way of the concept what we have discussed in the yesterday's class. There is a one point which is going to be, when I see the definition here, we have removed the aggregates and reduced the data footprint, which is very, very important. And SAP removed the redundancy by providing the one functionality with one objective from today. So one functionality with one objective means I will give all the data from one single table. That table is going to be called as a universal journal entry table. We call it as AC DOCA table. Very, very important. That concept is very, very important. Technically, I'm giving a lot of knowledge to you, but you cannot, because this is very important for your knowledge purpose. There will be no certification questions will come from this, but this is only for your knowledge I'm going to be giving. This is from my source of interest only.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In SAP S for HANA Finance 2021, which of the following is used to handle asset accounting? Option A, controlling CO module. Option B, asset management, AM module. Option C, material management, MM module. Option D, asset accounting, AA module. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there. Want to become a finance expert? Our SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021 course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S4 HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking expenses to planning budgets. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced tips. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are seasoned professionals with lots of experience. They're ready to help you learn and answer your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course very useful. Best part, it's very affordable. This great chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA Finance 2021 Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Every time we can see that SAP HANA is always going to be. What this SAP HANA is this SAP HANA is, we are talking from the application point of view or from the database point of view? Anyone? When I say to the SAP HANA, okay. I mean to say that it is going to be an application or it is going to be a database.
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 Then how do I know that this is the application? What topic I'm going to be discussing on the application? How do you know that? If I'm talking something about SAP S4 means it is going to be called as application. If I'm just discussing only with SAP HANA means yes, the classes we are going to be discussing on the database level. A very important. Now, very important point. Now, this SAP HANA, we call it as in-memory DB. I'll be explaining this and accessing the data with SAP S4 HANA, because SAP HANA, which we call it as the in-memory database services. Why do you call the SAP HANA as a powerful in-memory database? The first thing, as I told you, that if you go back to my classes, I told that, okay, the throughput is going to be very, very high comparing with your old data structure to the new data structure. Means we are combining the OLAP and OLTP together. Now, a single database which can be used for both OLTP plus OLAP. That is very, very important. The core SAP HANA relational database, it combines, okay, now we are coming to the OLAP only processing into a single database and eliminating the, eliminating the disk bottlenecks and offering the groundbreaking performance. What do you mean by eliminating the disk bottlenecks? That is very, very important. Now, when I go to the traditional SAP HANA DB, means just think about your RDBMS DB or DBMS, or it is going to be the Oracle DB. If you go back to your traditional DB, this is my traditional DB. The traditional DB is completely working on disk processing mechanism. The traditional DB is completely working on the disk processing mechanism. There is no parallelization and there is no partitioning. I think I took one class on the parallelization and the partitioning, if you remember that in the first class, okay? So when I go to the traditional database approach, we don't have this common understanding of the OLAP and OLTP together. That is one of the drawbacks. And we see that there is going to be called as a disk processing mechanism. What is the disk processing mechanism? Means no parallelization and no partition. No parallelization and partitioning. There is no partition. That is the reason we see at the end of the day, when I want any report, this is my CPU. And this is my exactly what I'm going to be expecting. Okay, this is my CPU and this is your database. Very, very important. This is my CPU application. We are going to be calling it as application. And this is your database. And this is your database. Very, very important. So when I'm expecting any reports, when I want to trigger any reports from your database, what is happening? I'm seeing a lot of bottlenecks at the end of the 11th hour. Means I'm seeing some runtime errors, or I'm seeing the report execution is taking a long time, and finally the reports are not meeting my expectations. Why? Because there are some drawbacks are there if you are going to be using your traditional database approach. The most important drawback is nothing but there is a disk processing mechanism. There is a completely disk processing. What is the disk processing? Because we don't have this concept of the parallelization and the partitioning mechanism. Very, very important, my dear friend. So now in SAP S4 HANA, when you're shifting from your traditional database to your SAP HANA DB, now we are avoiding these bottlenecks by bringing a new concept. That concept we are going to be calling it as the in-memory DB. We are going to be calling it as a in-memory DB. Very, very important, my dear friends. In-memory DB. What is this in-memory DB? We all know the RAM, random access memory. We all know the RAM. Now, if you open your laptop or something like, okay, we are going to be using the RAM as your database in your laptops. Maybe it is a 1 TB or 2 TB or 3 TB or 4 TB or 250 GB, whatever maybe. The RAM we are going to be using as a database in our laptops. The data will go and store in this particular RAM, and this is what exactly you are going to be calling your database. Now the same RAM I'm going to be using as a concept of in memory in my SAP HANA DB. Very, very important, my dear friends. RAM, random access memory. This RAM is going to be called as the in memory in my SAP HANA DB. Apart from this, if I open the SAP HANA DB, SAP HANA is not a single tenant of database. SAP HANA is not a single tenant of database. Apart from the in-memory, we can see there are several other databases also going to be working. Database 1, there is a database 2, there is a database 3. Like this, there are several databases are also there. So the most important powerful database, what we are going to be talking in SAP HANA means we are going to be talking about the SAP HANA as an in-memory database. You can fit your entire organizational data. Means if you take 2 to 3 years of organizational data, like one example, if I take a 1 TB or 2 TB of data, that 1 TB or 2 TB of the data, I can fit every data in the in-memory database. Very important, my dear friends. Very important. So only one thing is nothing, but I need to afford this in-memory database. How much volume of the data in-memory database? It depends upon your requirement. If you want to go with the 2 TB, you can purchase the 2 TB of RAM. If you want to go with the 3 TB, you can purchase the 3 TB of RAM. If you want to go for 100 TB also, you can go up to 100 TB of RAM. So this in memory, this RAM, whatever the random access memory you are going to be using, this random access memory, I'll be calling it as the in-memory database. And this in-memory database is very, very near to your CPU when comparing with your other database system. See here, when you compare, this is the DB1, within the same HANA DB1. This is the DB1 and this is the DB2. This is the DB3. There are other databases. I'll tell you what is the meaning of this other database. DB1, DB2 and DB3. These all the DBs are working on the disk processing. See the difference here. These all the DBs are working on the disk processing, whereas my RAM, which is going to be called as the DRAM, which is completely working on parallelization and the partitioning mechanism by using the columnar storage. Very, very important. And this RAM, we are going to be calling it as in-memory, and this in-memory is very, 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 very near to your CPU. What does it mean that? So whenever you are asking any reports from the database, the query will directly go to the in-memory. The query will not go to the DB1. The query will not go to the DB2. The query will not go to the DB3. The query will directly go to the DB, which is going to be called my in-memory. And today we have this parallelization and the partitioning mechanism, and we have this columnar storage and everything. So the accessing of the data between the CPU and the in-memory is very, 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 very faster when comparing with your traditional database support. So the slide number 1, I'll explain, So eliminating the bottlenecks from today onwards. So today onwards, what I'm going to do by using of this in-memory as a database, whether it is a 2 TB or 3 TB or 4 TB of database, now from today onwards, there is no concept of disk processing mechanism. Point number 1 means no disk processing. When I say it is a no disk processing, you have to always remember that there is no parallelization and there is no partitioning earlier. But today, now what I'm going to do, I'm introducing concept called as the parallelization and the partitioning mechanism. Because of this parallelization and the partitioning mechanism, I can see there is a multiple processing mechanism. So go back. In-memory database. Stop using the yesterday's data to make the today's decision. Definitely, my dear friends. If you go back to my previous classes, what I told that you have to do the ETL processing. You have to extract the data from the OLTP system, you have to transfer and you have to load the data to the BW, and from the BW you are going to be extracting the reports. Means I want the data for today for the report development, but I'm getting the data tomorrow. With SAP HANA as an in-memory database software, you can run the advanced analytics along with the high-speed transaction and get the accurate up-to-speed response in a fraction of seconds. When I say to the fraction of second, is it going to be the possible? Yes, definitely it is going to be the possible. Why? Because I'm using a concept called as the in-memory as a database. Now, from today onwards, there is no need to do any kind of disk processing. Means something like completely, I'm eliminating the disk processing mechanism. I'm accessing the data, whatever the data which is going to be required from my CPU. Within a fraction of seconds, I'll be providing the data back to your CPU for the report execution. That is nothing but what the most important thing is nothing but I'm going to be eliminating all the predefined aggregates, what I defined earlier in the previous classes. Now there is no aggregates and the indexes at all. I'm removing all your index and aggregate tables. Now there is a predefined aggregates on all, and there is a materialized views have been removed, very, very important, and data duplication between the operational and the decision support. Lot of redundancy of the data because of this aggregates and the indexes tables, my dear friends. Same data I'll be finding in one table. For example, if I want to know the customer number, as I told you that in the yesterday class, when you go back to your previous class, I explained you the column based and the row based. In the column based, now there is no duplication of the data. But if you go to the row based, there is a duplication of the data. The same customer, if I'm doing a sales order, on the repeatedly, the same customer number is going to be occupying the same different rows. This means there is a duplication of the data is very, very high when you go back to your row-based storage. But when I come to the columnar storage, the customer will be there in only one column. If you're posting a number of records to the same customer, the system will take only that customer and it will occupy only that particular column, not creating a different column for that particular customer. Means what is happening here? You are avoiding the duplication. Very, very important. Means there is no need to do any kind of duplications in SAP HANA as a database if you are moving from the row based to the column based. And the second thing is nothing but predefined aggregates. Yes, now today there is no need to do any kind of aggregations and the indexes on the top of your database tables. Everything is going to be on the fly based on the CDS views, based on the compatibility views now from today onward. So now, if I am removing all these aggregates and the materialized views and the duplication between the operational and the decision support, and what data you're going to be getting, I'm going to be getting the real-time data at your fingertips. I'm going to be getting the real-time data. Means from this SAP HANA memory, in memory, I will be getting all the real-time data by accessing the data. Now, how much data you can fit into this in memory? It depends upon what is the TB capacity. Means what is your in-memory capacity. For example, if I go to the 100 TB of the data, approximately, at least if you take something called as a Apple company or something like Amazon or a Flipkart, or the way they're posting some hundreds of thousands of transactions in a day. So for example, if you take 2 years of data can be stored in memory. If you're taking 100 TB of data, 100 TB as in memory. 2 years, least 2 years of data you can store in the in memory. What happened to the previous years of data? The previous of data, what I'm going to do, I'm archiving to the in-memory database to the disk processing memory, because I'll move all the data to the DB1, DB2, and DB3, because these are going to be called as the historical data. I want only the 2022, 2020, and 2021 data into the in-memory, and the remaining 2019, 18, 17, what I'm going to do, I don't want to remain in the in-memory. I will move the data to the DB1, DB2, and DB3. And this DB1, DB2, DB3 are working as an in-memory? No, they are not working as an in-memory. They are working as a disk processing mechanism. There is no concept of parallelization and the partitioning to the DB1, DB2, and DB3. Only you can see that parallelization and the partitioning mechanism is only working for your in-memory database. So the frequently accessing, there are two types of data will be there. One is going to be called as a frequently accessing the data, and the second one is going to be called as a rarely accessing the data. Frequently and rarely accessing, there will be two types of data will be there. The frequently accessing the data will be remain in the in-memory, and whatever the rarely accessing the data, at 6 months once or 1 yearly once or quarterly once, there will be some reports for the audit purpose. I'm going to be executing these reports very rarely, Mahesh. Not very frequently, not on the daily basis or not on the weekly basis, every rarely. So the frequently accessing the data, what I will do, I will move it to the DB1, DB2, DB, and whatever the whatever the frequently accessing the data, that will remain in your in-memory database. Means, for example, today if I am executing the customer aging report, customer aging reports. For example, today, I'm just taking an example. Today, it has taken up to 2 to 3 minutes. Example, I'm just taking based on the data. The same report, if you're executing tomorrow, same report, if you're executing the tomorrow, it will not take less than 5 seconds to get the data back to you. Because first time, it has to extract the data and it has to prepare a database for the customer aging report. So it will take to 2 to 3 minutes. But the same data, it has already created a memory in the in-memory for the same data. And now it is how much time it is taking? It is only taking the 5 seconds. Means it is going to be called as a frequently accessing the data. What happened to the rarely accessing the data? The rarely accessing the data, I don't want to remain in memory. I will move the data to the DB1 or DB2 or DB3. Means I don't require this data at every time. So like that, you can minimize your data in the in-memory, which are not going to be using on the daily basis, move the data to the DB1, DB2, DB3, and whatever the frequently accessing the data, you can remain with your in-memory data. So this in-memory database is very, very near to your CPU, and the travel distance between the CPU and the in-memory is going to be decreased, and there will be no bottlenecks from today onwards to accessing the data from any time. So the first point here is nothing but very, very important. That is what exactly you are going to be calling it as a database approach. And you can see this particular screen. Now here you can see how many alerts are there. Okay, minimum priority alerts are going to be 1. Means if something, the data volume is very, very high, system will give some alerts like as a warning messages. How many alerts are there? How much memory has been used, Mr. Mahesh? You can see here, use in memory. As on today, the user memory is only up to 18 point something like 6 GB of the day. What is the CPU usage? What do you mean by CPU usage? What do you mean by CPU usage? CPU usage is nothing but your application. How much data I'm extracting from the database and how much data is going to be used in the CPU for compiling the report. That is what exactly you call it as the CPU usage. And the disk usage. The in-memory is a different and the disk usage is going to be different. In the disk usage, if you open the SAP HANA, as I told you that SAP HANA is not a single database. SAP HANA is having a multiple databases. In this, one of the databases is going to be called as use in memory, and the second databases we are going to be called as a disk usage. Now the disk usage, what is the disk usage percentage we are going to be using as of now, and what is the in-memory? If the CPU usage is going to be very, 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 very high, the basis people, they are going to be monitoring you. Every time the basis people will go and monitor you. So you can get the report in ST22. There is a report called as /n ST22. If I go to the ST22, this is going to be called as a runtime errors. For example, if I'm taking something called as from July 1st to till the date. If I want to see any runtimes, yesterday there were no runtime errors. Yesterday there were 0 runtime errors in the application. Today I can see there are 3 runtime errors are there in the application. Very, very important. Means your CPU usage is very, very high. Means you're coming to the CPU usage. You're going to be getting the data from the in-memory, but the CPU usage is going to, maybe there will be 1 million or 2 million records you're going to be executing from the in-memory, and the usage of the CPU is going to be very, very high. That is the reason I can see now the data has been went into the runtime. So there are 3 runtime in the application. This is not the database. Runtime means always you have to see CPU usage means always you have to think from the application. When I say it is a database means that is a different concept. So when I say the CPU utilization means the CPU utilization from the application point of view server. This is the application server. So there are 3 important things you can see. There are 3 runtime errors have been recognized now. It has went to the message that these are going to be called as the runtime errors. Why? Because the usage of CPU is very, very high, because 2 million records or 3 million records you are going to be executing. Very important. So this is the complete monitoring, how I'm going, monitoring statement for all the databases. How many restarts are there? Number of dumps. Okay, number of runtime errors we are going to be calling as. There are no runtime errors. General information. Okay, all. So this all is going to be monitored by the database administration people. Very, very important, my dear friends. So this is what we are going to be calling it as it. So now, what is the advantage if I'm going to be using the in-memory? The first advantage is nothing but I am going to be getting the real-time data from today onwards. What do you mean by real-time data? The real-time data is nothing but now there is no predefined aggregates. No, there is no metallized views are going to be developed. Now I'm going to be removing all the duplication. Why? Because today I'm going to be using a concept called as parallelization and the partitioning mechanism, combining both OLTP and OLAP together and removing the row-based to the column-based. What are the advantages you're going to be getting by using this SAP HANA as a data modeling? What do you mean by data modeling? As I told you that today, from today onwards, all your index and aggregate tables have been eliminated and they have been converted as the compatibility view tables. Based on the view tables, you can do the data modeling. No need to write any explicit programming like thousands of lines, giving the logic to the developer, and the developer, they're going to be using a program, and then finally they'll develop a report to you. Now, from today onwards, no need to write any explicit programming to develop a report. Just consult with your database administration people, give the logic to them, and they will do the data modeling of all the tables. Like there are 3 different types of data modelings are there. One is going to be called as the calculation view, attribute view. Another one is going to be called as the analytical view. By using of these SAP HANA tables, what this administration, there are 2 things are there. Data modeling is completely working with the SAP HANA DB. The second one is going to be called as the CDS views will be there. Very, very important. Very, very important. As I think in the last class also I told that application, this is the database. In application, when I see all the tables have been removed, means you are going to be using the CDS view, core data services. In SAP, these are going to be called as the HANA views. Very, very important. HANA views means you are using the data modeling from the HANA database. If it is a CDS views means you are using the application where the developers are going to be. Here, ABAPers, your technical people, your ABAPers are going to be using to the data modeling by compiling of all the tables. But here, your database administrators are going to be working, not ABAPers. Your database administrators are going to be working. So I'm requesting my database administrators to use these any calculation views or attribute views or analytical views, depends upon what type of report. They will do the data modeling of all the tables. They will not write any explicit programming here. So they will do the data modeling of all the tables which are going to be required for this report, and they'll develop a standard report, and they will give it to you. Very, very important. And these reports are going to be working on OA, Office Analytics, and these reports are going to be working on the Lumina. Okay, so this is a separate tool we are going to be using for the analytical reporting. Like this, there are several reporting systems are there where you can integrate your SAP with the reporting system. So SAP HANA makes it easy to build the complex business logic using the graphical model tool, decision-making tools, core data services, and the rebuild function. You can embed your logic into the stored procedures and run it inside the database to avoid the unnecessary data movement. So you can write an embedded logic within the SAP HANA database and keep it with you. So whenever you want to execute the report, you can execute the report. No need to do any kind of application optimization for this. And this you can only use if you are using SAP HANA as a DB. You can only use if you are going to be using SAP HANA as a DB. Very, very important here. And the third advantage, multi-tenant database. As I told you that SAP HANA is not a single database. It is a multi-tenant database. Means several databases are going to be incorporated. Means they are going to be available within the SAP HANA DB. Means if you see this diagram here, the system DB is running. There are other DB0, DB1 and DB2. Means parallelly you can see here, there are 4 DBs are there within the SAP HANA DB, and how many DBs are running and how many DBs are in the starting mode, and what is the user memory you are going to be using, what is the CPU usage, and what is the disk usage. Who will be monitoring all these things? These monitorings will be done by a system administrator. They are going to be called as the database administrator. So with SAP HANA multi-tenant database containers, you can manage several databases as a one, and all the tenant database share the same logic and the processor. Very good. However, they are they're securely isolated from one another, and each has its own user catalog and the data and the files. Again, dedicated resource to each tenant to optimize the database performance. Why we are going to be using the different databases? To optimize the data. to optimize the data and to give the better performance of the report. That is the reason I'm going to be using the multi-tenant database system. In the Oracle or DB, there is only one database system. Only one. You can't have more than one database system in one SAP. Very, very important as a part of it. Now, this is the multi-tenant databases where I can segregate the data from one database to another database, which depends upon my requirements. Multi-tier storage. What do you mean by multi? Just now I explained you the frequently accessing the data and the rarely accessing the data. The frequently accessing the data always be stored in your in-memory. Please always remember that. Whatever the frequently accessing the data, every day I'm executing the same report, Mahesh. Every day, a couple of times I'm executing the same report. So what I'm going to do, I'll keep all your frequently accessing the data in the in-memory, and whatever the rarely accessing the data, what I can do, I will move it to your another DB. Because there are several DBs are there. System DB is there, DBO and DBO2. The rarely accessing the data, I'll move it to the DB1 or DB, and the frequently accessing the data will remain in your DB1. So what is telling? With an SAP HANA dynamic tiering, your frequently access the data will remain in the in-memory, while your rarely accessing the data is moved to the disk. This lets you the cost effectively manage the large volume of data without being limited by your memory size. Why do I increase my memory size? Why do I increase my memory size, my dear friends, if I'm not going to be using the data very, 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 very frequently? Let the data move to the DB1 and DB2 and DB3. Let the data move to the DB, because I don't want this data should be remain in my in-memory. Why should I increase my volume of the data in the in-memory? Very important point. So that is the reason I'm using the partition type of data by having the multiple databases, and the rarely accessing the data and the frequently accessing the data will be available based on your database. So that is the reason your application can access all the data independently of where it is stored, and you can modify the database storage performance at any time to meet your user expectation. Definitely, my dear friends, 100%. Based on my user experience, if you don't want the data, I'll move the data to the next database. But the CPU accessing always will be done. The CPU access always will be done with your in-memory. Earlier, what is happening? Earlier in SAP ECC to Oracle DB, the CPU access will be done by your DBs like this, which is very, very far away from your CPU. Now I'm bringing you one of the DB, which I am putting very DB. The DB I am going to be bringing very near to CPU. Now you can use this DRAM as an in-memory database for accessing the data from today. This is the concept of in-memory, where we are going to be getting a very high throughput of the data very free. What is the high throughput? What do you mean by high throughput? Within a no span of time, I'll be getting the records. The number of multiple of records I'm going to be getting from the in-memory. There will be two types of data will be there. One is going to be called as a warm data. One is going to be called as a warm data. Another one is going to be called as a cold data. Remember that, all of you. There will be two types of data will be there. One is going to be called as a warm data. Another one is going to be called as a cold data. The warm data always remains your in-memory. Simple, very simple. And the cold data always will be go for your disk processing. Means below one, DB1, DB2, DB3 are there. This is going to be called as a cold data. Any doubts from anybody?
How system identifies which data is like warm data?
That will be set up by the database administrator, sir. That's what exactly I'm telling you. We don't want to go into the logical way. Just I'm explaining the concept. That will be set up by the database administrators. Okay, which database has to be get used for the DB processing, which database should not be get access to the DB. That will be set up by your database administrators. There is one more point I just want to bring it to you, all of you. If I take in the Oracle DB, if I take the data in the Oracle DB, there is 250 GB there. Example, just an example, I'm taking about 250 GB. if I am going to be taking a 250 GB, very, very important. If the 250 GB, very, very good. If I'm moving to the SAP HANA DB, if I'm moving to the SAP HANA DB, it will get compressed to, it's very true. It was logically proved that, okay, not even my words, okay, let me share that once. One second. It was logically proved. I bring that SAP slide there, the one slide here. It was logically proved. This slide I just want to explain you. Very, very important. Your traditional DB is going to be having a 593 GB. If I'm moving the data to on HANA GB, see how much data it got compressed. This is an average of 5 years in 1 year of aging frequency. Please, I'm taking about average. Now, what is happening if I'm moving this 593 GB of data to your SAP 100 GB? It has got compressed up to 118.6 GB. Where is 593? Where is 118.6? How? Because now you have removed all the index and aggregate tables, and your database tables are going to be executing on the fly mode, and all your dynamic projections and selections are going to be happening by compiling of the data. Means if you're removing this index and aggregates, how much data I'm going to be reducing now? See, it means the lot of duplication. The original means this 593 GB is not a real-time data, my dear friends. Whereas 118.6 GB is going to be called as my real-time data. When the same data, when I'm moving to your SAP Simple Finance or SAP S4HANA Finance, I am doing the simplifications. I am doing the simplification. Now you will get all data from one single table. That compression you can see means 42.4 GB, and the actuals are going to be called as the 8.4 GB. Now this data even I can carry in my mobile also. These data even I can carry in my mobile also. How much data compression you can see now from the traditional database to the SAP HANA DB? This is based on the compression of the data. The one of the most important thing is nothing but the columnar. I can compress your data as much as an exchange, but in the row base, you cannot compress the data. When I'm posting a record, it will go in, it will trigger to the new row in the same table. If I'm posting the same data once again it will create a new row. Even again, it will create a new row. Where is the compression of the data? But if I'm bringing your all the data to my SAP HANA, there is the compression of the data in the in-memory database. So now see the actual. 88.4 GB of the data is going to be called as actuals. What is actuals? That is very important. Now we are going, that will be get discussed in the class. These all the tables have been removed. You can see this is the tomorrow's class, very, very important class. We are going to be coming the architectural diagram. Tomorrow we are going to be coming at the architectural diagram. And here, there is one important point I just want to bring it here, okay? And when you have started your journey with SAP, like for example, you are in SAP Business Suite, not on SAP S4HANA, not on next generation Business Suite. You are in SAP Business Suite without any HANA DB. Now you want to start a journey, means you want to do the command, very, very important. When I say it is a journey means I am considering about 3 different, I think I explained this class, na? New customer, existing customer. Okay, so if you are going to be the existing customer, if you want to upgrade your system, there are 2 things are there. Existing customer means he might be on SAP ECC or he might be on SAP S4HANA. 2 things will be there. If he is on SAP ECC, can I start directly the journey with SAP S4HANA? Definitely. Yes, I explained you. The first point. Here you can see the first point. Definitely you can start your journey with SAP S4HANA. If you are an existing customer with SAP S4HANA, Mahesh, I already implemented SAP S4HANA in 2019. I am working on the on-premise release of 1909 example. Can I upgrade my system to 2020 and 2021? Definitely, that is going to be called as the upgrade. I'm not talking about the conversion. Conversion is only from the SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA. But if you want to upgrade your system, Then you can do the upgradation of the system to 1909 to 1920, 2022, 2021. There is a SAP S4HANA version which is going to be called as, very, very important, SAP S4HANA, we are going to be calling 1605. We heard about 1511, we heard about 1610, we heard about 1709. But what is the 1605?
I think that is a release version.
That is the release version for which component? I know that. Okay, 1511, 1610, 1701, and these all are going to be called as the on-premise release. On-premise is there and the cloud application. Do you mean to say that this is going to be called as a cloud version? No. This is not a cloud version. This is SAP S4HANA on-premise only. So before SAP S4HANA, in 2014 and 15, very important. In 2014, SAP came out with SAP Simple Finance and Simple Logistics. Very, very important. There is an application called as the Simple Finance and the Simple Logistics. Means it is an add-on. It is an add-on. It is not an application. It's just an add-on. ECC is the application. SAP S4HANA is the application. But the Simple Finance and the Simple Logistics are not the application. They are going to be called as the add-ons. Means when you say it is an add-on, if you take this SAP server, we all know that this is going to be called as the presentation. And this is your application. And let me take this is the SAP HANA DB example. SAP HANA DB. In which application you are working? Are working on SAP ECC application with 6.1. Very important. SAP ECC 6.0. Now, in 2014-2015, SAP came out with a new simplification process, which is going to be called as SAP S-Fin. That is going to be called as the Simple Finance. In this Simple Finance, what SAP is telling now, okay, very, very important. In the Simple Finance, when I go back here, SAP has removed all the index and aggregate tables. So if I see this point here, in the 2014, SAP has brought a new concept called SAP Simple Finance powered by SAP. Means underlying database always should be an instant financial insight, no aggregate, single source of truth. Means what I've done here in SAP Simple Finance, I removed all your index and aggregate tables from today onwards. No need to search for a different source of table. I'll be giving you only one table from today onwards, Mr. Mahesh, for all your financial general ledger and everything. Very, very important. This is for SAP accounting. We call it as SAP accounting. When you see for SAP accounting, earlier you might be working with hundreds of tables. Now what I'm telling in the SAP Simple Finance, I removed all your index and aggregate tables and everything from today onwards. I'll be giving you only one table. That table is going to be called as ACDOCA table. DotCom table means accounting document actuals. AC stands for accounting, DOC stands for document, and A stands for actuals. You will get all the data from one single table. Do you want GL data? Tell me, I'll get it from the single table. Customer data, vendor data, asset data, material data, everything. Let me know that I'll give you all data from one single source of truth. That is going to be called as the Universal Journal Entry Table. What is this table name called as? Universal Journal Entry Table. We call it as the ACDOCA table, EDOCA table, Accounting Document Actuals. Instant financial insight means you will get all the real-time data from this one single table. That is what exactly the simplifications I have done in SAP by using a concept called as SAP Simple Finance. This was got introduced in the year of 2014. This is not an application. SAP Simple Finance is not an application. It is an add-on. It is just like an add-on on the top of your application, ECC application. Your ECC application will remain as it is only. But on the top of your ECC application, I am introducing a new called as the SAP S 2.0. This is what exactly you call it. I think you have been remembered, 1503. It is just an add-on on the top of your application. Very, very important. Very, very important. Means by adding on this, by taking the license of SAP Simple Finance as an add-on, what is the advantages you are going to be? But the underlying database always should be your SAP HANA DB only. Very, very important, my dear friends. If you don't have the SAP HANA DB, I cannot go for the Simple Finance. So this is just an add-on. And what are the advantages you're going to be getting? One is going to be called as instant financial statements are going to be getting with the real-time data. And the second one is going to be called as a single source of truth. Means single source of truth is nothing but earlier you are working with a multiple source of truth. Earlier you are going to be working with multiple source of truth. This is the multiple source of truth. If you see, this is a multiple source of truth. For GLs, you need to use the GL tables. For the controlling, you need to use the controlling tables. For COPA, you need to use the COPA table. For the business warehouse, you need to use business warehouse tables. Asset accounting, so multiple source of truth for the different components. Now, what is SAP is telling? Now, no need to use the multiple tables. All your data, GL data, profitability data, material ledger data, accounting data, material accounting, and everything you will get from one single table from today. And means all these simplifications I have done in SAP Simple Finance, that bringing you the new table, the table name we are going to be calling it as the AC DOCA table. Means the simplification. That is the reason I call it as a Simple Finance. The Simple Finance has come out in version called as a 1503. It is an add-on on the top of your SAP ECC application. Means the underlying core application will be your SAP ECC, but the Simple Finance is just an add-on on the top of your SAP ECC for the simplification process. This was introduced with a version called as the 1503. Now there is no Simple Finance. Now there is no Simple Finance. Very, very important. The Simple Finance has been pointed off in the year of 2016 in the month of October only. Now there is no Simple Finance. Now this is just an experimental what we have been succeeded, my dear friends, for the Simple Finance and for the Simple Logistics. And in 2015, in the same 2015, in the same year, we have come out with the next generation of business suite. We call it as the 1511. Very important. So Simple Finance, completely we have succeeded. Now what I'm asking now I want to replace your application of ECC with a new application. That application today we are going to be calling it as SAP. That application we are going to be calling it as SAP S4 HANA application. And you can see these all are going to be called as the versions. You can see these all are going to be called as the versions in SAP. Now today in which version we are working? Today we are working on SAP S4 HANA 2021. The latest one we are working as the 2021. Now, for those existing customers who has already implemented with SAP Simple Finance, existing customers will always be there. Who has come out with SAP Simple Finance? Very, very important. For those customers, I have given a solution to them. Mahesh, I don't want to use all these SAP S4HANA components, Mahesh. Like example, S4HANA components, like this example, you have different components. These all are going to be called as the components in SAP S4HANA. Very, very important. My solution is only for the finance only. I already implemented with Simple Finance. Now you're telling me that there is no support for your Simple Finance. You're asking me to convert your system from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA. But I don't want to utilize all these components. I want to work on only with the simplification of SAP Finance only. Further, I bought a new solution only for those existing customers with SAP Simple Finance. Only for those Simple Finance customers, what I can do here, I will convert your system from SAP ECC to SAP S4HANA, and only for the SAP S4HANA Finance, I'll be releasing you a new version called as SAP S4HANA Finance. Only for finance, that is called as the 1605. Very important. That is called as 1605. This 1605 is only for SAP S/4HANA Finance. So if you see here in this conversion box, if you see in this conversion box in the transition journey, you can see here SAP S/4HANA Finance with the 1605. You can see here SAP Simple Finance. They can convert to SAP. It's an optional. It's an optional. If you want to only work with SAP S/4HANA Finance, this is only the solution which I'm going to be giving only for the Simple Finance customers only, not for all the customers. So you can upgrade your system to the SAP S/4HANA Finance, and only the financial capabilities will be given with only version called as 1605. This is only for. No, Mahesh, I want to convert my complete application from the SAP S/4HANA, and in that case, you can see the third point of arrow mark, which is completely highlighting to the SAP S/4HANA, where you are going to be utilizing all the components. This is the way of transition. That is the reason you call it as 1605. It's only for developed only for the existing SAP Simple Finance customers for SAP S/4HANA Finance. That is the reason you can see here in this diagram. Simple Finance has come out with 1503 and SAP S/4HANA Finance has come out with 1605. I'm already there in SAP S/4HANA Finance with 1605. Can I upgrade to the 2021 also? Definitely 100%. You're already there in the same platform, you can upgrade. So Mahesh, at present, I'm only using the SAP S/4HANA Finance only. So when I upgrade to the 2021, can I get a license component for all other like HRM, like component, like production, like sales and distribution? Yes, now you can get a conceptual licensing by using of SAP S/4HANA. So you're overcoming, it now means you're upgrading a system from 1605 to 2021, where you can utilize all the components. But 1605 is only for finance only. You will not get the benefit of other components.
Hey there. Want to become a finance expert? Our SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021 course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S4 HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking expenses to planning budgets. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced tips. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are seasoned professionals with lots of experience. They're ready to help you learn and answer your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course very useful. Best part, it's very affordable. This great chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021 Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Now, very important now, very important point. Okay, now, universal journal entry table. Now, when I come to the universal journal entry table, what is this universal journal entry table? The universal journal entry table is called as AC DOCA table. All of you remember that. This is going to be AC DOCA table, and this is called a single source of truth. We always remember that. Why do you call the AC DOCA table as a single source of truth? AC DOCA table is always going to be called as a single source of truth. Means you will get everything from this table. You will get everything from this table. Means if you want to get the data related to the GL, refer to the same table. If you want to get the data related to the accounts payable vendors, you'll get from the table. If you want AR for the customers, if you want asset accounting, if you want the controlling, if you want the POPA, if you want the material ledger, tell me. I will get it all the data from one single table. That table we are going to be calling it the universal journal entry table, and we have nomenclature it as single source of truth, where you will get entire the world of the data from one single table. That table is going to be called as AC DOCA table. What is AC DOCA? Accounting. AC stands for accounting, DOC stands for document, A stands for actual. There is a one more table actually, we call it as ACDOCP table. This is the plan table actually. We will get only the plan data from this table. This is the plan data table, very important. And there is one more table which has been designed from the SAP ACDOCU table. This is consolidation. This is the consolidation table. ECDOCU is going to be called as the consolidation. ECDOCP is going to be called as the planning, and ECDOCA is for the actuals. So when I call it as these three tables, actually these three tables have been introduced as a part of simplification process in SAP S4 HANA, my dear friends. As a part of simplification process, they have been brought this table into the picture. So this table, we are going to be calling it as a single source of truth. What is the meaning of a single source of truth? Very important. Now let me go to the GL, for example. Okay, let me go to the GL. Architecture, I'm talking about the data architecture. Please, very, very important. Means I'm talking from the data architecture. I'm talking from the data architecture point of view. So when you see the data architecture, for example, there is something called as travel expenses account debit to my cash or bank account will become the credit. Debit and credit. Next one entry. Next one entry. This is completely I'm going to be calling as a GL. This is completely I'm going to be called. Please stop me if you have any doubts. Anybody, if you have any doubts, please stop me. Very important classes. Now, when I come to the vendor is nothing but we call it as accounts payable. Because we have to make the payment to the vendor. So the module, the sub-module, the sub-ledger, we call it as an accounts payable. Okay, I'll tell you that. In the accounts payable, now the vendor is sending an invoice to me. Mahesh, this much of raw material has been supplied to you. Please verify the goods, and this is the invoice. When I'm sending an invoice to you, what is happening? What is happening? Your expenses or inventory of raw material account is going to be the debit, and the vendor account, here the vendor account is getting credited. Very good. Customer means it is the AR, account receivable. Now we are sending the invoice to the customer. When I'm sending the invoice to the customer, your customer account will become the debit, and just now I shown a revenue account will become the credit. The revenue account, sales revenue account will become the credit. This is the customer point of view. Now I'll take one more also, asset accounting. When you are acquiring an asset, acquisition is nothing but, for example, you are purchasing a building, or you're purchasing some machinery equipments, or you're purchasing something plant and machinery, or you're purchasing some vehicles. This all comes as a part of assets. We call it as asset accounting. When you see an asset account, when I'm acquiring an asset, means the building, I'm purchasing a building. Your building account, fixed asset, your building account will become the debit, and your vendor account will become the credit. In the same thing, you can see here the vendor also getting credited, and here also vendor account is going to be the credit. Very, very important. Very, very important. Now you see these 4 transactions are there in my list. These are the 4 transactions I'm going to be looking. The data structure is completely different from each and every component. When I say it is a data structure, I'm going to be discussing now.
Mahesh,
Yes.
can you repeat once again, maybe?
Which one, sir? Which point, sir?
This particular point, that this amount, this becomes credit and this becomes debit, right? If you can repeat it from the starting, say GL and then vendor and the AR.
Exactly. I'll tell you, sir. What is a GL, sir? General ledger. GL is always going to be called as the central tenet of total accounting system. For example, if I take a financial module, okay, this is completely, we are going to be calling it as a financial module. Financial module. Example, I'm taking a financial accounting as a module, okay? In the financial accounting, ledger, very important concept, what we are going to be talking as the ledger. What do you mean by ledger? Anyone? What do you mean by
chart of
ledger?
accounts, right? Chart of accounts, or
no, in general, don't come into the SAP terminology, just a general. Okay, what do you mean by ledger? I'm asking you, sir, what is the good name, sir?
Aditya.
Sorry, Aditya, I'm asking you. Okay, hey Aditya, can you go and get me the ledger book? What do you mean by that?
Ledger would be the book wherein we would having
all the accounting transactions.
all the
am I right?
informations. Yeah. I mean,
Exactly.
debit, credit, whatever.
So,
Right.
exactly, you are absolutely right. What is the ledger? So here I'm talking about the ledger. A ledger is nothing but book of accounting transactions. So for this, I'm maintaining a separate ledger book. For this, I'm maintaining for all the vendors, I'm going to be maintaining a separate ledger group, a ledger book, BOOK book. And customer also, I'm maintaining a separate ledger group like this. I have 3 ledger groups are there. Ledger books are there. So what is a ledger? A ledger is a book of accounting transactions. In SAP also, we have to maintain the ledger. So the main ledger, always we are going to be calling it as a GL. Very, very important. What is a GL? General ledger. What is a GL? General ledger. If I don't have the general ledger, there is no financial accounting. No, simply I can tell them, because GL is always going to be called as the central tenant of total accounting system. Without the GL, there is no financial accounting module, because finally everything will come and consolidated in the GL only. Everything, whatever, if you're doing the sales, or if you're doing the procurement, or if you're doing the production, or if you're doing the delivery, whatever you do in your company, any financial transactions are going to be impacted over there. These financial transactions should go and hit to my general ledger finally. All my financial accounting entries should be come and it has to be get consolidated in the general ledger. Why? Because my financial statement, where I'm going to be calling it as a P&L account and balance sheet, the P&L account and balance sheet I'm extracting at a GL level. So that is the reason GL is always going to be called as the central tenant of total accounting system. That is the reason we call it as the general ledger. Let me take one example. I'm procuring some materials. MM module is coming to the picture. I'm doing some sales to the customer. SD module is coming to the picture. I'm doing some production. PP module is coming to the picture. I am doing some HR activities, HRM activities. HR module is coming to the picture. These all are going to be called the modules which we are going to be using. But finally, there is some integration we are going to be doing. That integration always should be done to a general ledger. Finally, all my accounting transactions has to be get integrated. If you are doing a sales, what is the sales invoice, everything should be get integrated. If you're doing the production, any raw material consumption or any production activities integration should be done to the GL. If you're purchasing any raw material from the vendor, so there's all the financial accounting should be get integrated to my general. This is the concept, what I'm going to be calling it as the integration. Okay, this is the concept I'm going to be calling as the integration. Very, very important. What is the integration? Integration is a bridge connectivity between the submodules to the main module. My main ledger is always going to be called as the general ledger. Why? Because with the general ledger only, I'm going to be preparing my P&L account and balance sheet. Remember that if I don't have the general ledger, there is no P&L account and balance sheet. So that GL is going to be called as the central tenant of total accounting system. Now, in the GL, when I say it is the GL, I'm posting some manual entries like travel expenses account is getting debited and my cash or bank account is getting credited. Means what is the debit which comes in? What is the credit which goes out? So debit is a cash or bank because I'm paying an amount through the bank, means it is a credit. Debit is going to be happen to the expenses. Like when I say it is the vendor, vendor is a GL? No. Vendor is not a GL. Vendor is a sub-ledger. The GL is going to be called as the main ledger. And there are 2 sub-ledgers are there in my financial accounting. One is going to be called as AP. Another one is going to be called as the AR. These are the 2 sub-ledgers. Always remember that these 2 are going to be called as a sub-ledger. Asset accounting is also sub-ledger. I'll tell you that. What is the meaning of asset accounting? I'll tell you. Why do you call these 2 as a sub-ledgers? In the financial accounting, these 2 are always going to be called as the sub-ledger, and the GL is always going to be called as the main ledger. GL is always going to be called as the main ledger. Please, once again, I'm repeating the statement. In the financial module, GL is always going to be called as the main ledger, and that there are 2 sub-ledgers are there. One is accounts payable, another one is accounts receivable. Very important. What do you mean by payable? What is the meaning of a payable? Is it something called as outstanding or not?
Yeah.
If the vendor is supplying a material to me, sir, vendor has, okay, I have raised the purchase order. And after I raise the purchase order, vendor has sent the goods to my company, okay, to my plant. I'm verifying the goods. That is what exactly you call it as a goods receipt. After I verify the goods receipt, I'm asking the vendor to send an invoice. That is the invoice the vendor is sending. This is what exactly the accounting entry. So now, what is happening when the vendor is sending an accounting entry means vendor is sending an accounting. What is the total liability? Vendor is going for the credit. So how much? 10,000 USD dollars means 10,000 USD dollars is a liability or not? Definitely it is. In SAP terminology, we call it as the open item. So if there is,
I mean, it is the liability at our side, and this particular amount will be credited to the vendor because of that fact. I mean, the vendor account is credit, right?
Exactly, that's true. That I'll be showing. That I'll be explaining now. Okay. Now, what is happening here? When the vendor is sending an invoice, the vendor account is the subledger account. Very important point. When I say it is the subledger, it will go and hit to my accounts payable. Means there is a vendor, okay, whose name is Mahesh. Okay, whose name is Mahesh. What is the total outstanding now? 10,000 USD dollars is the total outstanding. This outstanding is a line item. I need to update in my accounts payable. If Mahesh is not having the liability of 10,000, are you making any payment to Mahesh? No, because there is no liability line in my accounts payable. Because Mahesh is a subledger. Mahesh is a vendor. Vendor is always going to be called as a subledger. So for a subledger, what is the total outstanding? 10,000. Now, when I say it is a subledger, the subledger should be reconciled with your main ledger or not. The subledger always should be reconciled with your main ledger. Finally, the subledger has to be reconciled to your main ledger. It means the total amount of 10,000 which you are showing as a subledger should be equal to your reconciliation account. Means that it has to match with your reconciliation account in your general ledger. My dear friends, every day you will be getting a reconciliation statement from your bank. You are doing some debits and credits, some cash accounts and some check deposits and everything. Finally, you will get a one reconciliation statement from your bank. This is the opening balance and this is the credit balance and this is the closing balance. And your today's closing balance will be your tomorrow's opening balance. So how do you get the reconciliation statement? The bank is going to be sending the final reconciliation statement. Same thing. Accounts payable, whatever the vendor related transactions are going to be happening, whether it is an invoice or whether it is a payments or whatever may be, finally the reconciliation should be done to your general ledger, because the GL is always going to be called as the central tenant of total accounting system, because always the GL should match with your vendor balance. If the GL is not matching with your vendor balance, there is no proper reconciliation. Your books of accounts cannot be closed. Why? Because my vendor balance is not matching with your reconciliation balance in your GL. Means there is something happened wrong. The vendor is showing as a 10,000, but your GL reconciliation is showing as the 8,000. What happened to the remaining 2,000? What happened? Why the 2,000 was not reconciled to my general ledger? What happened? There is something month-end closing activity went wrong, so you have to correct that account. Same way, there is a customer. Okay, there is a customer. Okay, Mahesh is a customer. I have sold some goods to the Mahesh and I'm raising an invoice. The total amount is 10,000, also 20,000. The 20,000 is a receivable from the Mahesh. It is not a payable. When I say it is a payable, the vendor, I'm making an amount to the vendor as a payable as a 10,000, but here I have to receive the payment from Mahesh. Mahesh is a customer. Mahesh is a customer. Very, very important. So this is the incoming payment and this is an outgoing payment. So these are the two subledgers we are going to be calling. AP is a subledger related to the vendors and AR is the subledgers related to the customer. And finally, all these balances has to be get reconciled to my general ledger. Finally, every balance you can see that has to be get reconciled to my general ledger finally. What is happening here? Now for AP, the data structure is different. For AR, the data structure, I'll tell you what is the data structure, because that is the reason I kept all this accounting. And for the GL, the data structure is different. If I want to see the GL balances, anything, if I want to see any GL balances, what is the data structure which I'm going to be using? Yes. The header data will be stored in which table? The header data will be stored in the BKPF table, and the line item details are going to be stored in the BSAD table. Then I'll come and talk to you what is this single source of truth. So you are going to be good. Now, when you see the vendor, same BKPF and BSAD, same, it is here also BSAD, but on the top of the BSAD, we have appendix and index tables. So for this vendor open item, which table you are going to be referring, that is going to be called a BSIK table. Very important. K stands for vendor. IK stands for open item. BSIK stands for vendor open item. Very important. This vendor opener, this table is going to be called as the index table. It will be built on the top of your BSAD table. If you go to the first classes, now these tables are no more available in SAP S/4HANA. Now, when I come to the customer also, BKPF is the header table, BSAD is the line item level table, but this is the customer open item. So here BSID, D stands for customer. See the data structure. Data structure is completely different. When I go to the asset accounting header table is going to be called as ANEK. I'm talking in SAP ECC. These all are in SAP. This is going to be called as the multiple source of truth. Today we are going to be calling it as the single source of truth. Earlier, this is going to be called as the multiple source of truth. Now, ANEK is the header table. There are so many line item level tables are there. ANEA, ANLP, ANLC, like this, etc., etc., etc. We have different line item level tables are there. Like this. Same thing. When I go to the controlling, when I go to the controlling is having the COBK is the header table and the COEP is the line item level table. So what is happening earlier in my case? I can see it is a multiple source of truth. Means multiple source of truth is nothing but you will get only the GL balance from this table. You will get the vendor open item data from this particular table. You will get the customer open item data from this table. You will get the asset accounting data. Only if you want to refer only asset accounting, you need to refer this table. If you are referring to the controlling, then you need to refer for this particular table. Means it's a multiple source of truth, and I can see there is a duplication is very, very high when I'm using the multiple source of truth table. Now, this is the architecture which I'm going to be using. If I see here, if I see this particular table, this is what I explained you. Now, see, finally, everything is going to be reconciling to your general ledger. So the reconciliation, you can see the arrow mark is okay towards your general ledger. Finally, everything means the general ledger reconciliation should be happen to the GL, the CO, the COPA, the asset accounting. Finally, everything is going to be happen to your GL. But if I see the material ledger is going to be having a different data structure, your GL is having a different data structure, your COPA is having a different data structure. Very, very important. Means if I want to extract a report, for example, I want a customer report, customer balance report, means it is referring to how many tables? The query will be referring to how many tables? The query will be referring to these two tables, first two tables. The query will be referring to this BSIG and BSID table, and the query is also referring to the table, one more table, that is what exactly, one more index table is there, BSAD table, like this. The query is referring to the multiple, it means 6 to 7 tables it is going to be referring for the customer balance. It is going to be called as the multiple source of truth. We are not going to be getting all the data from one single table, my dear friends. It is it is going to be the system has to send a query and it has to get the data from all the source of the table. Finally, it has to compile the report and it has to give the report to you. This is what exactly we call it as a multiple source of truth. And finally, everything is going to be happen to the general ledger. Now, what SAP has done now? SAP has made the job very easy now. What is SAP is telling? Mahesh, from today onwards, no need to refer this multiple source of truth. I'm removing this completely. Yes. No, you don't follow this data structure at any point of time. No, what I'm telling you now, okay, I'll be giving you only one table, Mahesh, from today onwards. I'll be giving you only one table. That table is going to be called as your central table, which very, very important. That table name, we are going to be calling it as ACDOCA table. Very, very important. Tell me now, you want the GL data will be stored in the same table from today onwards. Your GL data will be updated in the same table. Very good. Now, what happened to the asset accounting? Very good. Asset accounting data also will be get updated to the same table. Okay, means your asset accounting data is also updating to the same table. What happened to the remaining? Like controlling data is also updating to the same table. CO data is also updating to the same table. Very good. Now, what happened to the remaining tables? Like, for example, like COPA, controlling profitability analysis, and another going to be called as controlling with the asset accounting with the material ledger. So COPA. Earlier, the data structure is different. Now you can see this is the material ledger. When somebody is looking out for AP and AR, very, very important, my dear friends. AP and AR is the integral part of the GL only. If you see here, AP and AR, if you see the accounts payable and account receivable, both GL is having the BKPF and the BSEC, vendor is having the BKPF and the BSEC, and the customer is having the BSEC and BKPF. But there are secondary index tables are built on the top of the BSEC. I removed the secondary index table, that's all. But everything is going to be on the BSEC and BKPF. That is the reason we never brought the AP and AR, because the AP and AR is the integral part of the GL only. Don't confuse here. It's very, very important now. So now what is happening? This is the new data structure now I'm going to be bringing to you, my dear friends. So what I'm going to be saying here, this is going to be called as the universal journal entry table. You will get all the data from one single table. No need to refer multiple tables. So when I go to the simplification list, which I've been shared with you, all of you, don't by heart the SAP. I'm telling that. Practicals are very important. If you listen my classes, if you do a practice for one time, that is more than enough. I'm not asking you to do complete practice, end-to-end practice 4 to 5 times or 6 to 7 until you get understand. No, theoretical part is very, very important. If you're understanding the concept theoretically, practicals are very, very easy for you to do, just like a cakewalk. If I come to the simplification list, just go to the general ledger. Financial accounting, I can call it as the financial accounting. Financial accounting, chapter number 8. Now it is very clearly telling that, very important. Just tell it, okay? The universal journal entry significantly changes the way of transactional data. There will be two types of data is there. One is going to be called as the transactional data. One is going to be called as the master data. Second one is going to be called as the transactional data. Transactional data. Very, very important. This is the transactional data. What I am explaining you, this is the transaction. What do you mean by transaction? Transaction is something like which is hitting as a debit and credit accounts. Very, very important. When I say to the financial, when you are doing a transaction means some account you are debiting, some other account you are going to be crediting. Some account means it is a GL or it is a vendor or it is a customer or it is asset. I don't know. But there is a debit and there is a credit, which is going to be that data we always going to be called as the transactional data. When my company is making when the company is creating the salary to my account means it is a transaction. Company is going to be debiting and is going to be creating his bank account and it is debiting my bank account. It is a transaction. But before you put the transactional data, master data is important or not? Definitely the master data is the core information. If you don't have the master data, if the company is not having my master data, okay, Mahesh, what is your employee ID? What is your bank details? If the company doesn't hold my master data, do they credit the salary to my account? No, because the master data is very, very important, which we are not going to be changing very frequently, which will remain for a long period of time without any changes, is going to be called as the master data. Master data is the one-time activity. Until or unless if there is any change in my bank account or something like I'm asking my HR to update it. But throughout the career, in that particular company. My master data will remain same. There will be no, my employee will remain same. My salary account will remain same. Everything will remain same. So the master data is the core information which remains for a long period of time without any changes is going to be called as the master data. Like that, we have the GL master data. Without the GL master data, I cannot post any transactions. Without the vendor master data, I cannot post any transaction. Without customer data, I cannot post any transactions. The master data is always very important for us to maintain the transactional data. So that is the reason. The table design, what I have done here is not from the master data level. No. You have done the simplifications, you have done the changes at the data structure level. Means the changes you are done at what level? The changes of simplifications you are done at the transactional data level. No, I have not done any changes in the master. I have not simplified your process. Who am I to simplify your process? Your process will be unique for your company. But I have to do some changes at a transactional level so that what tables are getting updated, which tables are not going to be required, which tables has to be get replaced. That activity I have done in my transactional level. That is the reason you can see now this all the tables I have removed and I brought only one single table. That table called as universal general entry table. So when I go to this point, it's very clear that universal journal significantly changing the way of transactional data is stored for a financial reporting from today onwards. So financial reporting is nothing but I want a report. So earlier what is happening? Earlier what is happening? I am just getting all the data from the GL, getting all the data from the payable, getting all the data from the receivable. So for multiple source of truth, I'm going to be using for the financial reporting. Now, very important thing is nothing but the data is going to be stored for financial reporting. It offers a huge benefit in terms of the ability to harmonize the internal and external requirement, but both having the read from the same document and store the document is a unifying element. And everything is going to be done from one single table. That table we are going to be calling it as the AC DOCA table. What is it? Okay, this is what exactly. Now they have done a simplification process now. Mean to say that now these you will still create a general entries in the general ledger accounting, acquire to asset in the asset accounting, run the allocation settlements in the controlling, capitalize the research and development costing, investment management. So put on the reporting. You read from one source from today onward. There is no comment. Means what is SAP is very clearly telling that even though the simplification what I have done at a transactional data. It doesn't mean that if I'm removing all the tables, it doesn't mean that if I'm going to be removing all these tables which are not going to be required in SAP S4, it doesn't mean that from today onwards you're not supposed to post the GL vendor customer and no. The transaction postings will remain same as it is only. There is no change in the posting level. The update of the transactions, now it has been changed from the other tables to one single table. That table we are going to be calling it as the AC DOCA table. That's all the change I have done. Your transactions, everything will remain same. As I see here, that is what exactly. You still create the general entries in the general ledger accounting. Definitely your GL module and everything will remain as it is. What is SAP is very clearly telling to all the customers, your transactions will be get posted as normal. How we are posting the transaction, that will be the normal process. There is no change in the transactional level. But after you post the transactional data, the updating of the tables, what we have done as a part of simplification, that is very clear. That is what you still create the general entries in the general acquired to asset record means whatever the transaction I'm explaining, these transactions will remain same. I'm not changing anything debit level and the credit level. This is always will remain same. But finally, the end of the product will go and the transaction will go and update in one single table. That table we are going to be calling it as the AC DOCA table. That is what exactly the simplification what I have done. So tomorrow at any point of time, if you want to see the total records or if you want to see the summarized records of any component, you will get all the data from this one single table. That is what exactly the logic which I have done as a part of change. So you need to read from one source, regardless of whether you want to supply the data to the consolidation system or reporting tags or anything, that everything I'm going to be getting from one data, then why should I refer for multiple source of truth of table if I'm posting all the transactions to one single table? So the total records earlier, whatever the total records stored in the general ledger, controlling, material ledger, accounts payable, accounts by the period, you have been removed as a part of index tables and are designed to the optimize to the certain selection. This simplifies the data structure, makes accounting more flexible in long term as a reporting, no longer limited by the number of fields in the means. What does it mean that no longer limited by the number of fields in the total records? Means which if I go and see this particular table, whatever the fields you want, tell me. There are some standard fields are available. If I go to this particular table, SAP has designed this table with more than 400 fields are available. So, for example, I'm going to the ACDOCA table, ECDOCA table, display. See, there are 533 fields are available in this SE-DOCA table, which we call it as the Universal General Entry Table. So these 533 fields means you have the vendor level fields, you have the customer level, you have the GL related, you have the POPA related, you have the controlling related, you have the material ledger, means all the fields are going to be available. Apart from that, if any customizing fields are there, which are not available as a part of standard, that coding block also I can update. That coding block, we can call it as a coding block, means coding block. Coding block means if any custom fields are there, for example, Mahesh, there is a one field called as, for example, there is a one field called as a segment. Segment, customer segment, everything. That field is not available in the AC-DOCA table as a part of standard observation. You can definitely, you can do the custom code blocking and you can bring that custom field as a part of custom field in the AC-DOCA table. Custom code capabilities are also going to, you can expand, you can extend your fields as much as it is not limited to 533 fields are going to be. So coding block is also available. So you will get all the data from one single table. So if I go to the table, if I go to the content of the table, if I see here, you will see all this information. See here, ledger, company code, everything, what not you can see here. Everything, you can see here, subledger, reversal. Earlier, these fields are segregated into multiple tables. Now I'm bringing all these fields into one single table. You can see here, everything I can see here. My God, 533 fields means if the number is trading partner, you see segments, what I'm telling, profit center, functional area, business area, controlling area, cost center, everything. Earlier we are going to be getting only limited data. Now you can see here, I can see the vendor details also, I can see the customer details, I can see the controlling details, everything. See, one single table. So this clear point is very clear, means no longer limited by the number of fields for the total records. That is what exactly which is going to be. And what is happening as a part of view, I'm going to be still, the view tables are still available. They are going to be called as the compatibility view table to record the data. So now in SAP S4HANA, I removed all the fields and I'm bringing you only one single table as a part of Universal General Entry Table, which you will get all the reports from one single table. That table is going to be called as AC-DOCA table only for the actuals. So I'm going to be talking as a part of actuals only. There will be two types of data will be there: actual data and the planned data. Planned data, I'm not going to be bringing to the AC-DOCA table. Planned data, I'll be using for another table, which is only for the consolidation and for the planning. I'm going to be giving another table that will not get updated in the AC-DOCA table. That is what exactly you are going to be doing. So here you can see that I can do the code blocking here. What do you mean by coding? Apart from the standard fields, if any custom fields you want to add in the AC-DOCA table, then definitely those custom coding blocks are going to be done in this. So now you can see the GL, profitability analysis, management accounting, asset accounting, and the material ledger. Everything will be stored in one single table. This table, we are going to be calling it as a Universal Journal Entry Table. And what is the data structure? Very important. So many classes are there regarding this. This is just introduction I'm going to be giving as the AC-DOCA table. What is the data structure differences, everything? How the data structure configurations we are going to be doing as a part of AC-DOCA table. How the GL accounting entries are going to be triggering to my AC-DOCA table. That we have to learn. As a part of architecture. We are going to be learning as a part of architecture how this AC-DOCA table is designed and how this BKPF table is going to be designed. So when I see a document in SAP, for example, there is I'll see one example. I'm posting some travel expenses account debit to cash or bank account credit. Correct. This entry will be get updated in the AC-DOCA table, and in the AC-DOCA table, I can see there will be a document number will be generated. Document number. What is the document number? document number one, for example, document number, okay, 100 document number. This is my document number. Means, for example, if I go to any document, it's not a practical, please just I'm explaining. If I show any document, just explaining, okay, just I'm showing this document. Yeah, this is the document. You can see here, okay, the bank cash receipts got debited and the interest income, okay, unified account got created with the set, okay, 12,622 something USD dollars. This is the debit and this is the credit. This is my document number. Where this document number is getting updated, this document number will be getting updated in now from today onward. The document number is getting updated in the universal general entry table. In this universal general entry table, very important point. So now when I see the document is going to be triggering, every document in SAP, you can see there are two fields will be there. One is going to, there are two segments will be there. One is the header details, another one is going to be called the line item details. Every document you open in SAP, okay, document is divided into two parts. Document is divided into two parts. One is the header details, another one is going to be called as the line item details table. Header details are always going to be stored in one single table. The table is going to be called as a BKPF table. Very, very important. So now I'll be coming to the point now. Earlier, when you go back to your SAP ECC, for all the GL, vendor, and customer, the same header table you can see BKPF, BKPF, and the BKPF. But when you go to the asset accounting, there is another header table which we are going to be calling as the ANEK. Another one, if you go to the controlling, there is another header table called as the COBK table. Means based on the component, the header table is also going to be differ from one component to another component. But now, when I'm bringing all the line items into one single table, what the SAP has done now from today onwards, there will be only one header table for all the transactions, whether it's the GL or asset accounting or controlling or COPA or metal ledger. There will be only one header table. That header table, you are going to be calling it as a BKPF. It is the table name, please. Wherever you see the table name as the BKPF, it is always going to be called as a header table. And now from today onwards, we have one single line item level table that is going to be called as the AC DOCA table. Very important. The single line item, and there is an interface, very, very important. Okay, there is an interface between the header table and the line item level table. Very, very important. What are the common fields which are going to be? What are the common fields between these two tables? Okay, so that the header details are going to be updating with the line item level details. So for example, if I take this particular transaction, I'm taking this example. Very important point, please, very, very, very important point. I'm taking this document. This is the document number. Now I'll go to the table. What table? First I'll go to the, okay, first I'll go to the BKPF table, BKPF table. I'll go to the contents. What is the company code? Okay, I'm giving all the parameters. What is the document number? Just now I copied. This is the document number. Financial year is 2022. See here. Financial year 2021. Posting date is 2022. Financial year is going to be the 2022. Everything. I'm giving the document number. Just I'm executing the data. See. This is the header details. You can see this is all are going to be called as the header details. If you see here, these all are going to be called as header details. Okay. The company code and the company code, what is the fiscal year, which is the document type and everything. Now I'll open one more screen. /O S11. I'll be giving the AC DOCA table. Same document number, I'll be updating. Same document number, not different document number. Same document number. Same document number. See, there is no change in the company code. Fiscal year is also same. And document number is also same. Example. Just I'm executing. How many line items are there? 2 line items. So 2. So you can see 2 line items. One is the debit line item number 1. Another one is the line item number 2. 2 line items are there. If you refer, there are 2 line items or not. See here, line item 1 and the line item number 2. Item number 1 Item number 2. So 2 line items are created. These 2 line items are created in which table? The 2 line items are created in the AC DOCA table. So what is the connectivity between this AC DOCA table and this header table? Very, very important. I want to see the connectivity between this header table and the line item. So there will be some common fields will be there between the header table and the line item level table. For example, if I'm taking one line item. So this is the header table, BKPO. So the document number, and dates will be not available. Dates will not be available here in the line item level table. And which is the common data? Company code. You can see the company code. What is the client? What is the client? What is the fiscal year? What is the fiscal year? So now when you say that, okay, there will be only one line item level table with one header table. There will be some common fields between the header table and the line item level table. Very, very important here, where I'm going to be matching to see that this particular document is updated or not. Very, very important. There will be no certain transactions in SAP. Only the header data will be updated, but there will be line item data are not updated. No, then that is not a transaction at all. There will be no transactions in SAP. Please, once again, I'm repeating. In SAP, if any transaction you are posting, definitely there should be a header data and there should be a line item level data. No transaction in SAP consists of with one single line item with the details of header or one single line item with the details of line item level tables in the AC DOCA table. If you see any transaction in SAP, definitely there should be a header data and there should be a line item level data. So this header data and the line item data are going to be segregated into 2 different tables. That is going to now from today onwards, from in SAP S4HANA, we have only one header data with only one line item level data. Now, what is the architecture? That is very, very important. Now, what is the architecture of this AC DOCA table? It will take 1.5 hour class, very important classes. Okay. So today we have done only the theoretical explanation about the overview on the AC DOCA table. Just it is an open dust on your book. Now I need to go into the details of the AC DOCA table. I need to go into the each and every page in a very detail. Just we have discussed only the concept of what is the AC DOCA table. Why do you call it as the universal journal entry? And what is the observation you have been made? Why it is called as the single source of truth? Because you are getting all this data from one single table, GL, asset accounting, controlling, COPA, and material. Everything you are going to be getting one single table. That is the reason you are going to be calling it as single source of truth.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does SAP S/4HANA Finance 2021 use to provide real-time financial insights? Option A, periodic batch processing. Option B, universal journal and SAP HANA. Option C, manual adjustments. Option D, external accounting systems. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to become a finance expert? Our SAP S4 HANA Finance 2021 course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll explore SAP S4 HANA Finance. It's like a toolkit for managing money, from tracking expenses to planning budgets. Our course covers everything you need, from the basics to advanced tips. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are seasoned professionals with lots of experience. They're ready to help you learn and answer your questions. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love this course too. People just like you have found our course very useful. Best part, it's very affordable. This great chance to learn won't cost you much. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA Finance 2021 Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.